Chapter 464, Li Lingtian's Legend, 1. When Li Lingtian was at the door, he heard Ying shout. He paused for a moment before he continued walking outside. Naturally, he would not stop because of a little beauty. Moreover, this little beauty had nothing to do with him. Humph, didn't you hear me calling you? At that moment, Ying dashed out quickly and blocked Li Lingtian's path. She looked angry. Her delicate face, her red and sexy lips, and her red lips and white teeth made her look extremely alluring. In addition to her natural and noble temperament, she was like a goddess. She did not belong to the world of mortals in the divine martial continent. I heard it. Why? Li Lingtian stopped in his tracks and looked at the peerless beauty before him as he asked calmly. If she was as plain as before, with a hint of beauty, he wouldn't mind talking to her. But now that this little beauty had become so beautiful, he didn't like her anymore. It wasn't that he didn't like beautiful women. There wasn't anyone in this world who didn't like beautiful women. However, it was a matter of time. If he were to talk to her at this time, he would think that she was something special. Moreover, there were too many beautiful women around him. He could not casually provoke other people. He heard Xuanyuan Feng's words. This girl should be from the Xuanyuan family, Xuanyuan Ying. The Tianhe region belonged to the Xuanyuan family. Since this little girl was so close to Xuanyuan Feng, she should be a very important figure in the Xuanyuan family. At the very least, her status was very high. It was for this reason that he could not date this girl. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he could not afford to play these games with his current strength. Are we still friends? Xuanyuan Ying looked at Li Lingtian and asked a question that made him feel depressed. When did they become friends? It seemed like the two of them had just met for the first time. It had only been less than 10 minutes. Li Lingtian looked at Xuanyuan Ying curiously without saying a word. My name is Xuanyuan Ying. Thank you for the vermilion fruit. Those who see my true face are my friends. You are the first, so I treat you as a friend. Xuanyuan Ying acted as if she was just a friend. Li Lingtian was speechless, but he did not show it on his face. After all, she was a peerless beauty. If she was outside, who knew how many people would go crazy over her, but he did not care at all. If anyone else were to witness this scene, who knew how many people would hate Li Lingtian to death. I see, then it's my honor to have such a beautiful woman as a friend. It's really a blessing to cultivate in my previous life. Li Lingtian smiled. No matter how he looked at it, he did not look that surprised or excited. As she spoke, she subconsciously reached out to touch Xuanyuan Ying's little face. She was shocked that she had mistaken her for Ji and Tang Zimeng. Since he had already done this, it was impossible to treat it as an illusion. He couldn't possibly tell Xuanyuan Ying that what she saw and felt was an illusion. When he realized this, he looked calm and moved away from Xuanyuan Ying. He quickly walked outside. If Xuanyuan Ying reacted, he would be in trouble. Indeed, Li Lingtian's action had Xuanyuan Ying in a daze. She did not expect the first man to touch her face when he saw her face. It was obvious that he was being intimate with her. She didn't react to this at all. The originally lively and mischievous Xuanyuan Ying was stunned. By the time she regained her senses, her face was flushed red. By then, Li Lingtian had already walked far away. By the time she wanted to stop Li Lingtian, it was too late as Li Lingtian's figure had already disappeared at the turn of the stairs. Besides, she didn't feel right to stop him. If he stopped, she really didn't know how to deal with him. Shoo. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if he had just fought a great battle with a martial emperor powerhouse. This Xuanyuan Ying was really not easy to deal with. She actually made him feel so afraid. In fact, it was nothing. Xuanyuan Ying made him feel relaxed at the beginning. After all, he was calm. He could relax by chatting with ordinary beauties. However, Xuanyuan Ying's identity was different. She didn't want to be entangled with such a beauty, so she let him escape. However, thinking about it, Xuanyuan Yingying was similar to Ji and Tang Zimeng. Their personalities were similar, and they were both peerless beauties. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Li Lingtian strolled around Tianhe Holy City before returning to the relay station to rest. When he returned, the other powerhouses were also cultivating. Powerhouses like them were wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, wanting to have a greater breakthrough in martial arts. He would only fight with the strong unless he had no other choice. This was all related to his own interests. At the relay station, Li Lingtian did not wander around anymore. Instead, he sat in his room and meditated. In the Alchemist Guild, Xuanyuan Yingying pouted her rosy little lips and returned to her room. She sat down on Xuanyuan Feng's seat in an instant, and her little face revealed an unhappy expression. Moreover, when she thought of the situation just now, her small face could not help but burn. Someone actually took advantage of her like this. "My little darling, who offended you?" Xuanyuan Feng asked softly as he studied the pill formula. When Xuanyuan Yingying came in, he could see that his little darling was out of it and felt amused. This treasure of his was like a pearl. He was afraid that it would fly away in his hands and melt in his mouth. The entire Xuanyuan family doted on this little darling. This little darling was also unrestrained and lively. She did not expect that she would be acting like a little girl now, and she even looked a little angry. "Third Grandpa, is that Li Lingtian really a saint alchemist?" Xuanyuan Yingying's personality was clear. She was never angry. Even if she was unhappy, she would forget it in the blink of an eye. It was the same now. He was still angry just now, but he immediately revealed a curious expression. He came in front of Xuanyuan Feng and asked curiously. How could he still look angry? It was as if nothing had happened just now. Yes, this person is a legend of alchemy. When Xuanyuan Feng mentioned Li Lingtian, his face was filled with admiration. He was already a few hundred years old, but the only person he truly admired was this time. As a top-notch alchemist, he was naturally familiar with alchemy. It was more difficult for him to improve himself than to ascend to the heavens. Moreover, the talent of an alchemist was even more difficult than the talent of a martial artist. It was difficult for a martial artist to break through from a martial emperor to a martial honor. However, compared to the advancement of an alchemist, it was completely incomparable. The advancement of an alchemist was even more difficult than the advancement of a martial saint to a martial god. This was not something that could be improved by refining pills every day. It was completely dependent on talent and luck. He's really that powerful. Third Grandpa, tell me about him. Yingying wants to see what's so great about him that Third Grandpa praises him so much. When Xuanyuan Yingying heard Xuanyuan Feng's words and saw his appearance, she became even more curious. What kind of person was this? She was naturally intelligent and could see the changes in Li Lingtian. Before she revealed her true appearance, Li Lingtian was still very close to her as if they were friends. However, after she revealed her true appearance, Li Lingtian had completely changed into a distant person. Li Lingtian was not stunned by her peerless beauty. Instead, he remained calm. This made her feel a sense of loss, an inexplicable sense of loss. The more Li Lingtian distanced himself from her, the more curious she became. This was a girl's nature, a curious nature, and an unyielding nature. He is a true monster. He was treated as trash at the age of 14, but he rose to power in defiance of the heavens. He went from a martial apprentice to a warrior spirit within a year, and he fought against a martial grandmaster and a martial king at the warrior spirit realm. He swept away all the talented martial artists in the world. A Tier 9 warrior spirit created the most miraculous 9 heavens of ice and fire in the world, fusing ice and fire. He made a breakthrough in battle and became the most talented expert. When he was a martial king, he fought against a 4th-level martial emperor and killed a 4th-level martial emperor. From then on, he was unstoppable. He built a magical heavenly cloud battleship and swept across the Green Continent. He made the martial emperors of Green Continent submit to him. No one in Green Continent could resist him. However, he was surrounded and killed by 10 sixth-level martial emperors and a demon supreme. He attracted the light of God's fury. He didn't die under the light of God's fury. He was teleported to the Azure Continent, became a Saint Pill Master, a martial emperor, wiped out the revered martial artists in the soliciting Moon City, fought against the Dishi family, wiped out the House of Storms, and swept across the Azure Continent. After returning to Green Island, he single-handedly wiped out 1 million demons. In just 5 days, he killed nearly 1 million demons. The war god swept across the world and came to the Tianhe region to refine a 7th-grade mutated peerless great rejuvenating pill. Don't you think this is a legend? Moreover, he's only 21 years old this year. He's a saint alchemist at 21 years old, a 4th-level martial honored realm expert at 21 years old, and he killed a 6th-level martial emperor realm expert at 21 years old. Xuanyuan Feng turned to look at the little darling beside him and recounted Li Lingtian's deeds vividly as if he had seen it with his own eyes. He was a legend. The Xuanyuan clan of the Tianhe region naturally knew about him. Although the experts of the Tianhe region didn't go out, they knew about the Azure Continent and the Serenity Continent. As he spoke, he looked at the jade slip in his hand with a look of admiration. He looked at Xuanyuan Yingying with a smile in his eyes. This gaze made Xuanyuan Yingying blush. She naturally understood that her 3rd grandfather was laughing at her. As he listened, he was completely intoxicated. He did not expect such a heaven-defying monster to exist in this world. Who wouldn't fall for such an expert? She had long forgotten about the matter of being taken advantage of just now. She wanted to see this young man's elegance again. Every girl worshipped a hero, and a real hero at that. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this guy was elegant and graceful. He didn't even care about a peerless beauty like her. Chapter 465, 12 Galaxia Ancient Divine Formation. I really didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Let's see if that guy from the D family dares to be arrogant in the future. 1 foot, Xuanyuan Yingying pouted her rosy lips. She was infuriated when she thought of Di Mingtian from the D family. He always thought that he was invincible. It seemed like the difference between Di Mingtian and Li Lingtian was too great. Little darling, did the alchemy Saint Master make you angry just now? Xuanyuan Feng was a sly old fox. Naturally, he could tell that Xuanyuan Yingying must have run into a wall with Li Lingtian. He had also noticed Li Lingtian's change. Before Xuanyuan Yingying revealed her true appearance, Li Lingtian seemed to be on good terms with her. However, the moment he revealed his true appearance, he stood up and left. He did not even manage to stop Xuanyuan Yingying. He was also curious about what this alchemy Saint Master had done to Xuanyuan Yingying to make his little darling so angry. This guy, I called him, but he still ignored me. In the end, he even touched me. And ran away faster than a rabbit. Xuanyuan Yingying pouted as if she was angry again. When she mentioned Li Lingtian touching her face flushed red. When she saw 3rd Grandpa looking at her, she pointed at her face that Li Lingtian was touching. After saying that, he was toot and wished he could grab Li Lingtian to vent his anger. Ha, I didn't think that you would have such a time. If word gets out, it will definitely make the jaws of all the experts in the world drop. After Xuanyuan Feng heard that, he looked at Xuanyuan Yingying's expression and associated it with Li Lingtian's escape. He burst out laughing. 3rd Grandpa, you're still smiling. If he escapes, you have to catch him. Otherwise, don't even think about refining pills in peace. When Xuanyuan Yingying saw Xuanyuan Feng laughing, she instantly became even angrier. She stomped her foot and turned her head away, pretending to ignore Xuanyuan Feng. This move had been tried and tested many times. However, this time, he didn't hear Xuanyuan Feng speak again. Instead, he looked at his own pill formula. 3rd Grandpa. Xuanyuan Yingying did not expect her well-tested technique to fail. Could it be because of Li Lingtian? He walked in front of Xuanyuan Feng and snatched the pill formula from his hands. "Little darling, don't torture me. Li Lingtian will not be leaving Tianhe City for the time being. This is your business. On one side is a holy alchemist, and on the other is my little darling. Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Xuanyuan Feng smiled bitterly. What was going on when he captured Li Lingtian? Although the Xuanyuan family was powerful, they did not want to provoke the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, he was also a member of the Alchemist Guild, so he naturally understood how powerful the Alchemist Guild was. Besides, the Xuanyuan family did not want to stir up trouble and they could not afford to provoke Li Lingtian. Looking at Xuanyuan Yingying's expression, he knew what was going on. As an adult, he naturally wouldn't get involved. He knew that Li Lingtian had a few peerless beauties by his side who were not inferior to Xuanyuan Yingying. It would not be easy for Xuanyuan Yingying to find Li Lingtian. Nonetheless, he pushed these matters aside. Li Lingtian would not be leaving Tianhe's sacred city for the time being anyway. Really? Then I'll be leaving first. When Xuanyuan Yingying heard Xuanyuan Feng's words, she quickly ran out. However, she returned very quickly and quickly put on her mask, returning to her original appearance. She wanted to cover up her peerless beauty so that she wouldn't be able to amaze the world. Xuanyuan Yingying waited in the Alchemist Guild for a few days but still did not see Li Lingtian. She had heard that Li Lingtian would return to collect the herbs and that third grandpa would not leave for the time being. However, she did not see Li Lingtian again, which made her feel annoyed. Days passed. Li Lingtian spent 5 days cultivating at the relay station, restoring his cultivation base and spirit to its peak condition. On this day, a message came from the relay station, telling all the participants to head to the Heavenly River Temple. When it was time for them to enter the forbidden area, Li Lingtian stopped cultivating after he heard the news. When he came out, he saw East River Xuanyuan and the others had just come out. "Sir Lingtian, you seem to be in good spirits. Did something good happen?" Duanmuyu greeted Li Lingtian with a smile on her face when she saw him coming out. In the past 2 days, someone came to look for Li Lingtian but he did not go out. The few of them knew that it was a beautiful girl but they did not know her identity. Hence, he did not mention Li Lingtian's presence to avoid causing trouble for Li Lingtian. However, they all thought that Li Lingtian had been out hunting for women for the past 2 days and was even approached by them. They were filled with admiration for him. "Brother Duanmu, please forgive me. I did not go out and cause trouble during this period of time, hee." Li Lingtian chuckled as well. Even if he wanted to hide these things, the other party would still believe it. Since he did not do anything, he would just laugh at him. This kind of joke made him seem approachable and did not put on any airs. The few revered martial artists and martial emperors were delighted. At least they would not show any respect in front of Li Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be unnatural. However, the powerhouses from the other factions were not impressed by Li Lingtian's good relationship with the few martial emperor powerhouses despite being a level 4 revered martial artist. They cast a disdainful glance at East River Xuanyuan and the others. In their opinion, the strong should have the identity of a strong person and not mix with some ants. Li Lingtian and the rest ignored the powerhouses' disdain. There was no need to show off one's strength in this place. It would only be considered a skill if one could walk out of the forbidden area. After a brief greeting, the few of them walked out of Raleigh Square. With a special person to receive them, they naturally wouldn't get lost. Soon, the group arrived in front of the most mysterious Heavenly River Temple in Heavenly River Sacred City. In front of this hall was a small square. Although this square wasn't big, it was still 3 to 4 miles wide. In the center of the square was a huge array altar. By the time Li Lingtian and the others arrived, there were already dozens of powerhouses in the plaza. Needless to say, these dozens of experts were experts from the 4 major families of the Tianhe region, and they were also people who had entered the forbidden area of the Tianhe region. The 4 great families of the Tianhe region were the D family, the Lan family, the Gongsun family, and the Bailey family. The strength of the four great families was equivalent to the power of the four great cities, or even stronger than the strength of the four great cities. Otherwise, they would not have settled down in Tianhe's sacred city. Half of the 40 powerhouses were revered martial artists, and the other half were martial emperors. All the revered martial artists were at the peak of the 9th level of the revered martial artist realm. The martial emperor powerhouses were all at the 7th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Their abilities were also extremely profound. Moreover, there were 4 8th heaven martial emperors. Needless to say, every clan had an 8th heaven martial emperor. Including the 8th heaven martial monarch realm experts outside, there were 8 8th heaven martial monarch realm experts this time. Their strength was terrifying. It was basically difficult for ordinary supreme realm experts to survive after entering. After all, any martial emperor could kill them in an instant. However, in order for their families and forces to obtain a better ranking and obtain the treasures inside, martial emperor powerhouses would protect. Martial honored powerhouses. This was the strength of a team. Moreover, if they went inside, martial emperors and martial venerables had to be together to deal with some mysterious and unknown dangers. Li Lingtian kept these martial emperor powerhouses in mind so that he would not be killed by a mistake. The dozens of experts who had just arrived stood in order and waited for the forbidden area to open. There were 40 experts from the 4 cities and 13 experts from the other forces. This time, a total of 93 experts entered the forbidden area for a year. They did not know what it was like inside the forbidden area. Everyone is here. The competition between the 4 cities and the 4 families will begin now. However, the competition will not be held here, but in the forbidden area of the Tianhe Zone. The forbidden area of the Tianhe Zone opens once every 10,000 years. However, the last time it opened was 100,000 years ago. Therefore, those who enter this time must be careful. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets if they die inside. At this moment, an old man at the 8th heaven of the martial emperor realm walked out, followed by 12 powerhouses at the 8th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Each of them had reached the peak of their strength. The old man swept his gaze across the 93 experts and then said calmly. He looked at Li Lingtian intentionally or unintentionally. It was not a big deal since Li Lingtian was too conspicuous here. Other people were at level 9 Supreme Realm, level 6, level 7, or even level 8 Supreme Realm. However, Li Lingtian was only at level 4 Supreme Realm. The difference in their realms was too great. Entering the forbidden area requires unity. The number of people who come out does not mean victory. There are 99 5-colored spiritual pearls inside. Whoever gets the most spiritual pearls wins. Naturally, the winner represents the victory of the faction. Get ready now. The forbidden area will open in 10 minutes. The old man said that he wanted to unite, but on the other hand, he said that he wanted to fight for the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls. This was completely a kind of slaughter. Li Lingtian also understood that this competition was not a competition but a search for the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls. To put it bluntly, it was to help the Tianhe Zone find the spiritual pearls. However, while searching for spiritual pearls, one would also obtain benefits inside. This kind of benefit had to pay a corresponding price. Following that, Li Lingtian and the rest adjusted their breathing to prevent themselves from being affected by their condition when they entered the cave. If they were not careful, they might perish inside. Seconds passed. The 12 8th level martial emperor realm experts arrived at the edge of the square and formed a mysterious formation. Li Lingtian looked at the 12 powerhouses, angles and positions and was shocked. This formation was actually an ancient formation. 12 Galaxia Ancient God Formation. Although Li Lingtian did not know how to set up the primordial divine array and could not crack it, he recognized it. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, and his control of the divine array had also reached a higher level. Naturally, he could see the origin of this array at once. Chapter 466, top-grade spirit stone. The 12 Galaxia Ancient God Formation was the most magical auxiliary formation among the ancient god formations. It didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it was a magical formation that could form the world. It was also the medium between one world and another. As time passed, a supreme-grade spirit stone appeared in each of the 12 8th-level martial emperor realm experts' hands. Moreover, each piece represented an attribute. Low-level warriors only knew some martial spirits of the 5 elements and some magical martial spirits, but they didn't know that there were thousands of attributes in this world. Only top-notch powerhouses could come into contact with these. Li Lingtian was one of them. He possessed the ice and fire dual martial souls, the 5 elements perfection, the heavenly sword body, and the true dragon body. 12 top-grade spirit stones were definitely more valuable than 12 heaven artifacts. At this time, top-grade spirit stones were no longer a currency, but a top-grade treasure. Supreme spiritual stones were the king of thousands of spiritual stones. Even if someone was willing to pay 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones, they wouldn't be able to exchange for a single supreme spiritual stone. Li Lingtian had dozens of such supreme-grade spiritual stones, but he rarely used them. He was reluctant to use them because he was using them to build a formation. Swoosh. Between heaven and earth, a stream of spiritual energy was used. This stream of spiritual energy was connected to the top-grade spirit stone in the hands of one of the experts. Immediately, a storm of spiritual energy appeared in the entire square. Then, another spell was cast, and another stream of spiritual energy appeared. The spiritual energy fused with the spirit stone in the expert's hand, and a powerful aura appeared. One after another, 12 streams of heaven and earth spiritual chi swirled in the square. Between heaven and earth, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Strange signs appeared in the entire Tianhe sacred city, shocking countless experts, but no one dared to come here. Rumble. The 12 streams of spiritual energy fused together and formed a shocking pillar of light. The shocking pillar of light pierced through the clouds and shot straight into the 9 heavens. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the 12 super experts were extremely ugly. They spat out the words they wanted to say first, but none of them relaxed. If they relaxed, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Li Lingtian was worried for the 12 super powerhouses when he saw their situation. After all, the primordial divine array was not something that an ordinary powerhouse could control. Unless one had reached the level of a true god, one would not be able to control such a divine array. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. One of the martial emperor powerhouses took out a mysterious array disk. The appearance of the array disk immediately stabilized the unstable spiritual chi in the sky. At this moment, the pillar of light between heaven and earth ruthlessly shot towards the array altar in the square. Immediately, a muffled sound rang out as the pillar of light connected the heaven and earth together. It was unknown how high the pillar of light was or how deep it went into the array altar. Hurry up and use the token to enter. The powerhouse who had started to speak shouted at Li Lingtian and the others as he watched the changes between heaven and earth. Swoosh, swoosh. Hearing the old man's words, all the experts flew towards the light pillar. After entering the light pillar, all the experts disappeared as if they had disappeared into thin air. Li Lingtian did not hesitate to follow East River Xuanyuan and the others as they flew into the pillar of light. The moment he entered the light pillar, Li Lingtian felt as if he had entered the sea. The gentle seawater eroded his body and he slid along the water. Sensing this, the ice soul martial spirit circulated and his soul consciousness became clear. However, this feeling still existed. It was not an illusion, but reality. His body also followed the pillar of light quickly. He didn't know how far it was. When he came in, he clearly saw East River Xuanyuan and the others, but now he couldn't see them. He did not know how much time had passed, whether it was a second or a day, but his body was suspended in the air. Li Lingtian was shocked as he subconsciously flashed and landed steadily. After landing, it was not a square but a barren desert. There were no flowers or plants at all. It was a barren land that made people feel sad. Sacrifice. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly when he saw what was happening. Didn't they say that they were going to team up with the martial emperor inside? There was not a single person in sight. Was this not a joke? He couldn't care less about this. He activated his divine sense and summoned a flying sword. The flying sword bombarded the sky. Suddenly, the sword aura in the sky was soaring and shuttling back and forth at high speed. After a full minute, the sword aura struck the sky countless times before Li Lingtian finally stopped. Li Lingtian then flew at a high speed. After flying for several miles, he once again bombarded the sky with his flying sword. After dozens of consecutive attacks, Li Lingtian felt a little more at ease. It was most likely to encounter invisible gales and unknown dangers in these places. This way, he would not be ambushed by unknown dangers. Once everything was done, Li Lingtian released the multicolored beast. The multicolored beast was now at Tier 5, Level 9, and was not far from Tier 6. Although the multicolored beast was no longer capable of fighting with Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, it could still serve as a mount. As the multicolored beast sprinted forward, Li Lingtian's divine perception quickly scanned the area, but he could not find any signs of life. Not to mention human figures, there were not even the slightest bit of flowers, grass, and trees. Naturally, there were no demon beasts. Rumble. A shocking explosion sounded from thousands of miles away. Li Lingtian quietly extended his divine consciousness and observed the area. Unlike other places, this place was filled with 9th Heaven Supreme Realm and 7th and 8th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm experts. If he rashly barged in, he would be courting death. In just a moment, 3 consecutive explosions sounded. All 3 explosions carried destructive power, and the ground trembled. Li Lingtian also noticed that the opponents were a Martial Supreme and 2 9th-level Martial Honored powerhouses. The 9th level of the Supreme Realm was already so terrifying. One could imagine how powerful the martial artists who came in this time were. He was not too worried about a Supreme Realm expert, but he did not intend to rush forward rashly. After all, people like to be hunters in these places. The mantis pouncing on the cicada, the oriole behind. There was still a hunter behind the oriole. He did not want to be the oriole. Even if he didn't take advantage of her, he wouldn't be an oriole. If he became an oriole, he would most likely become the hunter's prey. He hid his body and began to size up this place. With the eye of the divine soul activated, his divine sense had also reached a limit. Everything in the world could be seen with his eyes. It would have been fine if he didn't look, but when he did, he was really shocked. In this place, other than the battle between the 2 9th-level Supreme Realm experts, there were also 6 9th-level Supreme Realm experts hiding at the side. None of them looked like they were going to make a move. Seeing this, Li Lingtian quickly retreated and began searching within a radius of 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles of territory. If he used his spiritual sense to scan, it would only take 2 minutes. As he flew, he used his spiritual sense to search. 2 minutes later, Li Lingtian returned to his original spot with a relaxed expression on his face. However, he was not overly relaxed. Within 10,000 miles, he even saw 3 9th-level Supreme Realm experts. He was certain of one thing, and that was that there was no martial emperor in this place. After being transported in, they should be separated according to the strength of their cultivation. Martial emperors and Supreme Realm experts were temporarily separated. Since there was no martial monarch realm expert in this place for the time being, it was easy to talk to him. Rumble. Rumble. It was not that the 2 9th-level Supreme Realm experts did not know that there were other powerhouses hiding, but it was impossible to stop now. Mo Shao, if the 2 of us continue to fight, we will all die here. How about we move to a place where there is no one else to fight? Qin Yi lowered his voice and looked at Mo Shao carefully. Both of them were at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. After this battle, there was no winner at all. It was impossible to kill the other party. Moreover, with their experience and knowledge, they naturally knew that there might be experts watching nearby. As long as one of them was injured or killed, someone would come out. Alright, when the time comes, this 5-colored spiritual pearl will still be mine. After saying that, his body flashed and he quickly flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. 2 sounds of air being torn apart rang out as his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. Both of them used teleportation, which could only be used by martial-honored realm experts. It seemed that the 2 of them knew their limits. Fighting for a 5-colored spiritual pearl in this place was really courting death. There were only 99 5-colored spiritual pearls in this forbidden area. Moreover, such a vast forbidden area was like the divine martial continent. It was impossible to find these 5-colored spiritual pearls. Swoosh. After the 2 experts left, the hidden experts were more patient, but they were worried that the other party had gone too far. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. With a flash, he relied on the magical wind-type movement technique and disappeared into thin air, as if he had disappeared from the world. Although this kind of movement technique was magical, the martial artists behind all had a target, so they did not have to worry about getting lost at all. A minute later, some experts appeared and flew away. Gradually, the 6 super experts flew at a high speed. However, their flight paths were different. They were also hidden, afraid of being discovered. Li Lingtian looked at these powerhouses with a faint smile on his face. He was cautious enough, but he was not patient enough. With a flick of his divine perception, a fist-sized silver worm appeared before him. He then attached his divine perception to the silver worm and it quickly disappeared. Li Lingtian remained hidden in his original spot despite the disappearance of the silver malicious worm. He was completely unconcerned about the powerhouses fighting for the 5-colored spiritual pearl. To him, a supreme realm expert was nothing. He was just worried that a martial emperor would appear. The martial emperors here were not trash. The lowest was a level 6 martial emperor, and the strongest was an level 8 martial emperor. If he was ambushed alone, he would be waiting for death. 5 minutes later, another 9th-level Supreme Realm expert finally flew out. Pfft! Just as the Supreme Realm experts flew up, they spat out a mouthful of blood. A tiny blood hole appeared between their brows. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. In his line of sight, he saw a white-robed young man walking over. His entire person was unrestrained and elegant, as if he was a figure from the 9 heavens. He reached out with one hand and an exquisite flying knife appeared in his hand. When the flying knife landed in his hand, the Supreme Realm expert had already fallen to the ground. Chapter 467, The Power of Traceless Spacetime. Spacetime traceless, hee. Li Lingtian looked at the exquisite flying dagger in his hand with a satisfied expression. Although his cultivation base had not improved much during this period of time, he had managed to refine this flying dagger. With the addition of the treasure control art, the power of this flying knife could also be fully unleashed. It was just that his cultivation was not high, so it also limited some magical effects. Silently and without a trace, it carried the mysteries of space. If one was not prepared, one would be killed. No expert could react in time. By the time they reacted, the flying knife had already pierced through their bodies. At that time, unless they were gods, their souls could not escape. He passed by the expert who had been killed and grabbed the bag of holding. After scanning his body with his divine sense, he didn't find anything else. His body flashed strangely and he quickly left. He admired this expert's patience, but patience did not necessarily mean good luck. If Li Lingtian were to encounter his own traceless spacetime, he would be killed in a single blow without even a chance to resist. If Li Lingtian did not leave, even if he died, he would not know who killed him. After the silver bugs were subdued, he could use them. Although they were only at the strength of a martial king or martial grandmaster, it would not be so simple if there were more of them. With his current cultivation, he didn't plan to cultivate these things. However, it was good to use them to track. With some divine sense attached, the silver bugs were hidden in the air. Even if a martial artist found them, they wouldn't pay much attention. In his divine sense, he saw that the 6 experts who were following him kept flying and had no intention of stopping. In other words, the 2 experts who were fighting in front of him did not stop. Upon realizing this, Li Lingtian sped up with a faint sinister smile on his face. Since he was here, he would help them on behalf of East River City. After killing a Supreme Realm expert in this place, the other forces would not be able to find their own Supreme Realm experts. Moreover, he had discovered the 5-colored spiritual bead, so he naturally wouldn't leak it out. Thinking of this, he sped up again. Killing intent appeared in his heart, and he no longer had any scruples. Sword howl, heaven and earth. Sensing that the powerhouse in front of him was not far away, Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the Tianyu sword appeared in his hand. A shocking pressure burst forth and sword will soared into the sky. Feeling the destructive sword will and pressure, the 9th level martial honor in front of Li Lingtian was shocked. He instinctively cast his defense, which exposed his tracks. However, it was too late even though he had cast his defense. In the face of Li Lingtian's sword howl of the heavens and earth, a sword ray tore through the sky. Kacha.tsk. A cracking sound was heard, followed by the sound of tearing apart the expert's defense and body. Ah! A miserable cry resounded through the world. A 9th level Supreme Realm expert had died. A trace of blood appeared between his brows. He fell to the ground and no longer had any aura. Li Lingtian flew past and retrieved the death-revered martial artist's storage pouch. His body flashed as he had no intention of hiding now because all the powerhouses had discovered him. All of them looked at Li Lingtian in shock. He had killed a level 9 Supreme Realm powerhouse in one move. Only a martial emperor could achieve such a feat. The martial emperors who had come here were all level 7 or 8 Supreme Realm powerhouses. No matter how powerful they were no match for a martial emperor. Your Excellency, destruction. Upon seeing the murderous intent emanating from Li Lingtian's body, the few 9th level martial honors no longer held back. Instead, they unleashed their powerful defenses. One of the revered martial artists opened his mouth and was about to threaten him. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Lingtian had already slashed his sword. Sword momentum carried the power of heaven and earth. Sword momentum was the strongest type of power and also the sharpest type. Invincibility was to describe the sharpness of a sword. Pfft. The sword was like a rainbow that pierced through the sun, killing the heavens and earth. Every sword took away the life of a 9th level Supreme Realm expert. In the blink of an eye, 6 Supreme Realm experts fell at the same time. It was only when he fell that he realized Li Lingtian's figure had reappeared. On Li Lingtian's body, a pair of crystal clear wings fluttered. The speed and strangeness of the thunderclap wings, coupled with the confinement of the spatial banner, and the sword aura of the sword whistling through the world. With the power of 3 in 1, no one below the martial Supreme Realm could withstand his strangulation. His greatest achievement was the fusion of the spatial banner and the thunderclap wings. It wasn't a real fusion. He was just using the 2 saint weapons at the same time without any gap. The space banner was a treasure of space, and the thunderclap wings' speed also carried some profound meaning of space. With the combination of the 2 saint weapons, his speed and strength had reached a terrifying level. Although it didn't seem very powerful, in a big battle, these small things were very crucial. The 6 Supreme Realm powerhouses fell at almost the same time. Li Lingtian appeared and landed steadily on the ground. He put away the Tianyu sword in his hand and a suction force appeared. 6 storage pouches flew into his hand. The 2 9th level Supreme Realm experts in front were still flying at high speed. When they heard the shocking screams behind them, not only were they not afraid, but they were even more excited. That was because if the battle started later, they would not have the chance to deal with them. The chances of obtaining this 5-colored spiritual pearl were much higher. However, at this moment, a destructive crisis descended. It felt like the Grim Reaper was calling. He turned around and saw a sword light that seemed to cut through time and space floating over. The sword light did not have the slightest bit of power, but it brought about the aura of death. Sword force. Mo Xiao and Qin looked at this sword light and both cried out in surprise. Although there was only one sword light, the two of them could not tell who the sword light was attacking at all. A Supreme Realm expert's reaction was extremely agile. In this short period of time, a powerful defense was displayed. Kacha.tsk. Two sounds rang out. The defense in front of Mo Xiao was cut open by the sword light. His body was exposed under the sword light, and his face revealed a shocked expression. A trace of blood appeared between his eyebrows, and his body fell down. Qin Yi, who was at the side, saw that the sword light was attacking Mo Xiao. His heart instantly relaxed. Although the other party's sword aura was powerful, it would take some time for him to execute a second move. He could use this opportunity to escape. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he lost all his strength and his consciousness gradually faded. All he could see was blood. A stream of blood flowed out from his glabella, blocking his eyes. Finally, he understood that he was about to die. However, he did not know what killed him, nor did he know who killed him. However, with his other eye, he saw the smile on Li Lingtian's face. An exquisite flying knife appeared in Li Lingtian's left hand while a long sword appeared in his right hand. Qin Yi knew that he had been killed by the young man in front of him and died under the flying knife. "You don't know what you're talking about," Li Lingtian said coldly before he appeared in front of Mo Xiao and Qin Yi in a flash. With a grab, a storage pouch appeared in his hand. Ah! At this moment, a scream sounded from 500 meters away. Li Lingtian ignored him and grabbed another storage bag. He scanned the storage bag with his divine perception and smiled faintly. Then, a fist-sized bead appeared in his hand. The bead was 5-colored and emitted a faint mysterious spiritual energy. 5-colored spiritual pearl. So it's the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Li Lingtian sized up the bead with a faint smile on his face before revealing an "I see" expression. This 5-colored spiritual bead had the aura of the 5 elements. However, the aura inside was not spiritual energy, but a mysterious aura. This aura exceeded the scope of spiritual energy, but it had never left the 5 elements. With a flick of his consciousness, a seal appeared on the 5-colored spiritual bead. Then, he put the 5-colored spiritual bead into the divine dragon ring. In the distance, Long Da's figure flashed and then disappeared. Li Lingtian had summoned Long Da after entering the forbidden area. Long Da was not with him but was moving in the dark so that he could launch a sneak attack. Level 5 7th step cultivation was the best way to hold the fort for him. Obtaining a 5-colored spiritual pearl and killing 9 9th level Supreme Realm experts. In this way, almost a quarter of the 40 Supreme Realm experts had been killed. Li Lingtian found it funny at the thought of this. Separating a martial supreme from a martial honor was akin to courting death and fulfilling his wish. However, when he thought about the 4 Supreme Realm experts in East River City, he was still much weaker than the other forces. Moreover, the 5 martial monarch realm experts in East River City were the weakest in this competition. At that time, it would be a joke if he killed all the martial supremes and all the martial supremes in East River City died. Following that, Li Lingtian observed the environment as he flew. The desert was not boundless, it was just too vast. Besides, he also found that this place was a whole different world, just like the ancient battlefield he had encountered in Dishi family. This place should have been left behind from ancient times. Moreover, the time and the place where they were and the outside world were staggered. Now, they had to get out of this desert. Although it was only a year's time, time passed day by day. No one could afford to waste it. Within 5 days, Li Lingtian obtained another 5-colored spiritual pearl from another powerhouse. He had killed 7 Supreme Realm experts in 5 days. From the looks of it, this desert was not big. Otherwise, dozens of Supreme Realm experts would not have met so quickly. Who? On this day, Li Lingtian's multicolored beast was galloping at a high speed. However, at this moment, a roar was heard. It sounded like a demonic beast but not a demonic beast. It sounded like the wind but not the wind. Li Lingtian was taken aback. He had never encountered such a thing before. If it was a demonic beast, he should be able to sense its aura. If it was the sound of the wind, he should be able to see a little bit of it. Chapter 468, Heaven-Devouring Earth Beast. Li Lingtian could only stop when he heard the mysterious whooshing sound. He scanned the entire desert with his divine consciousness in an attempt to locate the source of the sound. It was good that he didn't look for it, but when he realized it, he was shocked and his expression kept changing. Because he had discovered something terrifying. A terrifying demonic beast, a legendary demonic beast. Heaven-devouring earthen beast. Li Lingtian was horrified. He scanned the area with his divine perception and found no wind or demonic beasts. However, he knew that there was a mysterious demonic beast in the legends that was born naturally from the earth. They relied on earth elemental spiritual energy to grow, and they also specialized in devouring soil. Wherever the heaven-devouring earth beast passed by, it would turn into a desolate desert. At this thought, Li Lingtian had no choice but to connect the heaven-devouring earthen beast. Moreover, all these coincidentally matched the heaven-devouring earthen beast. This forbidden ground wouldn't have a desert for no reason. This place was indeed a desert, and it was definitely the work of the terrifying heaven-devouring earth beast. Swoosh. At this moment, his body flashed and left the multicolored beast. His entire body floated in the air, and the multicolored beast was also put away at the same time. On the ground, it kept rolling, and the entire desert was rolling. Moreover, the entire desert seemed to be about to be swallowed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was quickly devoured at this moment. When Li Lingtian saw the situation, he felt lucky. If he had been a little slower, he would have been devoured by the heaven-devouring earthen beast in the desert. Huff huff. An explosion sounded. This time, the sound was no longer as weak as before. Instead, it was like a clap of thunder. The appearance of the sound caused the dust in the world to soar into the sky, and the sound shook the sky. A gigantic demonic beast appeared in Li Lingtian's line of sight. Rather than calling it a demonic beast, it was more like a desert that devoured the world. This demon beast was no different from mud. It was 10,000 meters long and 10,000 meters wide. No one knew what it looked like, but it was like a moving desert that was constantly devouring heaven and earth spirit chi. Even Li Lingtian, who was 10,000 meters above the ground, was quickly sucked down. The heavens and earth will shatter. With a loud roar, Li Lingtian did not resist the suction force. Instead, he accelerated his descent and channeled his true essence to unleash a shocking fist shadow. However, before his fist could land on the heaven-devouring earthen beast, a shocking sandstorm was hurtling toward Li Lingtian. The sandstorm was almost tangible, and it was like a mountain range crashing toward him. Pfft! The earth-shattering attack, coupled with his fourth-level supreme realm strength, could even destroy a small mountain with one blow. However, when this punch landed, it was hit by the other party's sandstorm. His mind was shaken and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was also thrown into the sky. His face was pale and his chest was in pain. The ground was still the same as before. It was just a moving desert that was shaking. Every time it shook, the ground would tremble. Roar. The heaven-devouring earthen beast let out a roar as its body strangely appeared. Its gray body was like a small mountain, and it was even larger than the gorilla demon from before. Furthermore, this strength was not much weaker than the gorilla demon. The terrifying pressure continued to assault the sky and Li Lingtian became the target of the attack. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, extinction. Li Lingtian looked at the heaven-devouring earthen beast below him and his heart was filled with shock. His face was filled with shock as he channeled his entire body's true essence. He did not bother to heal his injuries as he slowly raised his hands after channeling his true essence. A glacier and a ball of flames appeared in Li Lingtian's hands. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped rapidly, but at the same time, the temperature rose instantly, as if it was going to burn the world. As the two extreme attributes continued to alternate, Li Lingtian's expression turned serious. A glint flashed across his eyes as he suddenly put his hands together. An aura of death and destruction burst out. When he clasped his hands together, the aura of destruction and death between heaven and earth became desolate and extinct. In this world, it was the aura of extinction. Li Lingtian's aura had also reached its peak as he glared coldly at the heaven-devouring earthen beast below. With a wave of his hands, a four-colored pillar of light shot downwards. The pillar of light ignored the speed of space and in an instant, it ruthlessly slammed into the body of the heaven-devouring earthen beast. Rumble. The earth trembled and the heaven-devouring earth beast did not put up any resistance. However, the heaven-devouring earth beast did not suffer any damage from the attack. Instead, it unleashed hundreds of sandstorms at Li Lingtian. The sandstorm appeared, and the halo after the ice, fire, 9 heavens also appeared. The halo and the sandstorm collided, and the entire desert world instantly became gray. It was impossible to see the world clearly. Roar, pft. With a roar that was laced with pain, Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time as he stared at the heaven-devouring earthen beast with a terrifying gaze. The massive heaven-devouring beast was trembling incessantly as it unleashed endless energy attacks at Li Lingtian. As expected of a 7th-rank 9th-level heaven-devouring earth beast. Now, the heaven-devouring earth beast had revealed its true form, displaying its realm and strength. Although he hadn't reached the 8th step, he was already at the 7th step and 9th level. He was only 1 step away from the 8th step. Boom! Just as Li Lingtian was in shock, the heaven-devouring earthen beast spat out a stream of gray soil from its mouth. The soil was very small, but wherever it passed, the sky and earth turned into mountains. The soil expanded endlessly, and when it took shape, it became a mountain as hard as refined iron. Breathing earth, that it's actually the soil of breath. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw that the soil the heaven-devouring earthen beast used was actually the swelling soil. At the same time, he sighed. This fellow had actually used the swelling soil in such a manner. If it was used to forge an earth-type treasure, it would definitely be in existence like a pilgrimage tool. The soil of breath was the most magical existence in the world. It was also the essence of the earth. A grain of soil of breath could become a mountain. Moreover, the soil transformed from the soil of breath was as hard as iron. The wrath of the gods, divine destruction to the extreme, sword howl, heaven and earth. Ice river cracks, frost descends from the sky. Li Lingtian was enraged when he saw the heaven-devouring earthen beast wasting the swelling soil. If he could obtain a little of the swelling soil, he would be able to refine a sacred earth-type treasure. Even if he used the soil of breath to deal with the enemy, it was still a trump card. His decision to kill the heaven-devouring earthen beast became even more certain, and he used 4 heaven-ranked divine abilities in succession. However, heaven-ranked divine abilities were completely ineffective against the heaven-devouring earthen beast. There was a difference in cultivation level. No matter how powerful a heaven-tier ability was, it didn't have the slightest advantage in front of a level 7 or 9 heaven-devouring earthen beast. On the contrary, it was a disadvantage. The heaven-devouring earth beast was an ancient demonic beast, and it was the beloved of the earth. How could a martial honor like him kill it so easily? Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. Li Lingtian gave up when he saw that several of his heaven-ranked divine powers were ineffective. If he was fighting against a martial supreme or martial emperor, these heaven-ranked divine powers would definitely be effective. However, against this heaven-devouring earth beast, he no longer had any advantage. Only by using the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber could he have a little bit of confidence. After all, the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber was a divine weapon that carried divine might. With a single attack, coupled with the desolate 10 consecutive strikes, even if it could not kill the heaven-devouring earth beast, it could at least injure it. As expected, the appearance of the Empyrean terminus Emperor Saber had frightened the heaven-devouring earthen beast below. After all, it was a divine weapon. For an existence like the heaven-devouring earthen beast, it was only natural for it to sense a divine weapon. It could easily tell that the treasure in Li Lingtian's hands was not simple. Walala. The sound of space being torn apart could be heard as 10 saber lights slashed down with supreme saber intent. The 10 saber lights seemed to have separated, but the true 10 saber lights were all together and did not separate. It was almost a saber light, and the saber light also bombarded the opponent at the same time. Roar. The heaven-devouring earthen beast let out a roar as it encountered danger. Its mountain-like body rose up and charged toward Li Lingtian. Its huge body was very agile at this moment. When its huge body crashed over, it was as uncomfortable as a small mountain pressing down on its head. Space was also torn apart by this destructive impact. Boom! An explosive sound rang out as the 10 saber beams slashed down on the body of the heaven-earth devouring beast. The heaven-earth devouring beast also came to a stop. Countless cracks appeared on its body, but it was not in any danger. Li Lingtian was utterly speechless. His few shocking trump cards had no effect on the heaven-devouring earthen beast. Phew! The heaven-devouring earthen beast was not injured by the desolation 10 consecutive strikes. It only paused for a moment before it continued to charge at Li Lingtian. If it was hit by the impact this time, it would be said that it was a martial honor, and even a martial supreme would be killed by the impact. Freezing Sky Altar. Li Lingtian had a flash of inspiration. With his current cultivation base, a little bit of attack would be like scratching an itch against such a beast. However, he thought of the meteorite that he rarely used in the Divine Dragon Ring. The freezing sky altar that he had obtained at the bottom of the sea could be used now. With a weight of billions of pounds, there was no need to talk about how sturdy it was. It was difficult for swords to hurt it. At the thought of this, he activated his divine soul eyes and raised his divine consciousness to the strongest level. He quickly mobilized the freezing sky altar in the Divine Dragon Ring. Just as the heaven-devouring earthen beast was about to crash into Li Lingtian, a dark shadow came crashing down from the sky. Although the 100-meter wide freezing sky god altar was not as large as the heaven-devouring earthen beast, it weighed billions of pounds. With a single strike, it collided with the heaven-devouring earthen beast. Boom! The space was instantly torn apart by the destructive force. Li Lingtian's body was pushed back and the light shield of the true dragon was almost destroyed by the force. The trillion-pound freezing sky god altar and the heaven-devouring earthen beast collided, causing the entire space to tremble. Roar! With an indignant roar, the freezing sky god altar quickly descended, and the heaven-devouring earthen beast that was crashing down was also ruthlessly suppressed. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 469, The Period of Emperor Xuanyuan. Bang! With a dull sound, the desert rose into the sky. The earth collapsed, and the entire world seemed to tremble under this muffled sound. The heaven-devouring earthen beast was originally crashing down onto the ground. The 100-meter wide freezing sky altar had finally managed to destroy the heaven-devouring earthen beast. It was Li Lingtian's first time encountering such a powerful collision. He did not expect the heaven-devouring earthen beast, which could not even be shaken by a heaven-tier superpower, to fall before the freezing sky altar. Crash! The desert on the ground quickly disappeared, and so did the heaven-devouring earth beast. Li Lingtian's eyes were filled with astonishment. The originally boundless desert was shrinking rapidly until it became a 100-meter wide wasteland. In the middle of this 100-meter wide wasteland was a 5-colored spiritual pearl the size of a fist. On one side was a huge inner core, which was filled with breathing earth. Li Lingtian finally understood that this desert was a manifestation of an almighty beast. He had been on the body of this beast, or rather, the body of the beast, for the past few days. The heaven-devouring earthen beast was an exotic beast of nature. It devoured the earth's soil and the heaven and earth's spirit chi, turning its body into a desert. The desert grew larger and larger, which was why Li Lingtian and the others were tricked. After the beasts of the world died, they returned to nature. All of this was supported by the soil of breath. After the heaven-devouring beast died, the soil of breath appeared once again. Li Lingtian landed and scanned his surroundings with his divine perception. He had been flying on the heaven-devouring earthen beast for so many days. Now that he had recovered, he was worried that the other powerhouses might be in this place as well. However, what made him feel relieved was that there were no other people in this place. After that, he carefully put away the inner core and added a few seals on it. One had to know that there was breathing earth inside. A grain of breathing earth was a world. With so much breathing earth, it was a heaven-defying existence. After putting away the soil of breath and the five-colored spiritual pearl, he looked around and saw Longda with a bitter expression. It turned out that there was a spatial fluctuation in the place where he was hiding. He was injured by a spatial disorder and his arm was almost destroyed. Shoo! Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he was done. After flying for a few days, it turned out that he was only on a mutated beast's body. The beast had disappeared. The boundless desert had become a 100-meter-wide wasteland, surrounded by dense forests. These jungles and shrubs were magical beyond compare. Many of them were things that Li Lingtian had never seen before. The scene was as if he had returned to ancient times. Let's find a place to rest first, Li Lingtian said to Longda before he passed a recover pill to Longda. Although Longda was a member of the dragon tribe, he could still use the pill on humans. Li Lingtian did not have the ability to refine the Great Rejuvenation Pill, but Longda's physique and strength were not a problem. Longda vanished and hid himself around Li Lingtian. This would be a good opportunity to ambush him. Li Lingtian's body flashed as he quickly flew into the distance. This time, he did not ride the multicolored beast to avoid any danger. He could dodge, but the multicolored beast could not. After searching for half a day, they finally found a huge cave beside a large lake. The cave was like a cave abode. It was dry and airy, suitable for cultivation and rest. Immediately, Li Lingtian began to set up the formation. It took him half an hour to finally create a world of formation within a 10-mile radius. The lake was also confined within the formation. After the array was completed, an illusion array was added outside. Under the illusion array, it was like an ordinary hillside. As long as one was not an array expert, they would not notice anything amiss here. If he wanted to rest in such a mysterious forbidden area, he naturally had to take safety measures to prevent himself from being harmed by powerful unknown dangers. Moreover, he had no way to deal with a rank 7 or rank 8 martial monarch realm expert now. Therefore, he could only spend more effort if he wanted to rest. After everything was done, Li Lingtian summoned the silver-winged flying dragon, multicolored beast, and jade-eyed beast. He also summoned 30 martial supreme realm guards. The 30 martial monarch realm experts and a few demon beasts were hidden in the array formation. As long as there was danger, the moment the array formation was broken, they would launch a destructive attack. This was also a test of the loyalty of the martial monarch realm guards. When there was no danger, they would say that they were loyal. However, if they encountered danger, the first to escape would be the guards. It was useless to have such guards. Sometimes, things would go wrong. You would place your safety on them, but they would abandon you when you were in danger. You would not be prepared at all. Under such circumstances, you would be plunging yourself into death. Li Lingtian was born into this world and would not trust anyone easily. Unless it was someone who had gone through countless trials, or his own family or woman. After making the necessary arrangements, Li Lingtian entered the cave. With Longda guarding the cave in secret, he could rest assured. He sent his divine sense into the divine dragon ring. He saw Tang Qingyue and the others cultivating in the ring, so he reminded them. After his divine sense left the divine dragon ring, the ring was opened, and Tang Qingyue and the others appeared in the cave. "Husband, what is this place?" Shun Mei was the first to ask. She had been cultivating in there for quite some time. Counting the time, it had been almost a month outside. "This is the forbidden area of the Tianhe zone." As Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone, the girls quickly scanned the surroundings and quickly confirmed that it was safe. It seemed like they knew that Li Lingtian would be resting here for a while. "Lingtian, how long have we been in the forbidden area?" After Tang Qingyue finished sizing him up, she noticed that Li Lingtian was not in good spirits. She knew that he must have been injured here. "I have been here for 8 days, that I encountered a mutated beast. I've been flying on this mutated beast for the past few days." Li Lingtian then recounted what he had encountered in the forbidden area for the past few days. He smiled bitterly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry when he encountered such a situation. He was a martial honor and a saint alchemist, but he had actually flown on a demonic beast for a few days without knowing. If he had not killed the demonic beast in the end, he really did not know how long he would have to fly in the desert. "I didn't expect that you would actually encounter a heaven and earth devourer beast, that if I'm not mistaken, this place should be an ancient ruin left by Emperor Xuanyuan in the antiquity times. Otherwise, heaven-devouring earth beast wouldn't appear here. Although it's just a guess, according to the ancient records, it should be like this." Huang Fuyuyan pondered for a moment after listening to Li Lingtian's story. She then told him what she knew. Although she had copied the information from the ancient book, some of the information recorded in the ancient book could still be trusted even though it was not entirely correct. "What you said is not much different from what I thought, that it seems that this forbidden land should be in the age of Emperor Xuanyuan in the far ancient times. However, it sank later and was isolated from the present age. I wonder what happened in the far ancient times, that if we can find some in here, we won't have come here in vain." Li Lingtian nodded. Even though the matter was a little ridiculous, everything in this world was ridiculous. What you did not believe was often true. "What kind of experts have come here?" Tang Qingyue was curious. Anyone who could make it here must not be simple. She also wanted to know what kind of powerful warrior there was that Li Lingtian would treat so seriously. Other than the 6th Heaven Martial Emperor in the East River City, the others are all at the 7th or 8th Heaven Martial Emperor realm and the Martial Honored realm. I'm the only one at the 4th Heaven Martial Honored realm while the others are at the 9th Heaven Martial Honored realm. However, other than the 4 in East River City, there should be 11 more Martial Honored realm experts. I've already killed 24 of them. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. This time, it was hard to predict the ranking of East River City. He had dealt with quite a number of martial honors but he had yet to encounter a single martial emperor. If they encountered one, they would be in a desperate situation. After all, the opponent was a 7th heaven existence. Only the East River City had a 6th heaven existence. Naturally, they would not fight with the martial artists of the East River City. "You're injured too. You should rest for a while. We'll clean up and talk about it after you've rested," Tang Zimeng said before she started tidying up the cave while Li Lingtian meditated and rested at the side. The girls tidied up quickly. Although this cave was only temporary, it was tidied up by them like a girl's boudoir. Moreover, this cave was like a cave abode. It was much better than the flickering of a small world, and the spiritual energy was also extremely dense. Soon after, Li Lingtian rested on the blanket that had been tidied up. Even though his injuries were not serious, he could not afford any mishaps in this place. He had to restore his spirit and cultivation base to their peak condition. 3 days. Within 3 days, Li Lingtian's injuries had fully recovered and his spirit had reached its peak. Tang Zimeng and the rest took the opportunity to rest outside for the next few days to get used to the time difference between the outside world and the Divine Dragon Ring since Li Lingtian would be leaving in a few days. They had to enter the Divine Dragon Ring. After all, The martial artists here were all at the 7th or 8th heaven of the martial emperor realm. They had completely ignored the martial honors. He had only been here for a dozen days, so resting here for a few days was nothing. Li Lingtian accompanied Tang Qingyue, Huang Fuyuyan, Qingling, and Shen Mei for a few days. Huang Fuyuyan laughed at Tang Qingyue and Shen Mei However, she did not expect Li Lingtian to pull her and Qingling together. The two of them went crazy together with Li Lingtian. Even though she was shy, she did not want to reject Li Lingtian. After she agreed, she let go of him. That night, the three of them had sex to their heart's content, stimulating the two women and bringing them to the clouds countless times before finally falling asleep weakly. Chapter 470, Earth Element Tao Intent. After tasting this wonderful taste, Huang Fuyuyan and Qingling were also extremely excited. He no longer laughed at Tang Qingyue and Shen Mei They rested by the lake for 5 days. Although the spiritual qi in the forbidden area was dense, they did not want to cultivate in this place. Instead, they planned to leave. There was only 1 year here, and every second that passed was a second less. Moreover, they still had not figured out where this place was. After that, Lieutenant Ling Tian called Tang Qingyue and the others into the Divine Dragon Ring before he deactivated the array. The 30 martial emperor powerhouses did not return to the Divine Dragon Ring. Instead, they flew ahead quickly and scouted the way. If they encountered a supreme martial emperor, they would send a message through voice transmission so that Li Lingtian could be prepared. After leaving the lake, Li Lingtian flew slowly while his divine consciousness scanned the area continuously. He observed everything within 100 miles. Along the way, they did not encounter any experts. Finally, they obtained countless precious medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs here were either 10,000 years old or had regrown after rotting. A place like this had not been visited for countless years. The spiritual energy was also very rich and dense. Naturally, it was rich in medicinal herbs. Li Lingtian was like a bandit. Whenever he encountered a good herb, he would uproot it and move the soil around it into the Divine Dragon Ring. As a result, his herb garden grew larger and larger. The girls were rendered speechless when they saw Li Lingtian's divine perception entering and exiting. Every time Li Lingtian's divine consciousness entered the Divine Dragon Ring, he would bring along a large batch of rare herbs and even some soil. Even though they were speechless, they were happy because they would not be able to visit such a place twice in their lives. On this day, Li Lingtian came to a precipice with a bitter expression on his face. Could it be that something strange happened again? Li Lingtian muttered to himself. This was because he had not seen the precipice from the start. It was as if the precipice had suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! A shocking consciousness spread out between heaven and earth. No, it wasn't spread out, but this consciousness gathered from between heaven and earth. As if the spirit qi had been absorbed by the spirit gathering array, the consciousness quickly came out from all directions and gathered at Li Lingtian's location. In the blink of an eye, a tornado formed with Li Lingtian at the center. A shocking storm vortex appeared and Li Lingtian was also whirled up. Even a 4th-level martial honored realm was powerless against such a storm vortex. Logically speaking, such a storm itself could not affect a supreme realm expert. However, this storm had its own consciousness, as if it was controlled by a super expert. Li Lingtian's supreme realm cultivation was nothing if he was a super powerhouse. The profound truths of the earth is the will of the great Tao. Li Lingtian was shocked. There was a heavy force in the storm and consciousness was still present in this heavy force. Moreover, Li Lingtian did not feel anything that would cause panic in the storm. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity that was as heavy as the earth. As a 5 elements perfection, he could naturally feel the heavy earth profundity. He suddenly thought of the legend. It was said that 10 Tao wills appeared every 10,000 years in the forbidden area of the Tianhe zone. He did not expect this to be true, and he had even encountered it. At that thought, Li Lingtian was completely relaxed. He used his divine perception and Earth-type martial soul to sense the will of the Earth martial soul. This kind of will, the experts they encountered would either sense it and refine and absorb its essence to obtain higher achievements, or they would be destroyed by the will. This was a double-edged sword. If he didn't break through, he would die. Li Lingtian had nothing to say when he encountered such a situation. He could say that he was unlucky, but he had encountered a Tao intent that was hard to come by. If he was lucky, however, this Tao intent could destroy him if he was not careful. It was a game of instant kill. Putting aside all his worries and emotions, it would be a huge joke if he could not even withstand the condensation of the will of the Great Path and the perfection of the 5 elements. As time ticked by, Li Lingtian was completely immersed in the thick will of the earth. However, at this moment, a destructive force appeared between heaven and earth. The appearance of this force jolted Li Lingtian awake, but he did not withdraw from the tempering of his will. He opened his eyes and saw a young man staring at him coldly. There was a hint of violence in his eyes. It was obvious that he had taken Li Lingtian as his prey. Furthermore, his gaze turned vicious when he looked at Windstorm. "Junior, this will is something you can enjoy. Destroy it." A look of jealousy appeared on Xiao Dingyuan's face. He had searched for more than half a month. Although he had found countless precious medicinal herbs and some treasures, he had not found the will he needed. He did not expect that this martial honored realm junior would actually refine his will at this time. Wasn't this deliberately making him sad? After saying that, he circulated all the true essence in his body and grabbed at the air with one hand. A destructive force grabbed at the storm. As long as the storm was destroyed by an outsider, the earth element's will would go berserk and Li Lingtian would be destroyed by it. "You will regret it," Li Lingtian said coldly without any intention of retaliating. Moreover, he did not have the slightest chance to do so now as the earth element's Tao will had reached its final stage. As long as he completely accepted these wills and refined them, he would be able to completely comprehend the earth element will. At that time, his cultivation would also be able to make a breakthrough. "You're still so stubborn even at the brink of death. No one can get what I can't," Xiao Dingyuan said coldly. The force of his injury intensified and a distorted force was hurled at Li Lingtian's storm. Looking at his own strength, Xiao Dingyuan's face was filled with madness and cruelty when he saw that his opponent was a martial honor who did not even have the chance to retaliate. It was as if he was watching Li Lingtian being swallowed by the will of the Great Path in the storm. However, at this moment, a destructive dragon aura appeared. 100-meter-long dragon blocked the attack, and a destructive attack also bombarded Xiao Dingyuan's attack. At the same time, Xiao Dingyuan felt dozens of destructive forces rushing towards the sky. The sudden situation made Xiao Dingyuan's heart tremble. In front of him was a demonic beast, a powerful 7th-tier demonic beast. This was acceptable. After all, this was a forbidden area with countless demonic beasts inside. However, the sudden appearance of dozens of martial emperor powerhouses, destructive attacks behind him was something that made him tremble. He knew that there were only 53 martial emperors who had entered the forbidden area. Other than him, there were 52 more. There were 30 martial monarch realm experts who attacked him. Could it be that 30 powerful martial monarch realm experts were hiding here just to attack and kill him? For a moment, his heart trembled. If this was really the case, even if he resisted, he would only die. As a peak 7th level martial emperor, he could dodge and resist even before it was destroyed. Boom! With a loud explosion, the dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after the blood was spat out, a poisonous fog was spat out. Rumble, rumble. The 30 destructive attacks landed on Xiao Dingyuan's defense. His shocking defense was shattered and his body was thrown out. However, he did not die. Xiao Dingyuan looked puzzled. The martial sovereigns who came to the forbidden area were all at the 7th or 8th heaven. 30 of them could easily kill him with a single blow. However, although the attacks of the 30 martial emperor powerhouses were terrifying, they were not able to kill it. Wherever his gaze passed, the expression on his face became even more shocked. The 30 martial emperor powerhouses were dressed in the same clothes. They were from the same force or organization, but they were definitely not powerhouses from outside. Even so, there were still 30 powerful martial emperor powerhouses, and each of them was at the third or fourth heaven. Killed. Longda spat out a mouthful of blood and turned into a human with a cold expression. He had used his attack and physique to fend off Xiao Dingyuan's attack just now. Otherwise, it would have affected Li Lingtian's ability to receive the will of the Great Path. To plot against Li Lingtian at this time was simply courting death. This was the extent of the martial emperor's magnanimity. Living was a waste of air. Martial artists hated being disturbed when they were cultivating, and they hated being plotted against when they were breaking through. Boom, dot boom, dot boom, dot boom. The 30 martial emperor powerhouses did not hesitate at all because the opponent was a 7th level martial emperor. If they did not take this opportunity to attack and lost the initiative, all 30 of them would be killed by the 7th level martial emperor. Immediately, destructive attacks bombarded Xiao Dingyuan on the ground like a cannonball. The entire world trembled. The 30 martial emperor powerhouses fought as they shifted the battlefield to another location so that they would not affect Li Lingtian. So you cheated and brought guards in, damn it, you're too cunning. Xiao Dingyuan cursed loudly as he blocked the attack. As a 7th heaven martial emperor expert, he immediately understood what was happening. These 30 martial emperors were all at the 3rd or 4th heaven. They were obviously the guards of the supreme realm expert in the storm. He did not know what method he used to cheat and bring such a powerful group of guards in. This was cheating. But now, who cared if you cheated? You were beaten up so badly that you were covered in your head. Even a 7th level martial monarch realm expert was beaten up by a 3rd level martial monarch realm expert. Die, kill, kill, kill. The 30 martial monarch realm experts were extremely pleased. How could they be unhappy when they saw the powerful 7th level martial monarch realm expert being beaten up so badly? However, they did not dare to be careless at all. A 7th level martial monarch realm expert was never comparable to a 3rd or 4th level martial monarch realm expert. The difference between the two was that although they were both martial monarch realm experts, the 7th heaven and the 3rd and 4th heaven were completely different worlds. They were not on the same level. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Explosions sounded like cannons. 30 martial monarch realm experts surrounded a martial monarch realm expert and killed him. They did not give Xiao Dingyuan any chance to fight back at all. Pfft. Ah. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A fiery red shield appeared on Xiao Dingyuan's body, who was originally unable to fight back. All the attacks were blocked in front of the shield. With the protection of the shield, Xiao Dingyuan killed one of the 3rd heaven martial emperor realm experts with one strike. Chapter 471, 5th level Supreme Realm. Pfft. Xiao Dingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood when a 3rd heaven martial emperor guard died. It turned out that Xiao Dingyuan wanted to find a chance to fight back, but the 30 martial emperor guards did not give him the chance at all. He naturally understood that if this went on, he would only be tortured to death. He forcefully protected his body with his true origin and resisted the destructive force of a martial emperor powerhouse. He then unleashed his most powerful intermediate grade saint weapon, the flaming shadow shield. It seemed like he had made a huge profit by enduring a destructive blow and using his defense to kill a martial emperor's guard. However, with Xiao Dingyuan's identity and cultivation, this deal was actually a huge loss. Rumble, boom. Boom. The sky was filled with destructive attacks. The martial monarch realm experts of the guard group were constantly bombarding Xiao Dingyuan. In just a short while, 2 more martial emperor guards had fallen. However, Xiao Dingyuan was not in a good state either. Even though he was at the 7th heaven, he could not withstand the attacks of so many martial emperors. As his true essence was being consumed endlessly, a bitter smile appeared on his face. His mind was constantly scheming as the battle once again rolled toward Li Lingtian. Longda had been watching the situation closely, but he did not dare to leave Li Lingtian's side. If Xiao Dingyuan suddenly unleashed some destructive attack on Li Lingtian would not be able to retaliate. He could block the attacks for Li Lingtian from here as well. His eyes were fixed on the approaching battle from afar. He then turned to look at Li Lingtian, who was in the storm. He was extremely anxious because he did not know how long it would take for Li Lingtian to finish honing his Dao will. Once he was done honing his Dao will, he would be able to escape first. He would not have to stand there and take a beating without retaliating. Ah! Another martial emperor guard had fallen. Xiao Dingyuan's mouth was stained with blood and his eyes were filled with malice. At this moment, he hated Li Lingtian to the core. Initially, he had intended to destroy Li Lingtian with the intention of harming others but not himself. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to have so many martial emperor guards by his side. Furthermore, he was beaten to the point where he was unable to retaliate and was severely injured. Even if he managed to kill Li Lingtian now, he could only flee. After all, there were too many martial emperor guards here. Moreover, even if he managed to escape, his injuries would take at least 1 to 2 years to recover. In other words, his trip to the Forbidden Area was in vain. He might even be threatened by other martial emperor powerhouses. Sparks of fire. At that moment, Xiao Dingyuan had already broken through the martial emperor's guards' encirclement. In a flash, he crossed a distance of 5 kilometers and arrived before Li Lingtian. He circulated the remaining true essence in his body to the limit. He stretched out his hand and a flame appeared in his hand. Heaven and earth became restless in the face of this flame. Xiao Dingyuan then waved his hand and a flaming light curtain shot toward Li Lingtian. The flaming light curtain was originally only 1 meter wide, but halfway through, the entire space had turned into a world of flames. This was a heaven-grade divine power, the high-grade heaven-grade divine power, Starfire Prairie. Roar! Longda also hesitated. A shocking dragon aura rose up from his body and he rushed forward in a flash. He wanted to block this flame so that it wouldn't get any closer. However, at this moment, Longda's body seemed to be trapped in the air. He felt as if the entire sky was covered by the earth, causing his body to sink rapidly. Profound truths of earth, silence of all things. In the sky, a faint voice came from the storm. The voice was neither salty nor light. In the ears of every expert, they felt that the owner of this voice was as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Longda's body continued to sink. As he did so, he turned his head to look at the storm. Li Lingtian's eyes were tightly shut, but his right hand was making a mysterious gesture. This gesture carried the mysterious profound trajectory of heaven and earth. An invisible force of heaven and earth pressed down on the flames. Chi Cc. In the sky, a slight sound was heard, like a raging flame being doused by cold water. The raging flames in the entire space disappeared strangely. Moreover, the supreme power of heaven and earth did not stop and directly pressed down on Xiao Dingyuan in the distance. Xiao Dingyuan felt the pressure of destruction and his expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but his entire body felt as if it was pressed down by a huge mountain, and his legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Pfft! Ah! Boom! In front of the invincible power of heaven and earth, Xiao Dingyuan, who was at the invincible 7th heaven, could not resist at all. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and then the destructive pressure seemed to want to crush her and explode. A scream came out of his mouth, and his face was filled with fear. The fear in his eyes gradually turned into ashes. There was an explosion in the air. The 7th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm's super expert was turned into ashes under a pressure. The destructive power of the world hit the ground hard. A palm print that was 10 miles in size appeared on the ground, and the palm print went deep into the ground. Li Lingtian did not move at all amidst the storm. However, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and his face was pale. The Tao Will was still being refined continuously. Li Lingtian was enduring the destructive Tao Will refinement. At the moment of crisis just now, he could only forcefully attack and use the trace of profoundness he sensed. There was no other Earth-type skill other than the Heaven Up seal. At this moment, the will of the Great Path was used on the Heaven Flipping seal. With one strike, it carried the supreme power of heaven and earth, extinguishing the flames and killing Xiao Dingyuan, who was at the seventh heaven of the martial emperor realm. He had paid a heavy price for killing Xiao Dingyuan. His will, which was supposed to be stable, was now in chaos. He could only quickly gather his will and condense it. 10 minutes later, Li Lingtian let out a pained roar. The terrifying storm disappeared and Li Lingtian's body floated in the air. The earth-shattering earth element Tao intent circled around Li Lingtian as he allowed it to wreak havoc. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are balanced. Li Lingtian kept chanting the incantation. At this moment, he had to stabilize the earth element's will of the way first. Otherwise, he would be killed even if he was a god. The consequences of forcefully using the will of the great path of the earth element were this severe. This was also due to luck. If Xiao Dingyuan had come half an hour later, he would have completely tempered his will and comprehended it. But now, he had to suffer from the ravages of the will and only comprehended half of it. After unleashing his 5 elements perfection martial soul, he had finally stabilized the earth element Tao intent. The pain on Li Lingtian's face had lessened a little, but he did not stop. Instead, he continued to comprehend the Tao intent. Out of the 30 martial emperor guards, 5 had fallen. The remaining 25 guards came to a spot not far from Li Lingtian and looked around vigilantly. Long De was also carefully paying attention to everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. If there was any danger, he would quickly pull the battlefield apart. Seconds passed. 1 day passed, then 2 days. On the 3rd day, the world quieted down and the ground stopped shaking. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and his face was calm. The aura on his body changed rapidly. His entire temperament sublimated and became steady and heavy. It was like a heavy earth that could bear all things. Li Lingtian's face was no longer as pale as before as his aura continued to rise. He was now fully energized. Revered martial artist, level 4, breakthrough. Li Lingtian's hands kept moving as he cast a series of spells. Following that, he chanted word by word. The aura around his body exploded and filled the air. All the martial emperor powerhouses were extremely envious. This was a breakthrough. They had used countless methods when they were at the Supreme Realm, but they did not expect Li Lingtian to achieve a breakthrough so easily. He had advanced from level 4 to level 5 Supreme Realm. Li Lingtian's face was expressionless as his aura slowly returned. Congratulations, young master, for controlling the will of the Great Path. Congratulations, young master, for your breakthrough in your cultivation. Long De was elated to see Li Lingtian's cultivation breakthrough. The stronger Li Lingtian was, the more benefits he would bring them. Li Lingtian's breakthrough was even happier than Long Da's own breakthrough. Congratulations, Alchemy Saint, for controlling the will of the Tao and improving your cultivation greatly. Congratulations, Alchemy Saint. All of a sudden, the 25 guards stepped forward to congratulate him, their faces filled with envy. It was also luck that Li Lingtian had encountered the 10 Tao wills in such a short period of time. If Li Lingtian did not allow them to come out, they could still find an excuse for not obtaining the Tao will. However, the 30 of them were scouting ahead of Li Lingtian and did not discover the Tao will. Yet, Li Lingtian managed to obtain it easily. Li Lingtian nodded as a reply. As he turned around, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, but it was fleeting. The precipice that had appeared here did not exist at all. It was definitely not an illusion because he had sensed it with his divine sense earlier. The reason why he did not see the precipice was probably due to the earth element's Tao intent. Since Li Lingtian had accepted the earth element's Tao intent, the precipice would naturally disappear as well. Now that he had reached the 5th level of the Supreme Realm, his strength was even stronger. Li Lingtian's confidence was boosted. Although he was not confident enough to kill an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor, he could still escape even if he could not defeat an ordinary Martial Emperor. After all, he had the earth element will of the Great Path now. It was hidden in the ground and no one would be able to discover it. If it appeared, it would be a heaven-defying treasure. After that, Li Lingtian dealt with the 5 fallen Martial Emperor guards. Naturally, he knew the identities of these guards and their families. Although he could not save the 5 fallen Martial Emperors, he could compensate their descendants and families. In the Divine Martial Continent, it was normal for experts to die in battle. They either killed someone or were killed. 10 million spirit stones for each descendant. Each descendant can enter the Divine Pill Pavilion and receive the protection of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Li Lingtian spoke calmly before he turned to leave. He was not a heartless person and he did not feel good about the death of his subordinates. However, what he could do was to compensate his descendants, so that his fallen subordinates would not die in vain. Naturally, the other guards were upset when they saw their comrades fall. However, they were extremely grateful for Li Lingtian's handling of the situation. If it were any other powerhouse, they would have completely ignored their subordinates' deaths and treated them as though they were grass. Chapter 472, 99-1 Formation. Longda led 25 guards and quickly traversed the mountain range. In such a place, one could not leave until a certain period of time. Only after a year would the forbidden area automatically open. It was impossible for him to leave now even if he wanted to. Li Lingtian instructed Longda to find a suitable place to cultivate. He had just broken through to the 5th level of the martial honored realm and needed to stabilize his realm. Moreover, he had mastered the will of the earth element and needed to comprehend it well. Otherwise, he would not have such a good opportunity in the future. After finding a good place, Li Lingtian cast many formations like the last time. He used a hidden illusory formation so that he would not be discovered by other powerhouses. It would be too much of a coincidence if they found his array formation in such a large forbidden area. It was not a big deal to be afraid of the unexpected. If he encountered an expert at the 7th or 8th heaven again, it would not be so easy to deal with him. Even though Xuanyuan had killed the 7th heaven Martial Emperor with one move last time, he had used up too much energy and was seriously injured. After forcefully casting blazing sparks, he was caught off guard. Otherwise, the 7th heaven Martial Emperor would not have been killed so easily. Even if he had mastered the will of the Great Path, the will of the Great Path of the Earth system was a defensive type. Among the 5 elements martial souls, the penetrating power of the metal system martial soul was the strongest, and the feminine power of the water system martial soul was unmatched. The vitality of a wood-type martial soul was strong, and its recovery and healing abilities were the strongest behind the Xuanyuan. A fire-type martial soul had the strongest destructive and corrosive power, and was also the most abnormal martial soul. The earth martial soul was unparalleled in defense. 5 people could cultivate defense with the earth martial soul. Moreover, it could rely on the power of the earth to regenerate and use the power of the earth as defense. However, Li Lingtian had used the sky-turning palm on the Tao will. The sky-turning palm was a mystical profound meaning to begin with. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had cultivated the sky-turning palm to the perfection state. With the addition of the Tao will, it was easy to achieve. Longda, I'm calling 25 people out. I'll leave the safety of this place to you. I'll cultivate for a while. Li Lingtian told Longda after he entered the array. After that, he summoned the 25 martial emperor guards with his divine consciousness. All of a sudden, there were 50 martial emperor powerhouses, all of whom were at the 3rd or 4th heaven. This subordinate will obey. Longda never spoke much and only followed orders. He was a strong person and knew what he had to do. He was well aware of Li Lingtian's strength. As long as Li Lingtian did not fall, even if Longda did fall, Li Lingtian could still recreate him from the 3,000 worlds dragon energy. He understood this very well and was at ease. All he had to do was not let Li Lingtian fall. Even if he were to encounter a destructive attack, he would not hesitate to defend Li Lingtian. This is a set of formations. It's an offensive formation and also a joint formation. If you can cultivate them successfully, the combined strength of a third Heaven Martial Emperor will be equivalent to the power of an eighth Heaven Martial Emperor. Li Lingtian took out a jade slip and handed it to Long De casually. Naturally, Long De was the one to handle this matter. There were 50 people, and every 10 people formed a formation. Divine Level Array Formation, 9-9-1. 9 Martial Monarch Realm experts combined their true origin together, and with another Martial Monarch Realm expert as the medium, it was a joint attack. It was not as simple as 10 Martial Monarch Realm experts joining forces. Thank you, Pill Saint. The dozens of Martial Emperor's guards knew that Li Lingtian was knowledgeable and talented. He was a rare genius in the divine martial continent. Not only was his alchemy Dao powerful, his cultivation was even more terrifying. If he could obtain this combined attack formation and join forces, he could defeat an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor expert with one strike. Although the price he had to pay was relatively high, it was worth it for a 3rd or 4th Heaven Martial Emperor expert to defeat an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor expert. This array is not to be used unless it is absolutely necessary. After using this array, the martial artist will not be able to use their true chi for a month. Moreover, with one attack, all their true chi will be exhausted. You can build 5 combined attack formations. Even so, don't use the combined attack formations easily. Li Lingtian turned around and left for his cultivation spot. Before he left, he even gave a few serious reminders. If it were any other master, he would not have given such a reminder and would not have cared about his subordinates' lives. However, he was not a heartless person. He was his own people, so he had to be responsible for them. Otherwise, he would be no different from plants. Thank you, Pill Saint. All the guards were stunned and their hearts trembled. They had changed their opinion of this alchemy saint. The young man in front of them was not only an expert, but also a very courageous person. Even if it was for his own benefit, he would choose normal methods. Even if it was for his own safety, he would also consider his subordinates. He was definitely not an expert who killed the goose that laid the golden eggs. If you follow me, I will be responsible for you. Your lives are yours, and I have no right to take them away. My cultivation is temporarily inferior to yours, but one day, this world will be mine. Li Lingtian's figure disappeared, but his voice reached the ears of all the Martial Emperor's guards. They could not help but sob when they heard his words. 1,000 Li horse is easy to find, but a bowl is hard to find. Although they were doing this for Li Lingtian's pills and were genuinely protecting him, everything Li Lingtian did and said was for their sake. Li Lingtian's words touched their hearts. Their lives were theirs and Li Lingtian had no right to take them away. They understood that it required a great deal of breadth of mind and courage to be able to say such words. For this sentence, they could go through fire and water without hesitation because they had met Bo Lu. Li Lingtian was not pretentious, but he knew how to control his subordinates. Moreover, he was also like this. He was an expert. An expert had to have the demeanor of an expert. He could destroy his enemies by hook or by crook, but he would not scheme against his own people, nor would he scheme against those who helped him or those who risked their lives for him. Li Lingtian called Huangfu Yuyan and the others out when he returned to his own place. Hey, big brother, you seem to be injured. After Ge came out, he noticed that although Li Lingtian did not appear to be injured and it would not be noticeable if he was not paying attention, Ge could sense it. She looked surprised. Last time, her big brother was also injured. This time, he was injured again. It hadn't been long since then. She didn't know who had injured her big brother. In Ge's heart, Li Lingtian was the strongest person. No one could defeat him. This was the little girl's opinion. That's right, Lingtian. You met a powerhouse at the seventh heaven? Tang Qingyue asked with concern as she approached Li Lingtian. She was more worried about her man's injury than anyone else. She would rather be injured than see Li Lingtian get hurt. Look at this. Li Lingtian did not answer them. Instead, he extended his hands excitedly as his aura rapidly changed. Immediately, a feeling of the earth's heaviness appeared and a heavy aura wrapped around Li Lingtian. The girls were astonished. Li Lingtian had never possessed such an aura before. Furthermore, they did not receive a reply from him but were able to unleash this aura. Naturally, they knew that Li Lingtian was very concerned about this aura. Otherwise, he would not care about his injuries and would excitedly unleash this thick aura. Earth-type Dao intent. Huang Fuyuyan was the first to notice it, followed by Tang Qingyue. Both of them were well-read. Huang Fuyuyan's family was powerful, so she knew a lot. Tang Qingyue was an icy beauty. Other than cultivation, she was also interested in ancient books. Of the two sisters, one liked quietness, while the other was lively. Earth-type will? Could it be the Earth-type Dao intent of the 10 Dao intents in the Forbidden Area? Big Brother has obtained the will of the Earth element? No wonder. There must be many superpowers fighting for this Earth element will of the way. Otherwise, my husband wouldn't have been injured. The girls exclaimed in surprise. No wonder Li Lingtian was so excited to unleash this aura even after he was injured. It turned out that he had obtained Earth-type Dao intent. This Earth-type Dao intent was rare. That's right, it's the Earth-type will of the Great Path. But you're all wrong. There was no one fighting for it. It was a shameless piece of trash. He wanted to destroy me when he saw that I had the will of the Earth element. Fortunately, the experts of the guard group held him back and 5 guards died. Fortunately, I was able to kill him with my Earth elemental will of the Great Path. Li Lingtian recounted the situation to the girls, who were indignant and nearly cursed out loud. However, they were all peerless beauties, so they were naturally cultured. They were just furious. However, they were happy to see Li Lingtian standing in front of them unscathed. It was a blessing in disguise as he obtained the Earth element will of the way and attained the 5th heaven martial honored realm. How shameless. There's actually such a martial artist. If I saw him, I would definitely kick him twice. However, Big Brother obtained the Earth-type will of the Great Path and even fused it into the sky-turning seal. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Moreover, he even achieved the 5th level of the Supreme Realm, angering that guy to death. Yeah, if I saw him, I would slap him too. Look at the two of you. Do you still have any image? The girls chattered non-stop, but they were still happy for Li Lingtian. Following that, the girls did not disturb Li Lingtian anymore. They allowed him to cultivate quickly and recuperate from his injuries. They wanted to stay by Li Lingtian's side, but they could only hold back their urge to be intimate as they did not want Li Lingtian to suffer any side effects due to his injuries. While Li Lingtian was healing himself, he was also comprehending the Earth element's will and the Heaven Up seal. The Heaven Up seal had already reached the state of transformation, but now that it had merged with the will, it was about to reach another level. After martial artists reached a certain level, some skills were created by their own comprehension. The skills that they created were the most convenient. For example, Li Lingtian's Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens had always been his most powerful trump card. Its power was astounding and it was easy to use. Chapter 473, The 4 Saints of Xuanyuan. The will of the Great Path was the will of martial arts. Every martial soul had its own will of the Great Path. When a Supreme Realm expert obtained the will of the Great Path, he would be able to obtain the profound meaning of the martial arts and comprehend the profound will of the martial arts from it. Legend had it that the forbidden area of the Tianhe region would open once every 10,000 years, and every time, 10 wills of the Great Path would appear. The experts who obtained the will of the Great Path were all overlords. Moreover, in the forbidden area, the spiritual energy was dense. Even if they could not obtain treasures, they could obtain countless medicinal herbs and undergo countless tests of unknown dangers. Usually, the experts who could leave the forbidden area would obtain treasures or have a breakthrough in their cultivation. This was the first time in 100,000 years that the forbidden area of Tianhe Zone had been opened. No one had entered the forbidden area in 100,000 years, so there were naturally countless medicinal herbs and treasures inside. More importantly, this forbidden area of the Tianhe region had ancient secrets. Even if it was the Xuanyuan family, he did not know what it was like inside. That was because the people of the Xuanyuan family could not enter the forbidden area. Otherwise, they would not have allowed other martial arts experts to enter. What was inside, or what secrets were there, were not things that outsiders could know. Only a few core members of the Xuanyuan family knew. Big brother, do you think the people who went in this time will be able to find the 5-colored spiritual pearl successfully? In an underground secret chamber in the Sky River Temple, there were 4 old men with white hair and beards. None of them had any aura, just like ordinary old men. However, he did not know that these 4 elders were the 4 saints of the Xuanyuan family. They were already 9th heavenly layer martial saints and were only 1 step away from the legendary martial god. Moreover, since the cultivation technique he cultivated was magical, his lifespan was several times longer than that of experts of the same level. In other words, martial saints usually lived for 1,000 years, but the 4 of them could live for thousands of years. As long as they broke through to the martial god realm, they could live up to 10,000 years. However, in this world, there were pros and cons. The cultivation technique he cultivated was the art of longevity, but his strength was not deep. Among those of the same rank, his strength was the weakest. The 4 sages of Xuanyuan, the eldest Xuanyuan Yunhe, the second Xuanyuan Qingtian, the third was Xuanyuan Haotian, and the 4th was Xuanyuan Xiaofeng. Xuanyuan Xiaofeng was the one who had just spoken. After he finished speaking, his face was filled with anticipation. There are countless changes in this world. Even my divination skills have calculated countless variables. However, I can sense that someone has obtained the will of the great path. If we can bring back the 5-colored spiritual pearl and break the seal of my Xuanyuan family, we can return to the upper world. Xuanyuan Yunhe sighed. Among the 4 saints, he was proficient in divination and knew a lot about divination. Thinking of the seal that the Xuanyuan family had been sealed for countless years, a trace of pain appeared on his face. It was because of this seal that the people of the Xuanyuan family could not leave the Tianhe zone or return to the upper realm. Second brother, you were the one who arranged for us to enter the forbidden area of the Xuanyuan family. Why do I seem to see a 4th level Supreme Realm Junior? Isn't it a joke to enter with such strength? The 93 spots represent the 99 absolute kill. This is the most secretive array formation in the heaven and earth array path. Using a 4th level martial honored realm expert is too low. It's out of balance. Xuanyuan Haotian looked at Xuanyuan Qingtian. This forbidden area was arranged by Xuanyuan Qingtian. He didn't understand Xuanyuan Qingtian's arrangement. Even if it was according to the rules, with the strength of the Xuanyuan family, it could be done with a word. This matter, that 4th level supreme realm, was Big Brother's idea. Xuanyuan Qingtian smiled when he saw his 3rd brother. The 4 of them were brothers, and they all looked the same, but their personalities were different. Big brother, do you have any other ideas? Xuanyuan Haotian looked at Xuanyuan Yunhe and asked seriously. His big brother was always the most calm and knew a lot of things. However, he was a little curious about his big brother's arrangements this time. Don't underestimate this 4th level Supreme Realm martial artist. This 4th level Supreme Realm martial artist has the 5 elements at the peak and has the ice and fire martial souls. Moreover, this person is mysterious and powerful. He's already beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. However, his martial soul is at the 5 elements completion. In a short span of 7 years, he went from a martial apprentice to a revered martial artist, and he's also a saint alchemist who refines peerless pills. Do you think he's simple? According to the information we received, he has at least 3 divine weapons, at least 8 different physiques, and martial souls. The real hope this time is on him. Xuanyuan Yunhe said indifferently. When he mentioned this fourth-level Supreme Realm youth, his face revealed a trace of anticipation. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that people were talking about him, let alone the influence of the Tianhe region. If he knew, he wondered what he would think. 5 elements perfection, ice and fire martial souls, divine weapon, 8 different physiques and martial souls. This is too heaven-defying. Xuanyuan Haotian and the other 2 cried out in surprise. Only Xuanyuan Yunhe knew about this. They had not been involved in the outside world for thousands of years, so naturally, they did not know about Li Lingtian. That's right. It's because this person is heaven-defying that he can do such heaven-defying things. However, this person can't escape our control. Otherwise, we'll wipe him out immediately after he comes out. Xuanyuan Yunhe said seriously. After he finished speaking, he looked at a huge crystal stone opposite him. There were some red and black dots on it. Each red and black dot represented a Supreme Realm expert and a Martial Monarch Realm expert. Although they could not know the situation inside, they could see how many martial artists were left inside and where they were. Li Lingtian had been cultivating for 10 days and his injuries had recovered to their peak condition. During this period of time, he had also completely integrated the Sky-Turning Seal and Tao Will. Coupled with his cultivation base, his attack would definitely surpass an advanced heaven-grade superpower. With his cultivation at the 5th level of Martial Honored Realm, he was not afraid even if he was facing a 5th-level Martial Emperor. However, he could not easily use his will. After all, one attack would consume all his true essence and harm his body. After all, he was only a Martial Honored Realm. If he was a Martial Emperor, such a thing would not have happened. Tao intent relied on comprehension and comprehension. This kind of comprehension and comprehension was rare and could only be encountered by chance. Every time he comprehended, he would comprehend a higher level of Tao intent and conception. Naturally, the power would also be more terrifying and magical. During this period of rest, he was also intimate with Tang Qingyue and the others. Naturally, it was normal for the 3 of them to be together, but this was also an occasional thing. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when he suddenly frowned. Huh? Li Lingtian exclaimed softly. Even though the array formation separated them, it did not affect his perception of heaven and earth. His divine consciousness could monitor everything within a radius of 3,000 miles. Even a 9th-level Martial Emperor might not be able to compare to such a powerful divine consciousness. What's wrong, Lingtian? Tang Qingyue, who was meditating at the side, asked with concern when she saw Li Lingtian's expression. She was an icy fairy in public but a gentle and virtuous wife in front of Li Lingtian. She placed Li Lingtian at the center of everything. I can feel the metal elemental will of the Great Path, but there are experts fighting for it. Li Lingtian's expression turned serious as he calculated in his heart. He had just obtained the earth element's will and now he could feel the metal element's will. It was obvious that there was a mutual connection between these wills. It was already good enough for a martial soul with 5 elements perfection to obtain the earth element will of the way. However, he was unwilling to miss out on the metal element will of the way. After all, he was at the peak of the 5 elements. If he obtained the metal elemental will of the Great Path, he would be able to control 2 kinds of will of the Great Path. In that case, his cultivation would increase by a large margin. Metal-type Tao intent. Tang Qingyue was taken aback. Even she did not expect such a thing to happen. She did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to sense the metal-type Tao intent so quickly. Naturally, she knew what she was thinking but she would not ask him about it in case it affected Li Lingtian's decision. Qingyue, go and ask Mei and the others to pack up. This metal elemental will is right in front of me, so I naturally won't give up. At least I have to give it a try. I can't just let go of such a good opportunity right under my nose. Li Lingtian had a relaxed smile on his face. He laughed at the end of his sentence. He did not want his woman to worry. Even if it was such a dangerous thing, he would still say it in a relaxed and humorous manner. All right. Tang Qingyue was smart enough to understand Li Lingtian's intentions. She quickly stood up and walked away, telling Huangfu Yuyan and the rest to prepare to return to the Divine Dragon Ring. She also told them about the metal elemental Dao intent. Soon, a few girls gathered together with concerned expressions on their faces. However, none of them said a word. This was a sign of their trust in Li Lingtian, as well as a form of silent encouragement for him. Li Lingtian activated the Divine Dragon Ring with his divine consciousness. Tang Qingyue and the rest disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were already inside the Divine Dragon Ring. Long De, make the arrangements. 3,000 miles away, metal elemental will of the Great Path has appeared. 2 Seventh Heaven Martial Emperors. I'll set up an array formation to trap one of the Martial Monarch Realm experts inside. You guys are in charge of killing one of them. Li Lingtian shouted at Long Hao while the other guards followed him. They stood respectfully in front of Li Lingtian and listened to his instructions. This subordinate will obey. Long De agreed without the slightest hesitation. He would not hesitate no matter what Li Lingtian said. Even if it meant sending himself to his death, he would not frown. After Li Lingtian had given his instructions, he removed the array while Long De arranged for the other Martial Emperor guards to prepare for the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor. Over the past few days, the 50 Martial Emperor powerhouses had been comprehending and cultivating 9-9-1. Although they had not fully cultivated it, they could still execute it in front of them. This way, they would have some assurance when facing the 7th Heaven. As long as they didn't encounter any level 8 experts, there wouldn't be much of a threat when they faced a level 7 expert. Even if there was a threat, this was their duty. Li Lingtian's figure flashed as he flew forward silently. The further he went, the denser the metal element's aura became. The destructive metal element's aura tore through the air. Li Lingtian's face was filled with anticipation as he fully displayed the metal element's destructive power. Rumble. A shocking explosion sounded. The battle between the 7th Heaven martial sovereigns shook the world and the ground continued to collapse. Li Lingtian slowed down as well. He hid himself and observed the battle ahead carefully, as well as searching for any powerhouses nearby. Chapter 474, Luring the Tiger Out of the Mountain. The 2 7th-level martial emperors looked like 2 old men. I'm looking for monthly votes. This month's big outbreak. However, their strength was extremely terrifying. Li Lingtian had seen 2 7th Heaven martial emperors before. One of them seemed to be from Nanha City. However, there was no need to differentiate between places in this place. As long as they were not from one city or faction, they would kill each other. If they encountered the will of the Great Path, they would kill the other party even if they were from the same family, let alone a large city. After all, after obtaining the will of the Great Path, one's cultivation and strength would greatly increase. Who would want to miss such a thing? This was something that could not be encountered for the second time in their lives. However, Li Lingtian did not place all his attention on the martial monarch realm experts. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the mountain behind the 2 martial monarch realm experts. The entire mountain peak had no soil left. It was filled with golden boulders that emitted destructive energy. Li Lingtian was reminded of his myriad returning swords. It looked messy, but it had its own rhythm. The 1,000 swords returned to the origin appeared to be 10,000 sharp swords rotating and attacking without any pattern. However, there were endless formations within the sword formation. Only a holy array master like Li Lingtian could control such a formation. This was also one of the key factors that allowed Li Lingtian to quickly control the myriad returning swords. The destructive force in this mountain peak had a mysterious pattern. Traces of metal elemental energy were all destructive power, but there was not a trace of metal elemental Dao intent in them. Although it was not visible on the surface, as long as one was a martial emperor or above, they could feel the existence of the metal type will. This metal type will must be in the mountain. Li Lingtian's body disappeared mysteriously after discovering the metal elemental will. It would not be easy to determine the outcome of a battle between two seventh heaven martial emperors. Moreover, it would attract powerhouses. At that time, Li Lingtian would naturally not stay here and wait for one of them to be killed. Instead, he needed to do something himself. With a flash, he quickly left the battlefield and arrived at a canyon 100 miles away. Li Lingtian was busy in the canyon. 10 minutes later, Li Lingtian strolled out with a smile on his face. Rumble, crash, boom. The two supreme martial emperors continued to bombard each other with explosions. Moreover, both of them had metal-type martial souls. Naturally, they were determined to obtain the metal-type will of the way. Li Lingtian walked out brazenly to the battlefield. The two martial emperors glanced at Li Lingtian with disdain in their eyes. Naturally, a seventh heaven martial emperor powerhouse would not take a martial honor seriously. The way he looked at Li Lingtian was like he was looking at an ant. It was completely unable to affect them. However, there was no way to get rid of this supreme realm young man. This was because his opponent's attacks were all destructive. If he was not careful, he would be killed. Naturally, he would not be distracted to deal with a supreme realm. You two good-for-nothings, it's a dogfight like an idiot. Li Lingtian looked at the two martial supreme experts who were fighting before him but did not pay any attention to him. He laughed in his heart. Even an ant could affect the life and death of two evenly matched powerhouses. Naturally, he did not have the time to pay attention to Li Lingtian. Since the other party ignored him, he naturally would not wait here. Little bastard, what did you say? Get lost, or I'll kill you. The two martial monarch realm experts were stunned. They could not believe their ears at all. A martial honor that they looked down on actually insulted them in front of them. What kind of concept was this? Old trash, come over if you have the guts. Li Lingtian extended his right hand and extended a finger. Even if they did not understand what this gesture meant, they knew that it was definitely not a good thing. It was definitely an insult to them. I'll kill you. The dragon eagle was enraged. It was the first time he had been cursed by a martial honor. Pfft. Just as he was in a daze, Yao Lin's golden shrapnel came crashing towards him. It was too late for the dragon eagle to block. He was not prepared and was heavily injured. Little bastard, I'll tear you apart today. The dragon eagle was completely venting its anger on Li Lingtian after being injured. If it were not for this revered martial artist, he would not have been injured in anger. Under such circumstances, he was no match for Yao Lin. The two of them had the same cultivation base and strength. He was not confident in defeating and killing the other party. However, now that he was seriously injured, he had lost the opportunity to defeat the other party. Instead of doing that, it was better to retreat. However, he had to kill this supreme realm expert. In a flash, he abandoned Yao Lin and dashed toward Li Lingtian. Boom! With a loud explosion, a golden beam of light shot toward Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian was prepared for this. When the dragon hawk made its move, the thunderclap wings on his body flashed and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 20 miles away. The dragonhawk's fury grew even more apparent after its attack missed. With a loud curse, it shot out and vanished with a teleport. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Li Lingtian. Yao Lin was puzzled as he watched Li Lingtian lure the dragonhawk away. A cunning look appeared in his eyes. With a flash, he flew into the distance. Since someone wanted to lure the dragon eagle away, there would definitely be experts coming here. If he were to search for the metal elemental will of the Great Path now, he would be ambushed. He had to find the hidden expert. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. He had just flown 10 miles when a series of explosions sounded. The world trembled, and space began to tear apart in front of countless attacks. A total of 30 destructive attacks tore through the air and completely surrounded Yao Lin. I was tricked. Yao Lin's heart skipped a beat. These attacks carried the aura of a martial emperor. It was completely the martial emperor experts besieging him. There were only a few dozen martial emperors who could come to the Forbidden Land, and all of them were at the 7th or 8th heaven martial emperor realm. These 30 martial monarch realm experts were definitely the powerhouses who had entered. With so many people plotting against him, wasn't this going to be a disaster? Negative emotions appeared in his heart, and his face turned ashen. He circulated the true essence in his entire body and displayed a powerful defense. The subconscious reaction of humans was to automatically block at the moment of danger. Rumble, rumble. A series of explosions sounded as the destructive attacks bombarded Yao Lin's defense. Pft. With a miserable cry, his protective shield and super defense were shattered, and his body was completely exposed to the destructive attack. Then, his body was thrown up like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and his body fell to the ground. Just as he landed, several destructive attacks came crushing over. There was no sign of stopping at all. Naturally, the dozens of martial monarch realm guards were cultivating non-stop. They were all cultivating the combined attack formation. When they attacked together, they naturally had a tacit understanding. This was a battle between low-level martial artists and super experts. They had to cooperate completely and seamlessly. Boom, little bastard, don't you dare run. In the distance, there was also the sound of bombardment, but this attack missed every time. Countless huge black holes appeared on the ground, and the aura of the metal element was emitted. In just 10 seconds, the two of them had already reached a distance of 200 miles. Every attack of the Dragon Hawk was devastating, but every attack was just a little bit weaker than the Wuzun in front of him. He was getting angrier and angrier. Tisk. At that moment, the Dragon Hawk was chasing after Li Lingtian as well. It teleported just like the last time, but the moment it landed, it heard a soft sound as if something was being torn apart. However, when he teleported, he did not notice the situation in the air at all. Then, he was shocked. In front of him was a desert-like world. The sky was dark and the figure of the Supreme Realm Expert had long disappeared. Moreover, there was no aura of the Supreme Realm Expert in the entire space. Illusory formation. Little bastard, you fucking schemed against me. I'm going to tear you apart. Bastard. Boom. Boom. Little trash, if I don't tear you apart, I'll turn your name upside down. The Dragon Hawk in the sky kept attacking the air, but its attacks did not move at all. It cursed and attacked. No matter how powerful an expert was, they were courting death when they did not understand array formations. The Dragon Hawk felt that every time it used its vital essence, it would drain rapidly. One attack consumed twice as much vital essence. After more than 10 attacks, there was not much vital essence left in its body. He had to stop quickly. If this continued, his true essence would be exhausted. Even if the other party's Supreme Realm Expert appeared in front of him, he would only be courting death. Boom. Boom. Yao Lin kept dodging, but it was too late. He had lost the initiative and was ambushed in the dark. If dozens of super martial emperors joined forces, not even an 8th heaven martial emperor could withstand it, let alone a 7th heaven martial emperor. By the time he realized the situation, he had already suffered dozens of destructive attacks. The protective shield and defense on his body had long been destroyed. He had to rely on his physique and movement techniques to dodge. From time to time, he would use his attacks to block, but he would lose the initiative. Negative emotions would appear in his heart, and he would not be in a good state. Now, he was completely passive. Who are you? Yao Lin dodged and saw the 30 martial emperor powerhouses clearly. Although they were not at the 7th or 8th heaven martial emperor realm, nor were they the 53 martial emperors that came in from the outside, they were all at the 3rd or 4th heaven. He did not expect so many of them to appear all of a sudden to plot against him. Kill your people. It was unknown who said this, but the injured attack did not have the slightest intention of stopping. In a moment, the battlefield was pulled apart, and they had already left the mountain peak far away. The two 7th-level martial emperors were easily moved away and held in the distance. Li Lingtian's figure appeared before the mountain peak in a strange manner. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the mountain peak that was emitting the metal element's will, and a faint smile appeared on his face. His body flashed once more, and the entire mountain quickly disappeared. Chapter 475, Metal Dao Intent. You guys stay here and guard. There should be more people coming. Li Lingtian hid the other 20 martial emperor guards in the array on the mountain peak. Then, he called out all the guards in the Divine Dragon Ring. There were 65 martial monarch realm guards here. With such a lineup, even if 2 7th or 8th heaven martial monarch realm experts came, they could still hold them back. He had cast this array to seemingly block the mountain peak, but his true purpose was to arrange for this guard. We will definitely not let anyone enter this place. The 65 martial monarch realm guards said respectfully. Then, 20 martial monarch realm experts hit on both sides and formed a pincer attack. 45 martial monarch realm experts in the middle blocked the attack head-on, while the 20 martial monarch realm experts on both sides secretly used 9-9 to 1. With such a formation, even an 8th heaven martial monarch realm expert would be tricked. Li Lingtian led Longda into the mountain peak quickly. He then relaxed and sensed the final position of the metal-type will. The last time he had obtained the earth element will of the Great Path, he had been lucky. An ethereal existence like the will of the Great Path naturally wouldn't be able to see a single item. He slowly displayed his metal-type martial soul and used it to sense the metal-type will. Cece. Cece. Energy swirled in the air as the metal-type aura dispersed. Li Lingtian unleashed his metal-type martial soul and allowed the aura in the air to erode him. If he used other martial souls and defenses to block it, he would not be able to find the metal-type will of the Great Path, which was clearly courting death. Boom! A destructive pressure blasted over. The entire sky was completely golden. The golden pressure from all directions gathered like a storm and formed a beam of light that shot toward Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was extremely shocked and hesitated. If he didn't block it, he would definitely disappear in the face of such a bombardment. If he blocked it, he might miss the chance to meet the metal-type will of the Great Path. I'm going all out. Li Lingtian hardened his heart. Since he had already mastered the earth element Dao intent, even if he did not use his defense, his physique and limitless feather coat would not be killed by the light. At most, he would be severely injured. As long as he did not die, he could repair his body. Longda closed his eyes and a hint of anxiety flashed across his face. However, he quickly flew away. Since Li Lingtian had decided to take the risk, he would not stop him. Besides, it was too late to warn Li Lingtian. Whether or not he succeeded would depend on Li Lingtian's luck. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden radiance struck Li Lingtian's body. Li Lingtian did not resist at all. Instead, he fully unleashed his metal system martial soul to receive the bombardment of the golden radiance. However, what surprised him was that the golden light carried the power of destruction, but when it struck his body, it was as if he had entered a hot spring. I see. Li Lingtian thought to himself. The first ray of the metal-type Dao intent was a test of a strong practitioner's scheming and courage. If he were to resist it, he would be instantly destroyed and vanish into thin air. Those who possessed great courage would not be destroyed if they did not use their attacks or defenses. A person who could make a decision in an instant in such a situation was definitely a person with great wisdom. However, there were only 1 in a billion people like this, because the subconscious of humans was to resist. The golden light enveloped Li Lingtian as streams of mysterious will entered his mind. He was completely relaxed as he sensed the will in his mind and comprehended the ultimate existence of the metal element. The metal-type martial soul was the sharpest and most penetrating of the 5 elements in the world. It was known to be invincible. It was also the only offensive martial spirit among the 5 elements of the world. A true offensive martial spirit. Even if other martial spirits could attack, they were only auxiliary. Just like a tiger, it was born to eat strong food and weak meat. A true expert was also a true attacker. Although a lamb could attack and counterattack, it was considered self-defense and could only be considered as support. Heaven and earth naturally had their own nature to collapse. Everything outside of their nature was support. The metal element was the true attack and destruction. It was slaughter and destruction. Li Lingtian's mind was extremely clear as he entered a state of emptiness. In the past, he had never seriously understood metal-type martial souls because he cared about the ice and fire martial souls and some heaven-defying treasures and skills. Moreover, he had reached the 5 elements perfection, so he believed that the 5 elements martial soul was truly under his control. However, he finally understood that he didn't understand the nature and function of the 5 elements martial spirit, let alone control the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements was not to balance the world. Instead, each martial soul had its own heaven-defying aspects. Only after the 5 elements had reached perfection would they be able to balance the world. The earth element was the master of the earth and was half of the world. Although it was not very powerful, it had a heavy power. Without the earth, there would be no world. Without heaven and earth, there would be no world, no humans, no living things. Every existence had its own mission and meaning. Metal Will, Lord of Destruction. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian finally had a slight understanding of the 5 elements. He did not encounter the other 3 types of Tao intent, but he now truly understood the Earth-type Tao intent. He even managed to comprehend the Earth-type Tao intent that he did not fully comprehend the last time he encountered the Metal-type Tao intent. Understanding the will of the Great Path meant that one would have the opportunity to control it. Controlling the will of the Great Path was a heaven-defying move. There were also people who defied the heavens, and those who defied the heavens could achieve heaven-defying results. After understanding a little bit, his wisdom was like being enlightened. The originally blurry world became clear, and he felt an unprecedented sublimation in his heart. The sublimation of martial Tao intent, the sublimation of mental state. All the genuine vitality in his body disappeared and entered his dantian. A destructive metal-type martial soul appeared. He didn't know what was happening around him, but Long De saw it clearly. Shoo! He was shocked in his heart. This was too heaven-defying. Li Lingtian's boldness allowed him to withstand the bombardment of the golden radiance without suffering any harm. In less than a minute, the surrounding metal-type spirit Qi and Tao intent were surging toward Li Lingtian. Moreover, the metal-type martial soul that appeared on Li Lingtian's body was rapidly absorbing the spirit Qi and Tao will. In other words, Li Lingtian had received the will of the Great Path and comprehended the metal-type will. The entire mountain peak began to tremble before it gradually turned into nothingness. Li Lingtian's body was enveloped by a golden radiance that carried a destructive force. It gave off a feeling of true destruction. Long Da's heart trembled in front of this golden light. Yes. Li Lingtian moved his body and the golden radiance around him was absorbed into his body like a mist. Li Lingtian's body was filled with a destructive metal element twin heavens. Boom! The array formation on the entire mountain peak shattered and Li Lingtian's figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky. Sensing Li Lingtian's departure, all the guards, including Long De, quickly followed him. Li Lingtian hovered in the air and watched the battle 10 miles away. 30 martial emperor guards surrounded Yao Lin and they were all injured but not seriously. Yao Lin was also beaten up badly. It was impossible for him to escape. Heaven's Sword Unity. Let's go. Li Lingtian shouted softly as a golden radiance flashed on his body. Instantly, the Tianyu sword appeared before him. However, the cosmic sword was hovering above Li Lingtian's head. Li Lingtian clasped his hands together and a shocking destruction sword will appeared in the air. The cosmic sword was also fused with a golden light in his hand. 100-meter-long light shadow appeared in Li Lingtian's hand. He looked like a god of war. At that moment, Li Lingtian's figure vanished and a sharp sword appeared between the sky and earth. The 100-meter-long radiance transformed into the sword's body. The guards who were fighting in the distance all saw the situation in the sky. This was a completely destructive heavenly sword. With a supreme destructive pressure, he quickly dodged when he saw this situation. In the instant they dodged, the destructive heavenly sword slashed down ruthlessly. The sky was split into two halves, and time stopped. Whoosh! Boom! The short pause of time was restored, but when it was restored, the pressure of the heavenly sword had already split Yao Lin in half. Yao Lin's body turned into ashes the moment the heavenly sword passed by him. He didn't even have the time to scream. With a loud explosion, 100-mile-long chasm appeared on the ground. It was pitch black below and emitted a destructive aura. No one knew how deep it was. The heavenly sword disappeared and Li Lingtian reappeared. His expression was calm and emotionless. There was not the slightest change in his expression. Peak of the Great Circle. The third style of the destruction Heaven Sword Formation, Heaven Sword Unity. I'm sorry, Li Lingtian said softly, as if he was speaking to himself. It was the third move of the heaven-destroying sword formation, the Heaven Sword Unity. After obtaining the metal elemental will of the Great Path, his state of mind and cultivation base had been sublimated. His entire person had been sublimated in all aspects, allowing the fifth-level Supreme Realm, who had just broken through, to advance to the peak of the fifth-level Supreme Realm. He was only one step away from the sixth-level Supreme Realm. More importantly, the heaven-destroying sword formation was also comprehended this time. The Heaven Sword Unity was the third move. The first move, Sword Howl, was a low-level heaven-grade divine power. The second move, Myriad Returning Swords, was a high-level, super-level heaven-grade divine power. However, the current Heaven Sword Unity was a heaven-defying saint-grade divine power, which was also the so-called Almighty Divine Power. Although it was only in contact with Almighty Divine Powers, it had already surpassed heaven-grade divine powers. Entering the Saint-tier divine power, its power was destructive and beyond the imagination of martial artists. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, alchemy saint. Long De and dozens of guards came forward to congratulate him. They were all shocked to the core. Li Lingtian's attack had exceeded their imagination. This attack was clearly not a heaven-grade divine power. It was a little like the legendary saint-grade divine power. They were envious but happy. The stronger Li Lingtian was, the easier it would be for them. At least Li Lingtian could protect himself. It was completely heaven-defying for a Supreme Realm expert to be able to reach such strength. They could no longer describe the shock in their hearts. They were already numb to Li Lingtian's heaven-defying abilities. Chapter 476, A Coincidence. Li Lingtian nodded in return when he saw the dozens of guards congratulating him. Then, he looked into the distance. The air was still trembling. Although it was not obvious, it could not escape the Martial Emperor Powerhouse's gaze. That was the place where the Dragon Hawk was imprisoned. No matter how powerful he was, he could not leave the array. He had tried everything but could not break the illusion array. His true essence was rapidly consumed, and the spatial fluctuations of the illusion array kept on fluctuating, as if it was about to collapse. Realizing this, the Dragon Hawk no longer cared about the consumption of his Xuanyuan. He used the remaining Xuanyuan in his body to cast a destructive forbidden technique. If this attack could not break the illusion array, he would have to wait for death here. Boom! With an explosion, the destructive forbidden technique struck the air, causing it to tremble violently. Looking at the situation in the sky, the Dragonhawk's face revealed an excited expression. However, gradually, this excitement turned into despair because although the fluctuation in the sky was strong, it was not about to shatter. It was gradually stabilizing. If he could attack again, he could break this illusion array. However, his true essence consumed the golden light. He was only one step away from completing it. Now, he was in despair. He sat on the ground, his face ashen. Little bastard, you are too cunning. What kind of hero is using these despicable methods, that if I see you again, I'll definitely tear you apart. In the array, the dragon hawk cursed loudly. He didn't look like an expert at all. Outside, Li Lingtian and the others arrived before the array. All the guards immediately surrounded the array. Li Lingtian cast a spell and pointed his finger at the void. Suddenly, a translucent light screen appeared. The light screen was about 2 miles wide. Inside, the dragonhawk sat on the ground. There was no vital essence in his body, and he kept cursing. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as he looked at the dragonhawk inside as if he was watching a monkey's show. He was cursing as if he did not hear a thing. Little bastard, you're finally here. If you have the ability, let me out. After the formation changed under Li Lingtian's spell, the dragonhawk felt the sky brighten and realized that it was trapped in a light shield. At the same time, he saw Li Lingtian. When he saw Li Lingtian, he was furious and wished he could tear Li Lingtian into pieces. Old trash, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have before you make a move. Li Lingtian smiled. With another tap of his hand, the light shield vanished and the dragonhawk returned to the sky. However, it was now sitting on the ground in a rather unsightly manner. It was not a powerhouse at all. Shoo! It was only then that the dragon eagle noticed that he was surrounded by nearly 100 martial emperor powerhouses. Seeing so many martial monarch realm experts, the dragon eagle was stunned. Weren't there only 53 martial monarch realm experts who came in? Moreover, all of them were at the 7th or 8th heaven. There were only a few at the 6th heaven. Why were there so many martial monarch realm experts here? There were already twice as many martial monarch realm experts as those who had entered. Could it be that all the martial monarch realm experts were dealing with him? His heart was in a mess as he was completely blinded by this scene. Let's go. Li Lingtian gave a death wish before he turned around and left. Now that his state of mind had been elevated and his strength had increased tremendously, it was rare for him to waste his breath on a martial supreme who did not have any true essence. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded as dozens of destructive attacks were launched at the same time. The ground kept collapsing. On the ground, the 7th level martial emperor dragon eagle had long been blasted into pieces. A storage pouch flew up. Longda grabbed it and handed it to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian hovered in the air as he flew. As he flew, he checked his storage pouch and took out the 5-colored spirit pearl. After sealing it, he stored it in the divine dragon ring. 17 now. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. He had obtained 17 5-colored spiritual pearls. He was still far from obtaining 99 5-colored spiritual pearls. However, based on the number of spiritual pearls, this ranking was definitely not the last. He had already obtained 17, which was 1/6 of the total. He would at least be ranked 4th. However, this was only the beginning. There were still more than 9 months to go. During this period of time, he would definitely get more 5-colored spiritual pearls. However, his goal was not only the 5-colored spiritual pearl, but also the will of the Great Path. He had obtained 2 kinds of will, and there were at least 8 more wills in this forbidden area. He had to try to find the other wills in a short period of time, or else there would be an imbalance in the 5 elements. During this period of time, split up and search in a fan formation. Each person will be separated by a distance of 5 kilometers. When you encounter a martial monarch realm expert, form a joint attack. All the medicinal herbs and treasures. Sweep them clean. Li Lingtian said calmly. His body flashed as he flew forward at high speed to search for the remaining 95 guards. Each of them was 10 miles away from each other as they formed a fan-shaped formation to search. In this way, there would not be any casualties. If they encountered an opponent, they would take care of each other. This subordinate will obey. Longda nodded and waved his hand. The 95 guards immediately spread out and formed a fan-shaped formation. After that, all the guards flew at high speed. They would take away any precious medicinal herbs they encountered and kill any demonic beasts they encountered. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, Li Lingtian had once again encountered fire and water Dao wills. Both of them were snatched from others. With his flaming sacred body and ice soul martial soul, who else could compete with him for the water and fire elements? Moreover, he had to give up even if he was unwilling to face hundreds of martial emperor guards. After coming to the Forbidden Land for half a year, he had obtained 4 kinds of will. Now, he only lacked the will of the wood element. As long as the will of the wood element gathered, he would be able to balance the 5 elements. The metal will of the Great Path combined with the heaven and sword, the earth will combine with the heaven flipping seal, the water will combine with the 10,000 miles of ice, and the fire will combine with the flaming sacred body, condensing into the origin's sacred fire. The 4 wills had become the overlords of martial souls. In front of the same martial soul, all martial souls were trash. All the martial emperor's guards finally understood that Li Lingtian was trying to condense 5 types of Dao intent to form the 5 elements Dao intent and surpass the 5 elements perfection. They did not dare to imagine what heaven-defying things would happen after the 5 elements of Dao intent were established. In the past 3 months, he had obtained 2 types of Dao wills. However, he had killed 13 level 7 and 1 level 8. All the herbs he encountered ended up in Li Lingtian's hands. More importantly, out of the 95 guards, 19 of them actually broke through. Now, there were 11 5th-level martial emperor realm guards. Li Lingtian was even more anxious after obtaining the 4 types of Dao intent. This was because he had yet to find the wood element Dao intent. The longer he dragged on, the greater the chances of the wood element Dao intent being taken away by other powerhouses. In that case, his chances of obtaining the wood element Dao intent would be even slimmer. After refining the 4 wills, he could sense the other wills, but he could not sense the wood-type wills. Although he did not obtain the wood element Dao intent, he did obtain more 5-colored spiritual beads and medicinal herbs. All of them were 10,000-year-old herbs. Li Lingtian happily stored the medicinal herbs into the divine dragon ring. On this day, Li Lingtian was about to take a break so that Tang Qingyue and the others could get used to the outside world. Therefore, he asked Long De and his men to find an environment suitable for cultivation for a few days. After all, in this vast forbidden area, he couldn't even see a single corner. It was extremely difficult to find a wood elemental will of the Great Path in the vast forbidden area. Rather than blindly searching, it was better to rely on the will of heaven. The only thing that puzzled him was that the places where he obtained the 4 kinds of will were not very far apart. The distance between each kind of will was only 1,000,000 miles. They had almost sensed the 4 kinds of wills within millions of miles, but there was still no news. Boom! The ground exploded and collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The world was covered in dust. Long De was shocked. He waved his hand and a dozen martial emperor's guards flew forward while hiding. A moment later, the guards returned to Long De. Commander, a 7th-level martial emperor and 2 6th-level martial emperors are joining forces to fight an 8th-level martial emperor. One of the guards explained the situation in front of him and then retreated, waiting for Long De's instructions. Long De was their chief commander and also the highest commander of the guards. Li Lingtian's safety was under his control. You guys keep an eye on him. Long De's figure flashed as he quickly returned to Li Lingtian. Others might not know, but he knew that only the East River City had 6th Heaven Martial Emperors. The other cities and forces were all 7th or 8th Heaven Martial Emperors. Naturally, the 6th Heaven who entered this place was from East River City. Since they had encountered such a situation, they could only inform Li Lingtian first and let him make the decision. After all, there was an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor before them. The last time they killed an 8th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert, all the guards were exhausted and their quintessential essence was depleted. The combined force of 5 consecutive attacks and Li Lingtian's final heavenly sword unity finally killed the 8th Heaven Martial Emperor. The danger involved was unimaginable, but killing a level 8 expert made him extremely excited. Young master, we've encountered a martial monarch realm expert from East River City. He's being attacked by an 8th level martial monarch realm expert. Long De came to Li Lingtian's side and told him what had happened. In fact, Li Lingtian already knew what had happened without Long Da's explanation. With his spiritual sense, he could easily discover this distance. Let's go. We're from East River City after all. It's best if we don't get killed. Li Lingtian did not hesitate. His body flashed as he flew forward at high speed. All the guards were mobilized after receiving Long Da's voice transmission. Ing Xiao, Duanmuyu, you two go first. I'll stay behind. East River Xuanyuan was struggling to hold on. He was already heavily injured and his true essence was almost exhausted. As he resisted, he spoke to the other 2 martial monarch realm experts. Brother East River, this won't do. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we won't necessarily be killed. You go. The 2 of us will hold him back and bring the 5-colored spirit pearl back. Ing Xiao immediately said loudly. Although they didn't have any connections outside, they could only say that they were working together for East River City. But here, the 3 of them had joined forces to deal with many experts, making the 3 of them friends. Now that they had encountered an 8th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert, the 3 of them naturally understood that they would definitely be killed and the 5-colored spiritual pearl would fall into someone else's hands if they were to continue fighting. The more monthly votes you get this month, the more explosive it will be. Do you want to see 20 updates a day? Then throw in your monthly votes, favorites, and recommendation votes. Chapter 477, Gongsun Lanhe. Can you leave just because you want to? You're too ignorant. Hand over the 5-colored spiritual pearl and I can give you a way out. 11. Gongsun Lanhe looked at the martial monarch realm experts from the 3 big cities of East River with disdain. He didn't put 3 low-level martial monarch realm experts in his eyes at all. He was an 8th level martial emperor. Although he could not be said to have swept through the Forbidden Land, there were less than 4 people who could threaten him. Even if the other 8th level martial monarch realm experts arrived, they might not be able to threaten him. Naturally, the 6th or 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm could be easily killed. These 3 martial monarch realm experts were very lucky to have obtained 7 5-colored spiritual pearls. If they could obtain this 5-colored spiritual pearl, their Gongsun family's ranking would be preserved. At that time, they would be able to find a few more spiritual pearls to increase the Gongsun family's ranking. Humph, you want to kill us? Are you even worthy? Duanmuyu snorted. If a 6th level martial emperor were to risk his life, even an 8th level martial emperor would not dare to be careless. If a 6th level martial emperor self-destructed, an 8th level martial emperor would be severely injured. Let's go. East River Xuanyuan looked at this gap and struck Duanmuyu with a palm. Just as he was about to sending Xiao away, Gongsun Lanhe waved his hands, and the world trembled. The space around him seemed to freeze as his body flashed and disappeared. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled sounds, Duanmuyu was sent flying back while East River Xuanyuan was also struck by a punch. The 3 of them immediately gathered together again. It was impossible for them to leave so easily. Give me 3 seconds to hand over the 5-colored spiritual pearl. Gongsun Lanhe looked at East River Xuanyuan and the other 2 coldly. He no longer had any patience. If they didn't hand over the 5-colored spiritual pearl, he would have to kill the 3 martial monarch realm experts. At first, he used his 8th Heaven Martial Emperor realm cultivation base to force the 3 of them to get the 5-colored spiritual pearl without fighting. However, it seemed impossible now. Huh? As soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze. His eyes became a little solemn, and he was even more puzzled. When Gongsun Lanha came out in surprise, East River Xuanyuan and the other two also noticed it. They discovered that over 100 auras were rushing toward them. They were so fast that they didn't lose out to the three of them in the slightest. 3 seconds. Get lost. A cold voice rang out in the air. There was no emotion in the voice. This voice immediately stunned Gongsun Lanha. Someone actually dared to talk to him like this. It was obvious that he had just said those words. However, the voice that spoke after that was even more arrogant than his tone. It directly shouted for the 8th level Martial Emperor to get lost. To a lofty 8th heaven Martial Emperor, such words were undoubtedly the greatest insult. How could he tolerate it? Who is it? Get out here. Gongsun Lanha didn't find any level 8 martial monarch realm experts in his divine sense. Even if they were level 8 martial monarch realm experts, he would have to earn back his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live in the divine martial continent anymore. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the air, a series of air-piercing sounds rang out. After the sound of the air being torn apart, Gongsun Lanha's expression changed and became ugly. Duanmuyu and the other two were stunned as well. There were over 100 martial emperor powerhouses who had appeared all of a sudden. Moreover, they were all dressed in blue with a brocade embroidered on the left chest area. Guards. The 3 words Jin were not eye-catching on the clothes, but there were so many martial monarch realm experts who had appeared at once. It was obvious that they were from the same organization. With so many martial emperor powerhouses dressed in the same attire, they would naturally size up the identities and origins of these martial emperor powerhouses. When they saw the words Guards Region, Duanmuyu and the other two were stunned. Wasn't this group of guards the little world Saint Alchemist? Why would they appear in this place? Moreover, these martial monarch realm experts were all at the 3rd or 4th heaven. There were even more than 10 5th heaven martial monarch realm experts. Such a lineup would be shocking no matter where they went. The 95 martial emperor guards immediately surrounded Gongsun Lanha, but they did not make a move. The expression on Gongsun Lanha's face changed. Although he was at the 8th heaven of martial emperor realm, he would only die if he fought against hundreds of 3rd and 4th heaven martial emperors. Looking at the other party's appearance, it was completely desperate. Such a faction would not care about the life and death of their subordinates at all. What they wanted was the final result. Didn't you call me out? Li Lingtian's body flashed strangely and he appeared 100 meters away from Gongsun Lanha. He descended and walked toward the other side step by step. The guards immediately made way for Li Lingtian to stand in front of Gongsun Lanha. Duanmuyu and the other two felt hopeful when they saw Li Lingtian. Putting everything else aside, Li Lingtian's guards alone could kill an 8th heaven martial emperor. Your Excellency, Pill Saint. When East River Xuanyuan saw Li Lingtian, he greeted him politely with a shocked expression. Li Lingtian was alone when he first arrived and he was alone when he first entered the place. However, it was too bizarre for 100 guards to appear all of a sudden. Pill Saint Master? You're the holy alchemist of East River City, Li Lingtian? Gongsun Lanha was shocked. He had heard of the reputation of the great Eastern River City Saint Alchemist. He was a miraculous Saint Alchemist who could refine peerless great cyclic pills. He didn't expect the alchemy saint to be just a young man. Now that he didn't offend the alchemy saint, he was really depressed. However, when he saw Li Lingtian's cultivation base, he felt a little relieved. An 8th heaven martial emperor should be able to suppress this divine alchemist. His tone was immediately filled with arrogance. However, when he saw the other martial emperor guards, he felt a chill in his heart. He had done something stupid again. In such a place, he had brought hundreds of guards with him. It was simply stupid of him to pretend to be arrogant. You're not getting lost, do it, erase it. A mere 8th heaven martial emperor dares to act like a lord in front of me? Who the fuck do you think you are? Li Lingtian said coldly without answering Gongsun Lanha. His eyes were cold and his face was expressionless. Boom! With a loud explosion, hundreds of martial monarch realm destructive attacks were launched. Since he was going to make a move, he would not show mercy. After all, the other party was an 8th heaven martial emperor expert. If he was not careful, he would kill a 3rd or 4th heaven martial emperor. They obeyed Li Lingtian's orders without hesitation. Rumble, that I'm from the Gongsun family. Don't you dare touch me, boom, boom. Gongsun Lanha felt hundreds of destructive attacks coming at him. He was shocked and quickly used his strongest defense. With a loud explosion, Gongsun Lanha's defense was broken. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He had to use the Gongsun family's identity to suppress Li Lingtian. The Gongsun family was a super family in the entire Tianhe region. Other than the Xuanyuan family, no one else could threaten the Gongsun family. However, he realized that he was doing more and more stupid things today. Not only did the other party not stop, but he also intensified his attacks. One destructive attack after another drowned him. It's really unfortunate for the Gongsun family to have trash like you, Li Lingtian said coldly. He closed his eyes slightly and ignored the battle between the martial emperor powerhouses. All of a sudden, a series of destructive explosions sounded, and the dust on the ground soared into the sky. A defensive shield automatically appeared on Li Lingtian's body to keep the force and dust at bay. Long De, who was beside him, had no intention of attacking. As long as Li Lingtian was not in danger, he would not make a move. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint, it's fortunate that I have you this time. Ying Xiao and the other two had already retreated. Even though their cultivation bases were much stronger than the guards were able to send over 100 martial monarch realm experts to attack Gongsun Lanha at once. Furthermore, the 100 martial monarch realm guards seemed to be scattered, but they had formed into a battle group. It was like a magical formation. Their attacks were orderly, not giving Gongsun Lanha any chance. The attacks came wave after wave and simply couldn't be stopped. Gongsun Lanha lost the initiative and was completely beaten up passively. Even if an 8th level martial monarch realm expert lost the initiative, the chance of him dying was still very small. Although the injuries on his body were increasing, there was no threat of death when he faced the attacks of hundreds of martial monarch realm experts. Just the 3 of you? Where are the others? Li Lingtian's tone was calm. Even though he sounded like he was asking a question, the 3 of them felt that Li Lingtian was giving them face by speaking like that. After all, the other party's strength was obvious. If it were not for Li Lingtian's arrival, the 3 of them would have perished by now. In such a large place, Li Lingtian could have left if he did not make a move. He would not have come to provoke an 8th heaven martial emperor. They're all dead. Only the 3 of us are left. East River Xuanyuan sighed. Out of the 10 people who entered, the rest had perished. The 3 of them had almost died this time, but Li Lingtian, who had the lowest cultivation base, was the safest. He did not expect Li Lingtian to have hundreds of guards by his side at all times. With such a lineup, even an 8th level martial emperor would have to look at Li Lingtian's guards if they encountered a treasure. After all, hundreds of martial emperors were a threat to destruction no matter where they were placed. Have you discovered the wood elemental will of the Great Path during this period of time? Or I've heard of someone who has obtained the wood-type will of the Great Path. Li Lingtian's expression did not change. It was perfectly normal for him to die here. Not to mention martial honors and low-level martial sovereigns, even many 7th or 8th heaven martial sovereigns had died in his hands. If one counted, more than half of the powerhouses who had entered had been killed by him. If someone were to say that he, a 4th level supreme realm expert, had killed half of the powerhouses in the entire forbidden area, it would be strange if his jaw did not drop. He didn't care about anything else, only the wood elemental will of the way. It had been half a year, so he believed that they should have heard some news. He had searched for so long, but there was still no news. He was a little disappointed. I haven't heard of anyone encountering wood-type will of the Great Path. However, 3 days ago, I heard that someone obtained the will of the wind system, and someone obtained the will of the great demon. East River Xuanyuan shook his head. He had heard some other things, but he had never heard of anyone obtaining the wood elemental will of the Great Path. She was also looking at Li Lingtian, hoping to see the change in Li Lingtian's expression when he heard about this. Chapter 478, Frozen 10,000 Miles, 1. The Inheritance of a Greater Demon? When Li Lingtian heard that East River Xuanyuan and the others did not encounter the wood element's will, he lost interest in the 10-meter range. However, he had heard that the inheritance of a great demon was also very powerful. Although it could not compare to the Divine Dragon clan, it was still considered a top-notch mighty figure among the demon clans. He wasn't interested in knowing about this now. He would think about it when he encountered it. After all, it all involved luck. Boom! Boom! 1 foot, more than 100 martial emperor guards surrounded Gongsun Lanhe and bombarded him. What kind of existence was an 8th-level martial emperor? However, he was now suppressed by a group of 3rd and 4th-level martial emperors. Initially, he was extremely arrogant. Now that he was being attacked by a young man subordinate, he had lost all his dignity. He hated Li Lingtian to the bone. It's time to end it. Li Lingtian ignored East River Xuanyuan and the other two. Instead, he turned his attention to Gongsun Lanhe and the others' battle, waiting for an opportunity. As he spoke, the aura around his entire body skyrocketed. The sound of flowing water appeared in the air. Water-type Dao intent, water Dao intent. East River Xuanyuan and the other two, as well as Gongsun Lanhe, were all shocked. This was obviously the will of the water attribute martial soul. He didn't expect this young man to have mastered the will of the water. In the sky, a Milky Way-like torrent poured down. Instantly, the entire space formed a torrent, as if it wanted to drown the entire world. Light of the Milky Way. Gongsun Lanhe's eyes were filled with jealousy and shock. He was also a powerhouse with a water attribute martial soul. He wanted to obtain the water Dao intent, but he did not expect Li Lingtian to take the lead. With a flick of his consciousness, a saint weapon appeared in his hand. The light of the Milky Way in his hand pointed at the torrent in the sky, trying to block the entire torrent. However, the will of the great path of water was everywhere. Gongsun Lanhe could only resist a portion of the flood. At this moment, the entire world, including Duanmuyu and the other two, as well as hundreds of guards, was in the torrent. So what if it's the will of the great path of water? It's just a piece of cake in front of me. After Gongsun Lanhe blocked the will of the great path of water, he looked pleased. He didn't get the will of the great path of water, but he managed to block it. He felt much more at ease. Is that so? The true will of the Tao of water is to freeze 10,000 miles of land. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as the water will from his body permeated the space. In an instant, the spatial torrent changed. The originally violent torrent was immediately confined, and a glacier formed between heaven and earth. The torrent turned into a glacier. The bigger the torrent, the bigger the glacier. Moreover, there were endless glaciers outside the torrent. This was the true icebound 10,000 miles imprisonment. Ice seal. Duanmuyu, Gongsun Lanhe, and the other two exclaimed. They had been fooled and thought that the will of the great path of water was water. But now they understood. They finally understood something that they had overlooked. Water and ice were the same. Water was soft, while ice was hard. Water and ice came from the same source. By the time I found out, it was already too late. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face, but it was laced with cruelty. Do you know what the will of gold is? This is the will of gold. Heaven sword unity. Li Lingtian's voice turned colder and colder as his aura changed. It was originally the water Dao intent, but it was replaced by a metal-type martial soul in an instant. Moreover, this metal-type martial soul had surpassed the ordinary metal type and was now the metal Dao intent. The four of them were speechless. Words could not describe the shock in their hearts. They had obtained the will of the great path of water, and now they had obtained the will of the great path of metal. What kind of people were they? Gongsun Lanha's entire body was sealed by the ice and he couldn't resist at all. He looked at the will of gold and was furious. In the sky, Li Lingtian had already levitated. With a twitch of his glabella, the cosmic sword appeared before him. He grabbed the cosmic sword with both hands and it landed in his hands. With a golden glow all over his body and a cold gaze, he clasped his hands together and 100-meter-long ray of light appeared. The ray of light formed a heavenly sword and Li Lingtian's figure disappeared as he completely merged into the heavenly sword. Crash, tisk. With a soft sound, the sky was split into two halves. The destructive light of the heavenly sword struck toward Gongsun Lanha. The entire process from Li Lingtian unleashing the water Dao intent to Li Lingtian unleashing the metal Dao intent seemed to take a long time, but the actual time was less than 2 seconds. Even an 8th-level martial emperor expert would not be able to react in time. Even if he was quick-witted, it was too late for him to defend against the water will of the Great Path. Moreover, Li Lingtian had meticulously planned everything. He had taken into account the other party's psychological changes and cultivation base, as well as the force of heaven and earth and the unexpected changes. Every step was calculated accurately. Even if something unexpected happened, he was confident that he could retreat safely. The heavenly sword in the sky ignored the distance and time. With a sizzling sound, the heavenly sword slashed into the glacier. At this moment, the glacier had already existed, but the restriction inside the glacier had disappeared. Even if it had disappeared, the heavenly sword had already arrived on Gongsun Lanha. Phew, crash. A gentle breeze blew past and the world fell silent. The heavenly sword disappeared and Li Lingtian reappeared in the air. However, he did not look too good as if he had consumed too much true essence. As he landed, the ice barrier shattered and everyone came out. The glaciers disappeared without a trace, as if everything in front of them was an illusion. Pfft! At this moment, Gongsun Lanha spat out a mouthful of blood from afar. His eyes were filled with confusion. Not only him, but even Duanmuyu and the other two were puzzled when they saw Gongsun Lanha not die in front of the Sky Sword Unity. He only spat out blood. However, Gongsun Lanha's face gradually turned ashen, and his eyes became filled with despair. When the despair in Gongsun Lanha's eyes turned into ashes, a line of blood quickly appeared from his forehead and his body was split into two. Then, a light breeze blew past, and the two halves of the body turned into ashes, disappearing from the world. Shoo! When Duanmuyu and the other two saw this scene, their hearts trembled, and they could not help but exhale a breath of cold air. He had killed an 8th-level martial emperor expert in an instant. Moreover, the martial emperor expert's life force was only extinguished after a few seconds. He had never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. He didn't think that there would be such a terrifying skill in this world. Under this attack, even if the other party still had life, he wouldn't be able to resist. Because the other party's life force existed, as long as his will and consciousness appeared, it would be the time of death. Trash. Li Lingtian's aura vanished and he looked just like an ordinary person. His face was calm and even when he said the word trash, there was no disdain on his face because he disdained to treat a piece of trash with such an expression. Hundreds of guards flashed and returned to Li Lingtian's side. They surrounded Li Lingtian and the rest and formed a protective circle. Seeing all of this, East River Xuanyuan finally understood. This was the power of a sacred alchemist. His powerful cohesion, powerful cultivation, and strength. His powerful alchemy skills made countless martial emperors' guards willing to work for him. His powerful strength made his opponents not even have the chance to tremble. Your strength is close to the 8th-level martial emperor realm. I didn't expect you to obtain the water and metal will of the Great Path. Congratulations, alchemy saint. That's right. In such a short period of time, you've comprehended and mastered 2 kinds of will. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the 5th heaven. The 3 of them were full of compliments. Ying Xiao was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's true cultivation realm. Li Lingtian was only at level 4 Supreme Realm when he first entered. However, he did not expect that he would be able to reach level 5 peak perfection in half a year's time. Level 5 perfection was only a step away from level 6. In other words, Li Lingtian had achieved 2 minor realms in half a year. It was just luck. There was a faint smile on Li Lingtian's face. Although he had broken through to the 5th level of the martial honored realm, he was feeling a little depressed. He had reached the perfected 5th level of the Supreme Realm for a long time, but he could not find an opportunity to break through. In terms of cultivation speed, he had definitely reached the 7th heaven during this period of time. Moreover, his body had also sensed the 7th heaven, but he could not break through to the 6th heaven. This feeling made him feel extremely depressed, but he was not frustrated, because this kind of thing depended on luck. How many powerhouses did you encounter along the way? East River Xuanyuan and the other two were at a loss for words. If they were to discuss this with Li Lingtian in the face of his strength and cultivation base, they would be looking for trouble. He then looked at Li Lingtian. With Li Lingtian's powerful cultivation base, he must have encountered quite a number of warriors. Along the way, he must have killed a few powerhouses. He wanted to know where these guards came from, but he understood that some things could not be asked just because he wanted to know. Yes, there are basically no more Supreme Realm experts. There should be more than 30 Martial Monarch Realm experts. Li Lingtian replied calmly without any change in expression. There are no more revered martial artists, that there are still more than 20 Martial Monarch Realm experts. Could it be that His Excellency Alchemy Saint has killed all the revered martial artists? A martial emperor powerhouse killed 20 of them? The 3 of them were not surprised at first because they did not react in time. However, they immediately felt that something was wrong. Without the revered martial artists, it meant that they had all been killed by Li Lingtian. There were only 30 or so martial emperors left, which meant that 20 of them had fallen at Li Lingtian's hands. What kind of concept was this? A 4th-level Supreme Realm expert should have been killed in an instant when he came here, but this 4th-level Supreme Realm expert had swept this place clean. They were all shocked. They could only say that they were unlucky to have encountered Li Lingtian's powerhouse. However, thinking about it, this was very normal. With hundreds of martial emperor guards surrounding them, even an 8th heaven expert would be killed, let alone a Supreme Realm expert. Chapter 479, The Plaque in Front of the Ruins. When a Supreme Realm expert comes here, there's no chance of getting out at all. Although I didn't kill all the Supreme Realm experts, it's impossible for a Supreme Realm expert to survive in that place. The Supreme Realm experts of East River City will not have a chance to survive. Including him, there are 21 martial emperor powerhouses. As Li Lingtian spoke calmly, a martial emperor guard passed a storage pouch to Li Lingtian. Then, he used his divine consciousness and took out 6 5-colored spiritual pearls from Li Ling. It was normal for an 8th-level martial emperor to have 6 5-colored spiritual pearls. After taking the 5-colored spiritual pearl, Li Lingtian tossed the storage pouch to the guard who had just found it. He did not care about wealth at all. Since these guards were following him, he naturally would not take away all the benefits. He had to give them some hope and benefits. After all, this place was a forbidden area and they were here to take risks. If he took everything away, although they would not have any objections, he would not be able to justify it. Alchemy Saint, these 5-colored spiritual pearls are for you. You'll be absolutely safe with them. East River Xuanyuan took out the 5-colored spiritual pearls. In a place like this, obtaining a few 5-colored spiritual pearls was nothing. At that time, he would be hunted down. With Li Lingtian's cultivation base and the guards, it would be easy for him to obtain the 5-colored spiritual pearl. Instead of being hunted down, he might as well fulfill Li Lingtian's wish and allow him to obtain more 5-colored spiritual pearls. After all, this reputation belonged to East River City. Yes, there are a total of 54 5-colored spiritual pearls. I'm still missing 45. After Li Lingtian sealed the 5-colored spiritual pearl, he counted all the 5-colored spiritual pearls. During this period of time, he had killed more than 50 warriors and discovered more than 55 colored spiritual pearls. However, he wanted to gather all the 5-colored spiritual pearls. Although he did not know what the purpose of Tianhe Holy City was, the more 5-colored spiritual pearls he had, the better. 54 5-colored spiritual pearls. The three of them were shocked again. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to control half of the spiritual pearls in one go. In addition to what they had given him, no one here would ever be able to surpass Li Lingtian. He was already numb to this. From Li Lingtian's tone, it seemed that he was still not satisfied. Could it be that he wanted to gather all the spiritual pearls? Do you want to go with me or act alone? Li Lingtian put away the 5-colored spiritual pearl and took a step forward. However, he stopped and asked calmly with his back facing Duanmu Yu and the others. Initially, he did not want to bring the three of them along. Although he had 3 martial emperor powerhouses, he did not lack the help of 3 martial emperor powerhouses. He was not asking for their help, but for him to help them. He had hundreds of martial monarch realm guards. As long as he did not encounter all the martial monarch realm's super powerhouses, he would not be in any danger. Now that he had encountered the 3 of them, if he left like this, it would be inevitable that he would put on airs. Moreover, if he left the 3 of them aside, he would definitely die. We'll follow you. Ding Shao wants to follow you and become a member of the guard group. Duanmuyu, please accept me, alchemy saint. The 3 of them spoke at the same time, but Ding Shao and Duanmuyu insisted on joining the escort team. Li Lingtian turned around and looked at the 3 of them with the same smile on his face. The 2 6th-level martial emperors were indeed the most powerful among the martial emperor's guards, but he was not interested. To become a member of the guard group, you must accept the test. You can decide after you leave the forbidden area. Long Den noticed that Li Lingtian had not said a word and naturally understood what he meant. He knew that Li Lingtian could not reject him and he was not interested. As the chief commander of the guards, it was only natural for Long De to step forward. All the guards had to be loyal. Although Duanmuyu and Ning Shao had good cultivation, they couldn't be trusted without seeing their performance and thoughts. Understood. When Duanmuyu and Ning Shao saw that Li Lingtian was silent, Long De spoke instead. They were martial monarch realm experts. Those who could become martial monarch realm experts were all proud sons of heaven and extremely intelligent existences. Naturally, they understood that Li Lingtian was not interested in them. With Li Lingtian's escort team and his terrifying means, the 6th heaven could only increase their strength by a little. Moreover, if one wanted to join the guard group, it would definitely depend on their loyalty and performance. No one would entrust their safety to someone they did not trust. Li Lingtian looked at the 2 of them again. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked slowly. Among the hundreds of guards, a portion of them were by Li Lingtian's side while the rest were scouting ahead. There were also some who stayed behind to prevent the powerhouses from ambushing them. With such a group of guards, no one would be able to ambush Li Lingtian unless they were warrior saints who could kill everyone in one hit. Although the 3 of them had never seen a group of guards protecting Li Lingtian, they could sense that if there was any real danger, these guards would definitely use their bodies to shield Li Lingtian from danger. This was the powerful charm of a person. This kind of charm required heaven-defying strength to make people willing to work hard. Swoosh, swoosh, hoo, hoo. In the sky, a series of air-piercing sounds could be heard. Li Lingtian's party was the same as before, except that they had now spread out in a straight line. If the display was spread out by 500 miles, there would be 50 miles between each martial monarch realm expert. Although the distance was far, 50 miles was not a distance for martial emperor powerhouses. As long as they encountered danger, they would all rush forward. Moreover, in this place, unless it was an unknown danger, even an 8th-level martial emperor would not be able to threaten them unless it was a sneak attack. An 8th level martial monarch realm expert would naturally not sneak an attack on a 3rd or 4th level martial monarch realm expert. Moreover, they would not provoke so many martial monarch realm experts even if they were fools. Along the way, they plundered endlessly. They collected all the herbs that were thousands or tens of thousands of years old and put them into Li Lingtian's divine dragon ring. Moreover, all the guards were killing along the way. As long as they encountered an expert, they would form a joint attack formation and kill him in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of guards surrounded and killed an 8th level martial emperor. Li Lingtian's presence was often the final killer. As the 8th level martial emperor was surrounded and killed, the attention was placed on the guards. Naturally, they looked down on a martial honor. However, even so, the 8th level martial emperor fell at Li Lingtian's hands. In the depths of the Forbidden Land, in the ruins within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Even if this place had been deserted for countless years and was in ruins, one could still see the glory of the past from the ruins. Each building was hundreds of meters tall. The entire ruins were like a palace, built with dense boulders. But now, this place was completely in ruins. One could imagine the intensity of the war countless years ago. There was a faint mysterious aura in the ruins. This aura was not spiritual chi, demonic chi, or demonic chi. Even though it was a ruin, this place still looked extremely solemn. It was in ruins, but the only thing that wasn't affected by the battle was the ground. It was a memorial archway in front of the ruins. The memorial archway was 500 meters high and 200 meters wide. This was the main road of the palace. The plaque emitted an imposing aura that could not be underestimated. It was as if it was the imposing aura of a supreme mighty figure. Xuanyuan. There were 2 simple words on the plaque. The 2 words were typed vigorously and powerfully. The words carried a sense of vicissitudes and majesty. One word was enough to represent everything. One could only imagine what the word Xuanyuan represented at that time. In front of the tall and majestic memorial archway, more than 10 powerful martial emperor powerhouses had excited expressions on their faces. This is Xuanyuan Sacred City, the real Xuanyuan Sacred City. Bailey Fei's face revealed an excited expression. In the past, when the forbidden area was opened, no one came here. However, this time, the Xuanyuan family told him the approximate location. He did not expect to really find Xuanyuan Sacred City. The representative of the Bailey family, who was at the 8th heaven of the martial emperor realm, was also a super powerhouse. That's right. This is the Xuanyuan Sacred City. In the ancient times, during the Xuanyuan era, this was once the glorious place of the Xuanyuan clan. Lan Ziyu couldn't help but reveal an excited smile on his face. He looked at the word Xuanyuan and was extremely shocked. He was an 8th level martial emperor, a super expert of the Lan clan, and an existence like Bailey Fei. I wonder what treasures are in Xuanyuan's sacred city. Di Qingyu's expression was cold, but he was also excited in his heart, but he did not show it. The genius of the Di family had reached the 8th heaven of the martial emperor realm in 100 years. He was the #1 genius martial artist in the Di family in 100,000 years. Gong Sun Lanha didn't come. Donghua Xiaotian swept his gaze across the place. There were 14 martial emperor powerhouses here. Among the 4 great clans of Tianhe Holy City, the 8th heaven powerhouses of 3 of the great clans had all arrived. However, Gong Sun Lanha was the only one missing. There were a total of 8 8th level martial emperors who had entered this time. There were only 4 here. In their opinion, a level 8 martial monarch realm expert was invincible. No one could threaten a level 8 martial monarch realm expert. They had never imagined that someone could kill a level 8 martial monarch realm expert. Could he have fallen? Humph, an 8th level martial emperor died in this place. What a joke. But if I encounter an exotic beast, that might be the case. Last time, I encountered a 7th tier, 9th level exotic beast and almost died. If that's the case, then we're unlucky. Let's go in and take a look. Pfft. Pfft. The martial monarch realm experts discussed animatedly with gloating expressions on their faces. With one less 8th level martial monarch realm expert, the competition would naturally be much less. After he finished speaking, he started walking towards the signboard. However, just as he arrived below the signboard, a faint silver-white radiance was emitted from the signboard. The appearance of this radiance caused the 4 martial emperor powerhouses to be thrown into the air and thrown out fiercely. When the other martial monarch realm experts saw this, they retreated rapidly with fear on their faces. Di Qingyu, how is it? Bailey Fei came in front of Di Qingyu and asked with concern. Although he did not really care about Di Qingyu, he wanted to know how powerful the plaque was. Moreover, the Di family and the Bailey family were very close, forming an alliance. They naturally wouldn't let Di Qingyu die, or Lan Ziyu would take advantage of them. Although the 4 families appeared to be peaceful on the surface, they were secretly fighting endlessly. Falling Flowers requires monthly votes and recommendation votes. Those who don't have monthly votes and recommendation votes, please sign a book review. Chapter 480, Mysterious Light, 1. It seems to be immortal energy, but it's not immortal energy. Di Qingyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. When he looked at the plaque, his face revealed a terrified expression. The other 3 injured martial monarch realm experts were also terrified. They had never encountered such a terrifying thing before. This silver-white light was completely destructive. There was no resistance at all. Moreover, this silver-white light was no longer in the category of attack. It was a true almighty divine art. This kind of powerful ability is extremely magical. It can completely attack and corrode your divine sense and consciousness. Let me try. Donghua Xiaotian saw that the 4 martial monarch realm experts were injured and did not dare to enter anymore. He pondered for a long time before he activated his divine sense and took out a green longsword. The long sword quickly pierced under the plaque without any reaction. Following that, the long sword was pulled back into Donghua Xiaotian's hand, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. The other martial monarch realm experts also threw their treasures into the air. Similarly, their treasures could freely enter and exit the space under the plaque. It seems that the light of this plaque is made for martial artists. It's impossible to enter so easily. Bai Lifei saw everything in front of him and immediately came to a conclusion. If a martial artist entered, he would naturally be blasted out. If the treasure was not a martial artist, it would naturally not be affected at all. Wait, let's try entering from another place. When a 7th level martial emperor saw the 4 8th level martial emperor powerhouses, he did not dare to speak. At this moment, he had an idea. Since he could not go through the signboard, the other places had no city walls and were all ruins. He could try to go in from the side. Then go and try. Lan Ziyu immediately felt contempt in his heart. If he could enter so easily, this plaque would look good standing here. However, he did not point it out. He was eager to see someone willing to take the risk. Swoosh. When the few super martial monarch realm experts saw this 7th heaven flying towards the ruins, they were speechless. There was really such a silly person. However, what stunned the few of them next was that the 7th level martial emperor entered in a flash and was not affected at all. This works too, that I really didn't expect this, let's go, wouldn't we have walked to the side earlier? More than a dozen people watched as the 7th heaven martial monarch realm expert flew in. They spread out their bodies and flew toward the place where the martial monarch realm expert had just entered. When Lan Ziyu flew up, he did not forget to look at Di Qingyu with a strange smile on his face. This sentence made Di Qingyu extremely angry. If he had known earlier, he would not have walked past him. He did not need to be injured like this. It was really easy to say. Immediately, the 14 martial emperor powerhouses flew in. After they entered the ruins, they all had excited smiles on their faces. When they looked at the plaque, they revealed a hint of mockery, as if they were mocking the powerhouses who had built this holy city in the past for being fools. However, at this moment, a destructive aura descended from the sky. Boom! The 14 martial emperor powerhouses only felt their minds being bombarded as their bodies were thrown out once again. The seventh heaven at the front had already died inside. They did not even have the chance to escape. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled sounds rang out, and a cloud of dust rose from the ground. 14 martial monarch realm experts had entered, 1 had completely died, and 13 had been thrown out. Now, they were all covered in dust and dirt, and they did not have the bearing of a martial artist at all. Pfft! The sound of blood spurting out could be heard. All the martial emperor powerhouses were injured, and their injuries were even more serious than the light attack from the plaque. Di Qingyu and the other 3 martial emperor powerhouses were even more injured. Their faces were pale. Humph, you're gloating. If I knew that I would get hurt if I walked to the side, I wouldn't have done this. Although Di Qingyu's expression was ugly, he was feeling extremely happy in his heart. He looked coldly at Lan Ziyu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He immediately laughed and snorted coldly. Get lost. Lan Ziyu's face turned pale. He realized that he looked like a dead dog. How could he look like an expert? After being ridiculed by Di Qingyu, he flew into a rage. He completely ignored the fact that Di Qingyu was also an 8th heaven martial emperor. Forget it. You're already in this fucking state, yet you're still pretending. Donghua Xiaotian looked at Di Qingyu and Lan Ziyu in disdain. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Was this how the experts of the 4 great clans of the Tianhe region behaved? He was an outsider, an outsider. He had always looked down on the warriors of the Green Continent, the Black Continent, the Azure Continent, and the Serenity Continent. Even the Tianhe region was included in the list, so he naturally looked down on the experts of the Tianhe region. Humph. Everyone snorted coldly and stopped talking. They quickly meditated to recuperate their injuries. Regardless of whether they could enter this place or not, they had to recuperate first. The dozen or so super experts began to recuperate from the attacks in the ruins. Not good. The expression on Donghua Xiaotian's face kept changing. In the end, he opened his mouth and said 2 words. The expressions of the other super martial monarch realm experts were also ugly because the injuries they had suffered could not be healed at all. As long as they used their cultivation techniques and true essence, their injuries would worsen. There was a mysterious light in his body. This light did not seem threatening on the surface, but when his true essence circulated, it would give off a destructive sound, quickly corroding his true essence and meridians. This situation made the 13 martial emperor powerhouses afraid. Encountering such a situation was no different from dying. A bunch of trash. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white-robed young man strangely floating in the air. There was no movement in the air. It was unknown when this young man had arrived. There was no fluctuation in the space, as if this young man had been floating in the air. However, they had been here for so long, but they had not discovered anyone else. Thinking of this, they were all shocked. It's you. Humph, a mere revered martial artist has actually survived until now. Why didn't he die? Wuzun trash. Do you believe that I will kill you? The 13 martial emperors looked at Li Lingtian and immediately realized that he was only a martial honored realm. Moreover, he was a martial honored realm with a low cultivation. At the same time, they also remembered that this revered martial artist had come in with them. At that time, he was despised by all the martial artists in the square. They did not expect him to actually live until now. It was really a miracle. If you have the ability, why don't you move? Li Lingtian laughed coldly with a look of disdain in his eyes. He had arrived here before these people, but he had only been idle for half an hour. Looking at the ruins, he did not dare to take the risk to probe. Just as he was about to probe, he discovered that an expert had arrived. Since there were experts coming, he naturally would not be a lab rat. He used the spatial banner and hid in the air, watching the 14 martial monarch realm experts get injured like fools. However, he was shocked by the light on the plaque. He seemed to have seen this light somewhere before. Soon, he thought of his heaven and earth creation cauldron. The heaven and earth creation cauldron also had this kind of radiance. All of this made him believe in luck and opportunities. He had encountered many things that couldn't be more coincidental. The situation they encountered this time was probably related to the heaven and earth creation cauldron. He had understood everything that he needed to know. It would depend on his luck. Thinking of this, he revealed himself. Pfft. Ah. A seventh heaven martial emperor was enraged when he saw Li Lingtian's arrogance and complete disregard for them. He was about to unleash a destructive attack to kill Li Lingtian. However, as soon as his true essence moved, the mysterious light in his body was like a flood of lightning, and his meridians and dantian were bombarded. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled around in pain. In 5 seconds, he was dead. Li Lingtian was shocked to see this. He did not expect the radiance to be so harmful to warriors. The faces of the other martial monarch realm experts turned ashen. If they could not use their true essence, they would be no different from dead people. Li Lingtian quickly calculated that the warrior did not die because of the silver-white radiance. Instead, he was attacked by a mysterious aura when he entered the ruins. The silver-white radiance was not so lethal. He knew a little about the radiance of the heaven and earth creation cauldron, so he naturally could not expose it now. After landing, he walked towards the plaque step by step. The 12 Martial Supreme looked at Li Lingtian in confusion. He knew that the radiance would be fatal, yet he was just a Martial Supreme. He was courting death by going there. They were all staring at Li Lingtian, but he stopped in front of the plaque. The 5 elements of heaven and earth, the 5 elements are balanced. Li Lingtian unleashed all the true essence in his body. Instantly, a radiance appeared and a 5-colored radiance dispersed in the surroundings. After reaching the perfection of the 5 elements, he had also become a martial honor. His body still had the essence of the heaven and earth 5 elements jade, and he had now obtained 4 of the 5 elements. The 5-colored 5-elemental golden core released a quintessential essence aura that was balanced by the 5 elements perfection. 5 elements perfection. All the martial sovereigns exclaimed as if they had seen a ghost. They did not expect that there was really an expert with a martial soul of 5 elements completion in this world. No wonder he was so confident. It seemed that a supreme realm expert coming to this place was really not simple. Li Lingtian completely ignored the super martial emperor's exclamation behind him. He focused on his divine consciousness and extended his hand. A palm-sized pill cauldron appeared before him. The 12 martial emperor powerhouses were puzzled. Why was he using a cauldron at this time? Could it be to refine pills? However, the 12 martial emperor powerhouses were stunned. The elixir cauldron in Li Lingtian's hand trembled in front of Li Lingtian's magic art. A silvery white radiance emanated from it. This light was exactly the same as the light on the plaque. Even the aura was exactly the same. The 12 martial emperor powerhouses trembled subconsciously when they saw the light. They were once bitten by a snake, but they were afraid of ropes for 10 years. Whoosh! There was a strange phenomenon in the sky. The plaque shone with a silvery white radiance that reflected the radiance of Li Lingtian's cauldron. The entire ruin was flashing with 5-colored radiance. The 5-colored radiance was identical to the radiance aura on Li Lingtian's body. Swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, the 5-colored spiritual pearls on the 12 martial emperor powerhouses flew out despite the restrictions in their storage bags. 31 5-colored spiritual pearls floated in the air. At the same time, in the distance of the Forbidden Land, some experts who had obtained the 5-colored spiritual pearls also automatically flew out of their storage bags and arrived at the ruins regardless of the distance. Li Lingtian's expression changed as the divine dragon ring trembled. The divine dragon ring was an independent space, but under such circumstances, the 5-colored spirit pearls sensed each other at the same time. P.S. Can I review it after reading it? Chapter 481, Continuous Breakthrough. Whoosh, whoosh. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and opened the divine dragon ring. The five-colored spirit pearl flew out of the divine dragon ring and the seal disappeared automatically. In an instant, 99 five-colored spiritual pearls gathered in the sky above the ruins. The 99 five-colored spiritual pearls formed a mysterious formation. Even though Li Lingtian was a holy array master who knew about ancient and primordial divine arrays, as well as ancient forbidden arrays, he could not figure out what kind of array it was. Now, he understood that controlling the divine array diagram did not mean controlling the world's array formations. Boom! With a dull thud, Li Lingtian's entire body was suspended in the air. The silver-white radiance of the heaven and earth creation cauldron and the radiance on the plaque reflected off each other. His five elements perfection and the radiance of the 99 five-colored spirit pearls reflected off each other. The five-colored light in the ruins also fused. Instantly, the ruins within a radius of 1,000,000 miles were completely enveloped by the five-colored light. A magical world appeared before the eyes of all the martial emperor powerhouses. Although this place was in ruins, under the five-colored light, this place had become even more majestic and perfect. It completely displayed the scene before the ruins. Swoosh, 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 cc. The 12 martial emperor powerhouses were stunned by what they saw as they stared at Li Lingtian, who was in the air. 99 five-colored spirit pearls revolved around Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian closed his eyes slightly as the heaven and earth creation cauldron hovered above his head. The mysterious silver-white radiance was connected to him. 9 heaven stars. Li Lingtian's entire body was tempered by the five-colored spiritual pearl and the silver-white radiance. It was as if he had entered a hot spring. The five-colored radiance from the ruins poured into Li Lingtian's body. The five-colored golden core spun non-stop and the entire world trembled slightly. Li Lingtian could no longer feel it. This was because his mind was connected to the formation of the five-colored spiritual beads. He recalled all the formations, but none of them were the same as the formation of this five-colored spiritual pearl. After an unknown period of time, an idea flashed in his mind. He opened his eyes and was shocked. He actually found out the origin of this formation for no reason. The 9 heaven stars was a mysterious formation that was not part of the 3 realms and 5 elements, but it was connected to the 5 elements of the 3 realms and 5 elements. The five-colored spiritual pearl was of the 5 elements while Li Lingtian was at the 5 elements perfection. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had the heaven and earth creation cauldron. Boom! In the ruins, all the martial monarch realm experts were stunned. Li Lingtian floated in the air with a calm heart. His state of mind was elevated and the quintessential essence in his body was undergoing rapid changes. His aura was also constantly changing. The light emitted by the five-colored spiritual pearl above the ruins quickly transformed into true essence after entering his body. The perfected 5th-level supreme realm ignored the bottleneck and broke through. After successfully reaching the 6th level of the supreme realm, the speed at which the aura of his entire body soared did not slow down at all. On the contrary, it became even faster. The peak of the 6th level of the supreme realm was at the peak of the supreme realm, and his cultivation continued to rise. There were more than 12 martial monarch realm experts below. The other martial monarch realm experts had also rushed over with the five-colored spiritual pearl. There were already 26 martial monarch realm experts in this place. However, the current martial monarch realm experts were all staring blankly at everything in the sky. Seeing Li Lingtian's aura sublimate and his cultivation base breakthrough, every martial emperor was speechless. 7th level supreme realm. In the sky, the five-colored radiance with Li Lingtian at the center trembled. Li Lingtian's body paused for a moment before his aura surged and he broke through again. The martial emperor powerhouses below also trembled and exclaimed. A supreme realm expert had actually broken through in front of them like this. It made them feel a sense of disappointment. When they broke through, they had gone through a lot of hardships. His aura was still rising as the five-colored radiance in the sky surged toward Li Lingtian like a tidal wave. Li Lingtian's face showed traces of pain. Now, he was no longer in control because his entire being was connected to the ruins. The five-colored light continued to enter his body. It was impossible to restrict it. At this moment, he could only focus on his body. The heaven and earth reincarnation technique protected his meridians, and the true dragon body protection protected his entire body, allowing the five-colored light to enter. 8th level Supreme Realm. There was another wave of exclamations. 26 and Martial Emperor almost fell to the ground. What the fuck was going on? When he entered, he was half dead from the light. Now, this Supreme Realm expert was actually breaking through continuously inside. Even a Supreme Martial Emperor would not be able to withstand such a blow. The five-colored light in the sky trembled, and the originally dense light gradually weakened. However, the speed at which Li Lingtian's body absorbed the five-colored light had increased exponentially. The five-colored spiritual pearl was also spinning continuously. Li Lingtian and the five-colored spiritual pearl had completely formed a world of their own. Wu Zun, Supreme 9. 9th level Supreme Realm. 9th level Supreme Realm. Puff. Heavens, strike me to death with a thunderbolt. 9th level Supreme Realm. Has the world changed? Am I outdated? Or is he too crazy? Li Lingtian's aura rose to its peak and his realm continued to rise. He had gone from level 5 to the current level 9. At that moment, the five-colored radiance had almost completely disappeared from the ruins that spanned 1,000,000 miles. The moment the five-colored radiance vanished, Li Lingtian's aura had reached its tipping point. The peak of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. The pain on Li Lingtian's body gradually disappeared. The five-colored spiritual pearls were still spinning and at the same time, they were connected to Li Lingtian. His entire body and the 99 five-colored spiritual pearls formed an independent world. 9 heaven stars. Li Lingtian's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the 99 five-colored spiritual pearls flickered and the world shook. A mysterious force trapped the 26 Martial Emperor powerhouses on the ground. They were enveloped by a light shield and slowly floated in the air. Li Lingtian did not move at all as he appeared strangely in front of the translucent light shield. He glared at the 26 Martial Emperors. At this moment, the 26 Martial Emperor powerhouses were terrified as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at the young revered martial artist in front of them as if they were looking at a martial saint. The 9 heavenly stars were actually the power of the 9 heavenly stars, an existence that could destroy everything in the world. In the 9 skies of stars, Li Lingtian was the master of this world. The 9 skies of stars was also an independent world, an independent small world that was even more terrifying than the legendary territory. Do you want to die or live? Li Lingtian asked calmly as if he was talking to himself. His calm tone was like thunder in the ears of the 26 Martial Monarch Realm experts. It was like the voice of the Grim Reaper. Yes. You want to live, that you want to live, that you want to live. You. All the Martial Monarch Realm experts' lips were dry. They smacked their lips and stammered. At this moment, they were no longer Martial Monarch Realm experts. They were just ants in front of the Grim Reaper. If you want to live, submit to me forever and hand over your soul. Li Lingtian's expression was calm and emotionless. If these people were to tell anyone about what he had just done, they would definitely cause trouble for him. They would either kill these martial sovereigns or submit. Pfft. A martial emperor powerhouse hesitated. His expression was also filled with hesitation. However, at this moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his life force disappeared. 3 seconds. Li Lingtian said coldly. Instantly, all the martial emperors understood that the man had hesitated for a moment before he was killed. I surrender, that I surrender. All of a sudden, the 25 martial emperor powerhouses submitted to him. In such a situation, any slight hesitation would instantly disappear. They all understood how terrifying the young man before them was. He was the master of this light shield, and killing a martial monarch realm expert was just a matter of divine sense. A soul and a spirit, a trace of blood essence appeared. Immediately, all the blood essence and souls flew towards the heaven and earth creation cauldron in the sky. Li Lingtian was puzzled as well, but he did not think too much about it. After all, the heaven and earth creation cauldron was his. By controlling the souls of these warriors, he would naturally be able to control these martial emperor powerhouses. Bang! Bang! All the martial emperor powerhouses fell to the ground. Pfft! Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood as he forcefully cast the 9 skies of stars that he had just taken over. His body could not withstand it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his light shield vanished. Tisk. However, it was at this moment that Li Lingtian's blood essence was enveloped by the heaven and earth creation cauldron's silver-white radiance. The silver-white radiance on the plaque grew even more intense. The 5-colored spiritual pearls around Li Lingtian had shrunk rapidly before they hovered around Li Lingtian. The ruins were silent except for the heaven and earth creation cauldron and the plaque. Li Lingtian began to spin in the middle of the 2 beams of light. His body hovered in the air as he slowly closed his eyes. Rumble, rumble. The ruins trembled as if billions of soldiers were fighting. Battle chi soared into the sky, and killing chi wreaked havoc in the world. It quickly disappeared, and everything in front of him seemed to be an illusion. After an unknown period of time, the ruins disappeared without a trace. What appeared in front of him was a huge palace. Although the palace was not as big as the previous ruins, its size and grandeur were not something that the ruins could compare to. There was a statue in front of the palace. A man wearing an imperial crown had a faint smile on his face. Emperor Xuanyuan. Di Qingyu, Bailey Fei, and the others all exclaimed. They more or less knew something about everything in the forbidden area. Emperor Xuanyuan was the most marvelous power in the legends. When the palace appeared, the light on the plaque instantly fused into the heaven and earth creation cauldron. The light of the heaven and earth creation cauldron trembled and finally rushed into the sky. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the space trembled and the ground continued to collapse. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Li Lingtian's body was still suspended in the air because the heaven and earth creation cauldron was above him. He was also suspended in the air by the Li Lingtian emitted by the heaven and earth creation cauldron. Chapter 482, Shenong Cauldron. In the void, after the radiance of the heaven and earth creation cauldron struck, the void gradually quieted down. After a short period of silence, a strange sign appeared in the sky. 5-colored auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, and the earth was restored. The originally desolate palace was filled with birds and flowers. All of this was not an illusion, but a real existence. Above the void, a green light shadow struck down and crashed into the heaven and earth creation cauldron rapidly. Its momentum shook the sky. The martial emperor powerhouse on the ground looked at the changes in the sky with an ashen expression. One could imagine how powerful the destructive force was from such a momentum. Although the green light shadow was aimed at the heaven and earth creation cauldron, it looked like it was going to bombard them. Li Lingtian was under the heaven and earth creation cauldron. He could not see what was happening above, but he could feel the threat of destruction. By the time he wanted to leave the heaven and earth creation cauldron, it was already too late. Silk. A strange sound stunned all the martial emperors, including Li Lingtian. This was because the green light shadow descended with destructive power. However, when it met the heaven and earth creation cauldron, it actually fused with it. This strange impact made everyone feel uncomfortable. It was as uncomfortable as punching cotton. Rumble. At this moment, the green light finally revealed its true form. It was a square cauldron, 1 meter wide, 1 meter long, 2 sides tall, and was completely green. It looked simple and unadorned, but it gave off a supreme majesty. After the square tripod appeared, the heaven and earth creation cauldron in Li Lingtian's hand spun rapidly. With a dull thud, the heaven and earth creation cauldron quickly entered the square tripod. Li Lingtian's body changed direction and the heaven and earth creation cauldron entered the square cauldron. Li Lingtian was suspended in the air, but he was standing on top of the square cauldron. He saw the heaven and earth creation cauldron enter the square cauldron. In the center of the square cauldron was a palm-sized slot, and the heaven and earth creation cauldron just entered the slot. Instantly, thunder roared between heaven and earth. Lightning tore through the sky, and the entire world seemed to be in the prelude of a storm. Bang! The square tripod landed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Li Lingtian leaped down and sized up the tripod. Xuanyuan Cauldron. 3 ancient characters were carved on the square tripod. They were green and simple. However, these 3 words stunned all the martial emperors. The Xuanyuan Cauldron was the ancient flame emperor, a true god. The Xuanyuan Cauldron was also born from heaven and earth. It displayed shocking power in the hands of the Xuanyuan emperor, making it famous as a sacred lord of alchemy. They did not expect the Xuanyuan Cauldron to appear in this place. This stunned all the martial monarch realm experts. Li Lingtian was equally shocked. He did not expect the square cauldron to be the Xuanyuan Cauldron. However, only he knew that the heaven and earth creation cauldron was the real key. In other words, the Xuanyuan Cauldron was a part of the heaven and earth creation cauldron, and the heaven and earth creation cauldron was also a part of the Xuanyuan Cauldron. In the past, he had never understood the heaven and earth creation cauldron. It turned out that the heaven and earth creation cauldron was only half. After the heaven and earth creation cauldron fused with the Xuanyuan Cauldron, it would become a complete treasure. This place was Xuanyuan Sacred City, the palace of Emperor Xuanyuan. The relationship between Emperor Xuanyuan and Emperor Yan Xuanyuan was just a legend. Nobody knew about it. With the appearance of the Xuanyuan Cauldron, the world fell silent. There was no more movement. Li Lingtian was not in the mood to study the Xuanyuan Cauldron and the heaven and earth creation cauldron. He moved his consciousness and tried to touch the Xuanyuan Cauldron to see if he could control it, or if it could belong to him like before. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the Xuanyuan Cauldron floated without a trace and arrived before Li Lingtian in an instant. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he extended his hand to caress the Xuanyuan Cauldron as though he was meeting an old friend. His divine sense moved again, and the Xuanyuan Cauldron entered the divine dragon ring. Once he was done, Li Lingtian walked toward the palace and came before Emperor Xuanyuan's statue. He bowed respectfully, showing his respect to an ancient mighty figure. According to the legend in his previous life, Emperor Xuanyuan was the real hero of humans. Li Lingtian was confused as well. He had come to the divine martial continent only to encounter the legendary Almighty from his previous life. Could it be that this world was balanced, or was it just a world with different eras and dimensions? He didn't have the mood to think about all of this. He had to look around the palace. What secrets did this forbidden area have? This was an ancient secret, so he was naturally extremely curious. The martial emperor behind him was holding his hand and could not move at all. He could only watch as Li Lingtian entered the palace. In the underground secret chamber of the Sky River Temple, the 4 saints of Xuanyuan were shocked. They looked at the changes on the crystal and couldn't speak for a long time. Because on the crystal, all the black spots had disappeared, leaving only a black spot. Moreover, this black spot had gathered with the remaining red spots. In other words, all the Supreme Realm experts had died, and only one Supreme Realm expert was left. There were not many martial emperors left. The black and red dots on the crystal represented the Supreme Realm and the Martial Emperor realm. This was not what shocked them the most. What shocked them the most was the change in the center of the crystal. The 4 Xuanyuan saints knew that this place was the legendary holy land of the Xuanyuan family, Xuanyuan Sacred City, where all the warriors gathered. Moreover, they had personally felt the shocking changes that had occurred after the 5 elements had gathered. Although they could not see everything that had happened in Xuanyuan's sacred city with their own eyes, they could roughly find out what had happened inside. Could it be that he has fused with the 5-colored spiritual pearl? How is that possible? This is the future hope of our Xuanyuan clan. Sigh, this is the will of the heavens. If the will of the heavens wants this, we can't go against it. When he comes out, we'll make arrangements. The 4 sages of Xuanyuan were all shocked. In the end, Xuanyuan Yunhe made the decision. The hope of the Xuanyuan clan actually fell on this martial honor. It was also the will of the heavens that he had fused with the 5-colored spiritual bead. I wonder what he encountered this time. Moreover, if the will of the 5 elements is scattered, the will of the 5 elements can only be fused together to fuse with the 5-colored spiritual pearl. Could it be that he has obtained the will of the 5 elements? Xuanyuan Qingtian was shocked, his face filled with disbelief. In order to integrate the 5-colored spiritual pearl, 5 strands of 5 elements will of the way were required. They were also looking forward to the martial artists who had obtained the will of the way coming out. They used the secret technique of the Xuanyuan clan to integrate the 5 elements will of the way. Impossible. No one can obtain the will of the 5 elements. There are only 4 kinds of 5 elements Tao wills inside. The last one is here. Xuanyuan Yunhe was very calm, because the last Tao intent was on the Xuanyuan clan. It was impossible to fuse the 5 elements Tao intent. I hope this will be the last time in the forbidden area. The last time the 5 elements Tao intent fused, the 5-colored spiritual pearl was missing. There's also a key missing. I wonder what this key is. What kind of opportunity is it? Xuanyuan Haotian sighed. They didn't see what happened 100,000 years ago, but they knew about it from the books of the Xuanyuan family. Otherwise, the Forbidden Land wouldn't have opened again after 100,000 years. The secret chamber sank into silence again. Li Lingtian entered the palace. The palace was extremely quiet and there was not a single sound. However, the environment inside was excellent. Even describing it as a paradise was difficult. The interior of the palace was completely identical. It took him a whole month to finally explore the entire palace. Li Lingtian was slightly disappointed that there was nothing inside. Li Lingtian then left the palace and summoned the Shinong cauldron with his divine mindfulness. He cast a series of spells and a beam of light radiated from the center of the Shinong cauldron, enveloping the 25 martial emperors. After a short while, the pill cauldron was put away. The martial monarch realm expert who had been attacked by the light earlier could now move completely and circulate the true essence in his body. After Li Lingtian was done, he glared coldly at the 25 martial emperors. You better not see what happened here. After saying that, he turned around and entered the palace. This place was the last place, but there was still some time before they could leave. It was the safest place in Xuanyuan's sacred city. When the time came, he would be teleported out directly. Although there were no treasures in Xuanyuan's sacred city, the spiritual qi was rich. Moreover, the quality of the spiritual qi had sublimated, just like immortal qi. This was the best place to cultivate. After entering the deepest part of the cave, Li Lingtian chose a quieter spot and activated the divine dragon ring. It's out again. What dense spiritual energy. The environment is not bad. What is this place? It looks like a palace, but I like it here. After the girls came out, they were extremely happy. Their eyes looked around and revealed happy expressions. Only Shan Mei came to Li Lingtian's side and sized him up. A puzzled expression appeared on her little face. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked up at Li Lingtian. Husband, your aura has changed. Where is your cultivation? As soon as Shan Mei finished speaking, the other girls gathered around Li Lingtian with curiosity and confusion on their faces. I've reached the peak of the 9th level Supreme Realm. Li Lingtian said with a smile. He circulated the vital essence in his body slightly and a powerful pressure appeared. This pressure was unique to a 9th level martial honor. 9th level Supreme Realm? Big brother, weren't you only at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm last time? Yeah, could it be that you broke through to Tier 4 in this month? That's impossible. Could it be that a few years have passed? The girls were stunned. They could not believe their ears. In less than 2 months, he had actually advanced from the 5th heaven to the 9th heaven. What kind of concept was this? I've only broken through to tier 4 in less than an hour. You guys go pack up quickly. We'll cultivate here for a period of time. I'll tell you guys later. Li Lingtian gave her a sly smile as he slapped her butt. Immediately, Shun Mei-er's eyes turned misty and watery, her eyes filled with lust. Alright, you have to tell me everything when the time comes, there must be something fun. The girls quickly went to clean up the mess, including Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan. They were all little girls and women in front of him. Naturally, they would act coquettishly in front of Li Lingtian. P.S. After reading a chapter, can you give me a review? Chapter 483, Stars in the Nine Heavens. A fragrant scent wafted through the palace. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's story, Tang Qingyue and the others quickly tidied up the palace. Finally, they came to Li Lingtian's side. They wanted to know what fun things Li Lingtian had encountered during this period of time. However, in their opinion, this was not fun. To be able to break through to tier 4 in an hour, could it be fun? Obviously not. Big brother, alright, tell me quickly. Ji was the first to arrive at Li Lingtian's side. She hugged Li Lingtian's arm with both hands and looked up with an expectant expression as she urged Li Lingtian. Don't panic, wait for us. When Qingling saw Ji walking to Li Lingtian's side, she was worried that Li Lingtian would start first. If that happened, they would hear less of it. After they got to know each other, they didn't have any gaps between them and naturally spoke more casually. However, this was in front of them. If it was in front of outsiders, Qingling wouldn't be like this. Finally, they had tidied up their rooms. They immediately went to Li Lingtian's side and found a place to sit down. Li Lingtian recounted the events of that day. The girls were shaken to their core, but they were more excited. Li Lingtian's consecutive breakthroughs were already heaven-defying. It was not impossible for him to achieve consecutive breakthroughs when he was a martial apprentice or a warrior, but it was heaven-defying when he was a martial honor. Moreover, he had broken through to tier 4 in one go, from the 5th heaven to the 9th heaven. He was only one step away from becoming a martial emperor after he had reached the peak of the 9th level martial honored realm. As long as he broke through this step, Li Lingtian would become a martial emperor powerhouse. At that time, Li Lingtian would be able to sweep through the martial supreme realm. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had obtained the Xuanyuan cauldron and controlled the mystical existence of the 9 skies of stars. They did not know if the 9 heavenly stars was a cultivation technique, a skill, an array formation, or a realm. I didn't expect you to have condensed the 5 elements to perfection this time. Now, as long as you get the will of the great path of the wood element, you will be able to truly achieve the balance of the 5 elements. At that time, even experts with 5 elements martial souls will be restricted by their martial souls in front of you. I believe that 5-colored spiritual pearl is where the stars in the 9 skies are. It should be a powerful technique. After Huangfu Yuyan heard Li Lingtian's explanation, her face was filled with excitement and anticipation. This was because the 5 elements perfection that she wanted to see was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, Li Lingtian had now obtained 4 types of 5 elements Tao wills, the 5-colored spiritual pearl, and the 9 heavenly stars. All of these were developing toward the 5 elements perfection. The Xuanyuan cauldron is the treasure of the ancient flame emperor, the master of alchemy, Xuanyuan. As Tang Qingyue spoke, Li Lingtian took out the Xuanyuan cauldron. The Xuanyuan cauldron was only the size of a palm. It was squarish in shape and looked ancient without any aura. However, there was something that looked like a rune in the cauldron. Li Lingtian knew that it was the heaven and earth creation cauldron. When the two fused together, it could be said to be the heaven and earth creation cauldron or the Xuanyuan cauldron. No matter what, this cauldron was used to refine pills. Moreover, there were some magical things that he had yet to master or crack because there were still many secrets on this Shinong cauldron. There's still some time before the forbidden area opens. The spiritual qi here is not bad, and it's immortal qi. If you use it to cultivate, you can quickly increase your cultivation and temper your physique. Cultivate in peace. No one can enter this place. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at the time and realized that it was getting late. He stood up and allowed Tang Qingyue and the others to cultivate. He also needed to cultivate a little. At the very least, he needed to control some of the things he had obtained during this period of time and understand them. Otherwise, if anything that affected his body happened, it would be over when he discovered it during the battle. Where's my place? Li Lingtian took a stroll around the palace. It was not a big place and it was located in the deepest part of the palace. Li Lingtian had his eyes set on this place when he first came in. It was a perfect place for cultivation. After he walked around, he found that the girls' rooms were well prepared, but he had no place to stay. I forgot to tidy up my room for my husband. Tonight, you can stay at Mei Er's place. Shun Mei Er smiled, her face flushed red. When the other girls heard Shun Mei Er's words, they burst into laughter. Shun Mei Er's face turned even redder as she quickly pulled Li Lingtian toward her room. After turning around, he let out a kick. Li Lingtian caressed Shun Mei Er's forehead with a faint smile on his face. They had been together for so long, yet she was still so shy. Husband, do you also laugh at me like them? Shun Mei Er hugged Li Lingtian's arm as she spoke softly. Her voice was so gentle that Li Lingtian's heart trembled. I'm not laughing at you. Do you see me laughing? Li Lingtian did not laugh at first, but he broke into laughter after he finished speaking. Even 10 mouths would not be able to explain this. Fortunately, Shun Mei Er didn't pursue this topic. The two of them returned to her room. They were in a palace and each room was not small. It was no different from Li Lingtian's war god. There were 2 or 3 smaller rooms inside, so it was naturally spacious for 2 people to stay in. He didn't know how they tidied up the place, but it didn't take long for them to make it look like a boudoir. They had been together for so long, yet Shun Mei Er was still shy. This made Li Lingtian extremely excited. He reached out and picked Shun Mei Er up before placing her gently on the bed. He then sat down on the bed as Shun Mei Er leaned against Li Lingtian's chest. The two of them did not speak. They snuggled together tightly and felt each other's heartbeats. That night, the two of them had sex to their heart's content until Shun Mei Er fell asleep in satisfaction. Li Lingtian also fell asleep in exhaustion. Next, the girls all stepped up their cultivation because cultivating in this place was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 10 days. Moreover, this immortal spirit energy could also change their physique. They naturally wouldn't give up such an opportunity to sublimate their physiques. Moreover, the time they spent here was getting lesser and lesser. Every day wasted was 1 day less. However, apart from cultivating during the day, she had to accompany Li Lingtian at night. Although Li Lingtian did not cultivate much, he still had to organize the Shinong Cauldron and the 9 skies of stars. However, these two were not things he could understand at the moment. The 9 heaven stars could only be formed by the 5-colored spiritual pearl. Only then would the power of the 9 heaven stars appear. Moreover, using such power would completely destroy the world and consume the world's spiritual energy. It required endless spiritual energy to cast the 9 heaven stars. The Shinong Cauldron recorded the names and appearances of countless medicinal herbs, as well as the attributes of the medicinal herbs, as well as how to deal with some accidents encountered during pill refinement. The Shinong Cauldron was a treasure book of alchemy, and it was the experience of the Flame Emperor. Furthermore, there was a piece of information regarding the relationship between Xuanyuan and Shinong in the Shinong Cauldron. However, Li Lingtian could not unlock this secret regardless of his current cultivation base. He could only give it up. However, he was reassured. As long as he promoted his cultivation base, he would be able to find the secrets in the Shinong Cauldron. Of course, He would know the time between Shennong and Emperor Xuanyuan and what happened during the reign of Emperor Xuanyuan. The Shennong cauldron and the 9 skies of stars could only be understood partially, so Li Lingtian had to give up on them for now. Instead, he placed his mind on the skills he controlled. His cultivation had broken through and soared. Naturally, he had to adapt to this cultivation realm and adapt his treasures and skills again. As his cultivation increased, his heaven-grade divine powers reached their limits. He was only one step away from reaching the perfection of martial arts. Li Lingtian was most concerned about the heavenly sword unity. After all, it was a divine ability of the saint level and also an almighty divine ability. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to be a match for an 8th heaven martial emperor. Even if he could not defeat an 8th heaven martial emperor, he could still leave easily. He cultivated his skills while refining treasures. At the same time, he comprehended the 4 types of 5 elements Tao intent. The skills evolved from Tao intent were earth-shattering. Some heaven-grade divine powers also seemed a little weak. Time passed day by day. Half a year passed just like that. There were only a few days left, so Tang Qingyue and the others stopped cultivating. He had been cultivating seriously for the past half a year. Tang Qingyue and the others had successfully entered the realm of martial emperors. Ji and Shun Mei had the highest cultivation base. They were both rank 9 martial emperors. Tang Qingyue and the others were 2nd-level martial emperors. They did not dare to tell anyone about their speed. If they did, their jaws would definitely drop. However, nothing was impossible in front of the immortal spirit Qi and Li Lingtian's elixir. Not only them, but the guards brought by Longda also quickly increased their realms. Every one of them had increased by 2 realms. Currently, the cultivation of the guards was at the 5th or 6th heaven. There were even 9 level 7 martial monarch realm guards. Such a cultivation speed shocked the hundreds of guards. Even after they broke through, they still felt that it was an illusion. As time passed, Li Lingtian led everyone out of the palace and arrived outside. Although the palace was safe, they did not dare to take the risk in the face of teleportation. If he was imprisoned in the palace, it would be too late even if he cried. After they arrived outside, the other martial emperor powerhouses also came out. Among the 25 martial emperors, a few of them had made breakthroughs in their cultivation. However, none of them had reached the 9th heaven martial emperor realm. Greetings, young master. When Bailey Fei and the others saw Li Lingtian coming out, they went forward to greet him, feeling extremely awkward. As the genius martial emperor of a super clan, he had to bow down to someone else. However, when he thought of how terrifying Li Lingtian was, he felt less of a need to do so. Now, they finally understood that the true geniuses in this world were not them. They also knew that there were no hard and fast laws in this world. What happened a while ago was completely imprinted in their minds. Even if he died, he would not forget what happened that day. After all, what happened that day was too terrifying and bizarre. It was completely a miracle. In less than an hour, he broke through to rank 4 and became a 9th-tier martial venerable. He even obtained the Shennong cauldron and the terrifying 9 heaven stars. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 484, Leaving the Forbidden Area, 1. The Forbidden Area is about to open. It's best if you don't let anyone know about this when you go out this time, that if you want to live for 2 more years, you'd better be honest. If I find someone playing tricks, imagine it yourself. Li Lingtian said coldly as he glared at the 25 martial emperor powerhouses. Each of them was a supreme powerhouse and they were the favored sons of a clan or faction. He had never expected that he would actually lose his life this time, and it was in the hands of a martial honor. This subordinate understands. Everyone answered respectfully without any hesitation. They recalled how a seventh heaven martial emperor was killed instantly after hesitating for a moment. They were all afraid of Li Lingtian's methods. He was merciless and would not give anyone a chance. Li Lingtian ignored them and sat down to meditate. Naturally, they did not know that Li Lingtian had guards and other people with him, as they had already entered the divine dragon ring. Time passed in the blink of an eye in front of martial artists. 3 days passed, and the world changed. The sky was gray. As if it was the end of the world, the earth began to tremble. Lightning bolts and thunder sounded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A suction force appeared in the air. None of the martial artists resisted at all, allowing this suction force to pull them. This was because this was a magical teleportation. It was a comprehensive teleportation that teleported all the martial artists in the forbidden area out, as long as they were not dead. Even though Li Lingtian did not put up any resistance, the vital essence in his body was constantly circulating. If anything went wrong, he would immediately put up a defense. However, what they were worried about did not happen. With the sound of thunder, everyone entered the clouds in the sky. A strange rotation appeared again, and everyone's eyes lit up. The place where he appeared was the square from last time, the square of the Heavenly River Temple. The 12 super martial monarch realm experts were holding spells in their hands. Their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had just used the array formation of a mighty figure to pull them out. Swoosh. A soft sound like a breeze was heard, but Li Lingtian noticed it. A scroll appeared out of thin air in the hands of one of the 8th heaven martial monarch realm experts. The scroll rolled up quickly. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Everything depicted on this scroll was exactly the same as Xuanyuan's sacred city. However, the picture on this scroll was incomplete. Could it be that everything is in this scroll? Is the place we entered also in the scroll? Li Lingtian had a funny thought. Even though he did not believe it, he was still a little scared when he thought of this bizarre thought. If that was really the case, didn't they already enter the scroll? If anything happened, they would never be able to come out. Thinking of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart and immediately rejected this idea. It was very quiet in the square. The 12 super martial emperor powerhouses had left with pale faces. After the 12 martial emperor powerhouses left, another 8th level martial emperor powerhouse came out. He looked at everyone expressionlessly. Only one supreme realm expert who entered survived. Only half of the martial emperor realm experts were left. Moreover, 4 level 8 experts had died. Congratulations on your successful return. Follow me into the hall. Xuanyuan nodded and said to the warriors present. After saying that, he walked into the hall. When all the experts heard that they were going to enter the main hall, they were extremely excited. Outsiders had never been able to enter the Heavenly River Temple. Even the super experts of the 4 great families could not enter the Heavenly River Temple. Without hesitation, Li Lingtian walked into the hall. Xuanyuan did not look behind him, but his divine sense noticed the situation behind him. The remaining supreme realm experts actually walked to the front, while the 25 super martial emperors were willing to fall behind. Moreover, it seemed as if he had deliberately walked behind that martial honor. All of this felt strange in Xuanyuan's heart. It was already heaven-defying for a supreme realm expert to come out. He did not expect these martial emperor experts to seem to be afraid of this supreme realm expert. Soon, everyone entered the hall. Li Lingtian strolled over with a relaxed expression on his face. He looked around without any restraint, as if he was walking freely in his own backyard. The entire hall could only be described as grand and majestic. There were 8 8th level martial emperor realm experts sitting in the main hall. An elder at the 9th level martial emperor realm sat on the main seat. These were the super experts of the Xuanyuan family and the most important figures of the Xuanyuan family. However, Li Lingtian's expression changed when he saw a person sitting below the main seat. At the same time, the person seemed to know that Li Lingtian was looking at her and turned to look at him. Xuanyuan Yingying. Li Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect this girl to appear here. He did not want to meet her, but he had to. That's right. The person sitting in the first seat was only a woman with an ordinary cultivation base. However, this woman's status was very noble. Even the 8th level martial emperors did not dare to sit behind her. Scoundrel, I actually encountered you. Let's see if you still want to hide this time. Xuanyuan Yingying was overjoyed when she saw Li Lingtian. However, she was slightly infuriated when she recalled how Li Lingtian had escaped after being raped by him a year ago. She had searched for Li Lingtian many times over the past year, but she could not find him. She did not expect to see him here today. A smile appeared on her little face as she looked at Li Lingtian mischievously. Li Lingtian's heart trembled when he saw the smile. Although the little face was rather plain and could be considered a beauty, he knew that the true beauty behind the little face was absolutely stunning. The hall was extremely quiet. All the martial emperor powerhouses felt a sense of oppression when they entered. However, at this moment, a voice broke the oppressive atmosphere, causing everyone to almost fall to the ground. Hey, why aren't you running anymore? Xuanyuan Yingying was infuriated when she saw Li Lingtian's natural act. She could behave herself outside, but this was her home. Naturally, she did not have to worry about anything. He stood up, placed his hands behind his back, and walked over with small steps. She walked up to Li Lingtian and spoke in a sweet voice with a smug expression on her face. She now understood that Li Lingtian had gone to the forbidden area. She did not expect him to come back so easily despite so many martial honors and martial emperors entering. It was not bad at all. When they saw Xuanyuan Yingying's actions, they were stunned. When Xuanyuan Yingying spoke again, they were all stunned. Even the 8th level martial emperor realm experts present were stunned. Since when did Xuanyuan Yingying know this supreme realm expert? It seemed like there was something going on between them. Yingying. Xuanyuan Tianming, who was sitting on the main seat, saw Xuanyuan Yingying's expression and quickly stopped her. He was worried that Xuanyuan Yingying would do something else. Besides, he was in the middle of something serious, so he couldn't act recklessly. Grandpa, this guy ran away after bullying me. I want to find trouble with him. Xuanyuan Yingying coquettishly looked at Xuanyuan Tianming, who was seated at the head of the table, before turning to Li Lingtian with a sly smile on her face. Little girl, I bullied you. Oh my God, I'm innocent. God, you should just strike me with a bolt of lightning. Li Lingtian was feeling depressed. When did he bully her? All he did was touch her face. How could that be considered bullying? Besides, if this bullying was misunderstood by others, his innocence would be gone. He immediately cried out that he was wronged, and a bitter smile appeared on his face, as if he had suffered a great injustice. All the warriors present were stunned. Li Lingtian was actually so natural in this place. Moreover, he even called Xuanyuan Yingying a little girl. This was a form of address that could only be used when they were very close. You're bullying me. Let's go out. I want to settle the score with you. Xuanyuan Yingying tried to pull Li Lingtian out without any explanation. Li Lingtian was speechless. Wait, little girl. Can't you see that I'm doing something serious? Li Lingtian could feel the atmosphere in the main hall becoming tense. He quickly stopped Xuanyuan Yingying. This little girl was from the Xuanyuan family and he could not afford to offend her. After saying that, he looked at Xuanyuan Tianming, who was sitting on the main seat, with a pleading look in his eyes. However, he did not expect Xuanyuan Yingying to let go of him and quickly returned to her seat. She glared at Li Lingtian fiercely. This farce only lasted for a few seconds, but it caused the atmosphere in the hall to change several times. The 25 martial emperor powerhouses behind Li Lingtian were feeling depressed. Who was this person? He had even sought out the young Mississippi. It's your good fortune to be able to return safely. Take out the 5-colored spiritual pearls in your hands and rank them according to the number of 5-colored spiritual pearls. Xuanyuan Tianming coughed, and all the martial monarch realm experts in the hall turned their gazes to him. Then, he spoke indifferently with an expectant look on his face. He wanted to see which faction had obtained the most 5-colored spiritual pearls. However, as soon as he finished speaking, all the martial emperor powerhouses looked depressed and embarrassed. I don't have any 5-colored spiritual pearls, that I don't have any 5-colored spiritual pearls, that I don't have any 5-colored spiritual pearls either. Instantly, many martial emperors spoke up. They did not have a single 5-colored spiritual pearl after Li Lingtian had used it. Not only did they not have a 5-colored spiritual pearl, they had all submitted to Li Lingtian. What? None of you have any 5-colored spiritual pearls. Where did the 5-colored spiritual pearl go? How is that possible? Don't tell me there isn't even one. What's going on? The super experts of the Xuanyuan family were all stunned. How was this possible? So many experts had gone in, but not a single 5-colored spiritual pearl had been brought out. How was this possible? Naturally, they did not place their attention on Li Lingtian. None of the martial sovereigns who had come out alive had obtained the 5-colored spiritual pearl. As a martial honor, it was naturally impossible for him to obtain it. All of a sudden, the 8th level martial monarch realm experts and Xuanyuan Tianming were stunned. They did not expect things to turn out like this. P.S. Those who wanted to add updates or saw that there were no updates, all of them joined the group chat. 315772906. One have to get recommendation votes and book reviews every day. Chapter 485, Xuanyuan Tianming. The experts in the hall were all extremely surprised, and their faces revealed solemn expressions. They did not know what had happened in the Forbidden Land. Why did they not take out a single 5-colored spiritual pearl? Just as the Xuanyuan family's martial emperor powerhouses were puzzled, Li Lingtian spoke. I'm lucky. The 5-colored spiritual pearl is with me. Li Lingtian said calmly with a faint smile on his face. The 25 supreme martial emperors behind him were speechless. What did they mean by luck? They had obviously snatched it from him. However, they were quite lucky as they were all injured by the white radiance. Li Lingtian was the only one who managed to enter without suffering any damage from the plaque's radiance. The 5-colored spirit pearl had also left on its own. On you? Do you have a 5-colored spiritual pearl? How many did you get? Xuanyuan Tianming and the other martial emperor powerhouses were surprised. It was definitely luck that a martial supreme obtained a few 5-colored spiritual pearls. Otherwise, none of the martial emperors had obtained them, but the last martial supreme had obtained a 5-colored spiritual pearl. However, in their opinion, Li Lingtian had only obtained a few of them. A few 5-colored spiritual pearls would not be of much use. Naturally, the powerhouses of the Xuanyuan family did not care too much. On the other hand, Xuanyuan Yingying, who was standing at the side, revealed a smile. None of the martial emperors had obtained the 5-colored spiritual pearl, but Li Lingtian, a martial honor, had obtained it. She felt happy and proud for Li Lingtian. However, she pouted her lips and muttered to herself. She was clearly looking for trouble with Li Lingtian, yet she felt happy for him. At the thought of this, she snorted in her heart. I got 99. Naturally, Li Lingtian noticed the Xuanyuan family's powerhouse's expression, but he did not mind. With a flick of his divine perception, 99 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared in the hall. However, the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls revolved around Li Lingtian with him at the center. 99 5-colored spiritual pearls. You got 99 pills alone. That it really is 99. How did you manage to find all the 5-colored spiritual pearls by yourself? What's going on? All of you can leave now. We'll inform you of the results later. The experts of the Xuanyuan family could no longer sit still and were all shocked. Xuanyuan Yingying was also extremely surprised. She knew that there were a total of 99 five-colored spiritual pearls in the forbidden area. She did not expect Li Lingtian to be the only one who had obtained the five-colored spiritual pearl despite not having obtained a single one among the powerhouses. Naturally, she did not think that all the spiritual pearls were waiting for Li Lingtian in one place. There must be a lot of stories behind this. Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on his face. The other martial emperor powerhouses were shocked and could not believe their eyes. However, there were indeed 99 five-colored spiritual pearls around Li Lingtian. At once, Xuanyuan Tianming knew what was going on. He quickly ordered the other 25 martial emperor powerhouses to retreat and leave Li Lingtian behind. The 25 martial monarch realm experts could only leave the Heavenly River Temple respectfully. Their expressions were calm, but they were a little busy in their hearts. They were at a loss as to how they would walk in the future. Li Lingtian was the only one standing proudly in the main hall. Xuanyuan Tianming and a few other supreme powerhouses were staring at Li Lingtian. The martial emperor's fierce gaze would have been too much for any other supreme powerhouse to handle when faced with so many supreme martial emperors. However, Li Lingtian did not show the slightest discomfort on his face. Instead, he looked calm and composed. How did you get 99 five-colored spiritual pearls? Xuanyuan Tianming finally spoke. He was shocked. This supreme realm expert in front of him did not waver at all under their pressure. This powerful confidence and calmness shocked him. Does everyone have to tell us the process of obtaining the five-colored spiritual pearl? Li Lingtian replied indifferently. He was displeased by someone's superior questioning. According to his principles, he would return the favor. No. You're just a martial honor. How did you get 99 five-colored spiritual pearls in front of so many martial sovereigns, that you won't say that they gave it to you on their own accord? Xuanyuan Tianming was stunned. He did not expect this revered martial artist to actually dare to ask him a question. Moreover, his tone was obviously unconvinced. For so many years, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Not to mention a supreme realm expert, even a martial emperor realm expert did not dare to speak to him like this. However, he was being countered by a supreme realm expert today. However, he was not angry. Instead, he was curious. His granddaughter seemed to have a relationship with this young man, and they were very close. He was well aware of his granddaughter's personality. She had never had any friends and had never interacted with a man. However, judging from her current behavior, even though she was looking for trouble with Li Lingtian, he could tell that she had taken a liking to this revered martial artist or was curious about him. At this moment, no matter which aspect he looked at, he had no intention of getting angry. His tone was much calmer because he knew that the young man in front of him was arrogant. The true arrogance was the arrogance of self-confidence. It was the arrogance that showed no fear in the face of a powerful martial monarch. Realm expert. Otherwise, they would not have found all the five-colored spiritual pearls in the forbidden area. Moreover, the other martial emperor powerhouses must have known that Ling Tian had 99 five-colored spiritual pearls. However, why did they not kill Li Lingtian and take the five-colored spiritual pearls away? That's right. They did take out the five-colored spiritual pearl of their own accord. Moreover, I'm afraid I won't be giving you this five-colored spiritual pearl because I've already refined it. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as he spoke at a moderate pace. As he finished speaking, a glint flashed across his eyes. The five-colored spirit pearl spun rapidly and formed a magical formation. The 9 heavenly stars was unleashed once again. Although Li Lingtian could not control it, he had to fight for it. He did not want to lose these five-colored spiritual pearls. This was a powerful technique that he had obtained. Naturally, he would not lose it so easily. 9 heaven stars, that it really is the stars in the 9 heavens. You control the 9 heavenly stars. All the martial emperors were stunned by Li Lingtian's words. The five-colored spiritual pearl belonged to the Xuanyuan family. The forbidden area was opened for the sake of the five-colored spiritual pearl. Now that Li Lingtian had obtained it, he did not want to take it out. All of them were filled with killing intent. However, before they could get angry, they saw everything before Li Lingtian and felt a supreme destructive presence. Even the martial emperor powerhouses felt a slight tremble in front of this destruction. They did not have the slightest confidence to survive in the face of this destruction. In his consciousness, he didn't even have the heart to resist. At the same time, the few supreme martial emperor powerhouses recognized the almighty skill that Li Lingtian had cast. It was the legendary 9 stars in the sky. Yes. Li Lingtian did not dare to continue as he would get hurt if he did. With a flick of his soul consciousness, the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls disappeared, along with the 9 stars in the sky. At once, the hall fell silent. The silence that could be heard when a pin dropped made the atmosphere in the hall feel stifling. Li Lingtian did not make a single move from the beginning to the end, and his expression did not change at all. However, he circulated his true essence to the limit and a true spirit pearl appeared in his hand. As long as the other party had the slightest killing intent, he would leave. If he couldn't leave, he could only destroy this place. At this moment, Xuanyuan Yingying opened her mouth in surprise. She looked like a spoiled child. "Grandpa, why do you always bully him? I want to find trouble with him." "Don't bully him." Xuanyuan Yingying's voice broke the silence. Li Lingtian's face flashed with a smile, but his eyes were still fixed on Xuanyuan Tianming. He had a good impression of Xuanyuan Yingying. After all, she was still speaking up for him at this time. Although she seemed to want to find trouble with him, he understood that this little girl just wanted to mess with him once. She was just a little mischievous. "We can't make the decision on this matter, follow me." Xuanyuan Tianming looked at Xuanyuan Yingying and sighed. He did not expect the Xuanyuan family's hope to be on Li Lingtian. He did not know whether he was happy or worried, but this matter was already out of his control. With that, he stood up and walked towards the stone door of the hall. "I'll go too." Xuanyuan Yingying was the first to speak as she glanced at Li Lingtian. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian strode toward the stone door without hesitation. This action immediately stunned all the super martial monarch realm experts. Under such circumstances, this young man actually did not have a trace of fear. Was he not afraid that the Xuanyuan family would plot against him? This young man was still simple-minded, but he quickly rejected this idea. This young man's scheming and cultivation were extremely terrifying. Naturally, he had thought of many things. However, he dared to go in because he was very confident. Moreover, he needed a kind of courage that made people feel ashamed of themselves. "Hey, you bullied me last time. What do you think we should do? Don't tell me that you want to end things like this just by giving me a vermilion fruit." Xuanyuan Tianming walked in front while Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Yingying followed him side by side. Neither of them spoke a word. Xuanyuan Tianming was surprised and valued this young man even more. It was the first time in his life that he had seen someone with such courage and strength. Seeing that Li Lingtian was silent, Xuanyuan Yingying spoke first. He sounded like he was interrogating her, but no matter how one listened to his tone, it didn't sound like he was interrogating her. Instead, it sounded like he was teasing her. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not take it as a tease. He was only amused by Xuanyuan Yingying's mischievous behavior. Didn't he know that he was teasing her? He was the one who touched her last time, and he was still saying it now. "Little girl, what do you want?" "I just touched you. I only treat you as my sister. I'm used to it. Don't tell me you want to marry me." Li Lingtian paused for a moment as he looked aggrieved. Then, he started to walk forward, causing Xuanyuan Yingying to be stunned on the spot. Chapter 486, Martial Saint Realm Expert. "What did you say? Give yourself to me? Are you kidding me? Look at you. You're feeling wronged. I'm the one who's feeling wronged, okay? I heard that you're a saint alchemist and you're so powerful. Why don't you give me some pills and see if I like them? You can comfort me for the time being. I'll settle the score with you in the future. Xuanyuan Yingying quickly chased after him. She pouted and looked surprised. Seeing Li Lingtian's aggrieved look, he was instantly infuriated. He was at a disadvantage, yet the person who took advantage of him still pretended to be wronged. Was there any justice in this world? Pills. That's fine. Little girl, don't always say that I'm bullying you. It's not fun if others misunderstand. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and took out 2 jade bottles. He handed them to Xuanyuan Yingying. Her fair and tender hands were so smooth that it made one's heart skip a beat. Li Lingtian quickly averted his gaze and walked forward. He didn't stop. With a flash, he appeared behind Xuanyuan Tianming. At this time, Xuanyuan Tianming had already arrived in an empty hall. There was nothing in the hall, but Xuanyuan Tianming had a serious and respectful expression on his face. He glanced at Li Lingtian. He had witnessed everything that happened between Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Yingying. He was puzzled as to when his granddaughter had gotten involved with this young man. It seemed that this young man was still avoiding Xuanyuan Yingying. Not many people knew Xuanyuan Yingying's identity. Even if she wore a mask, she was still a little beauty. The young man was really curious as he hid like this. This is not bad. They really refined peerless medicinal pills. Why is there only one peerless great recovery pill? At that moment, Xuanyuan Yingying caught up to him and asked Li Lingtian with a pout. She also looked through the medicinal pills in the jade bottles. One of the jade bottles was a 6th grade cleansing dust pill, which was naturally a peerless medicinal pill. The other jade bottle was a level 7 great recovery pill, and it was also a peerless one. There was a trace of purple light on it, and it looked extremely mysterious. However, there was only one pill in this jade bottle, which made Xuanyuan Yingying feel dissatisfied. Xuanyuan Tianming was speechless when he heard this. A peerless grade 6 pill could not be found in the divine martial continent, let alone a grade 7 mutated peerless grade great cyclic pill. Although he also wanted it, it was not a good time to ask. The grade 6 cleansing pill was a peerless pill. Even he, a 9th level martial emperor, had never used it. Usually, he would only obtain high-grade grade 6 pills. Occasionally, he would obtain grade 7 pills. Now, all the pills of this young man in front of him were peerless. Even if he had heard this news in the past, he was still shocked to see this young man with his own eyes. After a while, he slowly closed his eyes, as if he had entered a state of emptiness. Seconds passed. Xuanyuan Yingying was behaving herself for the first time. Come in. A faint voice rang out in the hall. The voice was ethereal, and one could only know that it was a man's voice. Moreover, this voice carried supreme majesty, as if it was a divine decree issued by a god. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the voice. Xuanyuan Tianming was already a 9th level martial emperor, yet he was so respectful when he came to this place. Furthermore, he had to use a mysterious secret technique to transmit his voice before he could receive permission. Could it be that there was someone more powerful than Xuanyuan Tianming? If that was the case, that person would be the legendary martial saint. What kind of concept was a martial saint? He was an invincible existence, like a high and mighty god. He had seen the divine wind martial saint before, and martial saint Huangfu Yuyan was his woman. Both of them were martial saints, but when he saw them, they were just ordinary warriors. Their cultivation had disappeared, so they could not be considered martial saints. In other words, he had never seen a true martial saint powerhouse. In front of a supreme realm expert, a martial saint was like a god compared to a mortal. Everyone below the martial saint realm was an ant. Swoosh, 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 cc. Xuanyuan Tianming received permission and immediately cast a spell. When he cast the spell, he also cast a chant. There was a faint sound in the air. Without an array altar or a teleportation formation, Li Lingtian stared at the hall, hoping to find some clues. Stop looking. No one can enter here, and there's no teleportation array. Although Xuanyuan Yingying was mischievous, she was smart enough to see through anyone's expression and thoughts. Li Lingtian was shocked. This little girl was not simple. Her cultivation was nothing, but her intelligent mind and foresight were frightening. Nothing could be hidden from her. Whoosh. In the hall, a 5-colored light appeared out of thin air. This 5-colored light was exactly the same as the one in the Forbidden Ruins. Li Lingtian felt a sense of familiarity as the 5-colored radiance surged toward him. Don't circulate your true qi. Xuanyuan Tianming was extremely shocked when he realized this. If the 5-colored immortal qi he had gathered with great difficulty was absorbed by this young man, the Xuanyuan family would be finished. At the same time, they were shocked by Li Lingtian's mysterious cultivation base that allowed the 5-colored immortal qi to approach him. Li Lingtian quickly retracted his true essence and unleashed the true dragon's qi. This way, the 5-colored immortal spirit qi finally calmed down. At that moment, the immortal spirit qi disappeared. Li Lingtian was shocked. The three of them did not move at all, but the place where they appeared was different. This shocked him. With his cultivation and divine sense, he actually didn't discover anything. He had clearly not moved, and the entire hall had not moved either, but he had actually moved out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was in the same spacious hall. However, this hall was several times smaller than the one he had seen before. There were also a few more things inside. They were statues. Li Lingtian had no impression of these statues at all. They looked like statues of ordinary warriors. Xuanyuan Tianming didn't stop. He walked straight into a passageway. At the end of the passageway was a rather large stone room. Come in. The voice came from the stone room. This was a supreme pressure, like a divine decree, making people unable to resist. The three of them walked toward the stone chamber. The moment they entered the stone chamber, Li Lingtian felt as if his entire body had entered another world. A heavenly might pressed down on him. The faint heavenly might shocked Li Lingtian. 4 white-haired old men appeared in front of him. There was no aura from the old men, and they were like statues. Tianming greets the 4 ancestors. Yingying pays her respects to the ancestor. Xuanyuan Tianming bowed respectfully. Xuanyuan Yingying was also extremely respectful, but she still had a mischievous smile on her face, as if she was very familiar with the 4 elders. Li Lingtian greets the 4 seniors. Li Lingtian bowed as well. The person before him was a true powerhouse, not some useless martial supreme. Naturally, these 4 powerhouses deserved the respect of others. It was the same in front of Li Lingtian as well. However, that was before Li Lingtian sensed any hostility or disdain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so respectful. In his opinion, even if others looked down on him, he didn't have to be respectful. Even if the other party was an expert, if they were hostile to him, they were naturally enemies. If he were to be respectful to an enemy, he would be asking for trouble. Yes, not bad, not bad. The old man in the lead opened his eyes. There was no pressure or aura from him, but he gave off a supreme heavenly might. It was like a true god hiding his aura, and mortals could not reach him. Sometimes, a true expert did not need pressure or aura. He could destroy everything with his temperament and a kind of Tao intent that returned to its original state. The old man nodded in satisfaction at Li Lingtian and said, "Not bad," twice in a row. "You're Li Lingtian. We have all seen what happened to you. Not bad, kid. I've lived for 5,000 years, but this is the first time I've seen a little fellow like you." At this moment, the other 3 old men also opened their eyes. They also had no aura on them, and they were no different from ordinary old men. They did not give Li Lingtian any pressure, but Li Lingtian could feel the endless pressure. He understood that the 4 elders might not seem to pose any threat at the moment, but when it came to killing him, they could kill him with a single thought. Li Lingtian was shocked when he heard the last elder's words. 5,000 years? It was said that even martial saints could only live for 1,000 years, and martial gods could only live for 2,000 years. In the divine martial continent, there were still people who could live for 5,000 years. Was this not a joke? However, he immediately understood that the other party would not joke around with him, and there was no need for that. Acting tough was only for a moment, being awesome was eternal. The few old fellows were in this place and didn't go out. Naturally, they wouldn't pretend to be anything, nor would they pretend to be anything with a small ant-like figure like you. Then what do the four seniors plan to do? Li Lingtian asked as he calmed himself down. He glanced at the huge crystal stone across from him intentionally or unintentionally. There was nothing inside the crystal stone. It was a complete blank. He could imagine that this crystal stone should be able to see everything in the forbidden area. The other party would also be able to know everything about him. Right now, he only wanted to know the decision of these four elders. The forbidden area belongs to the Xuanyuan clan. There are secrets of the Xuanyuan clan inside, that it's also the most crucial secret for the Xuanyuan clan to return to the upper realm. You know the secret inside, and you also obtained the 5-colored spiritual pearl, that you only have 2 options. The old man in the lead looked at Li Lingtian indifferently as if he was saying something very normal. His tone was very calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that since the other party dared to reveal the Xuanyuan family's secret to him, he was confident that he had everything under control. "Senior, please speak." Li Lingtian's expression remained calm and collected. He roughly understood that there were 2 paths. One was naturally a dead end, and the other was to obey the other party. He only needed to know which path the other party was taking and whether he could withstand it or not, and whether it had exceeded his bottom line. Chapter 487, Xuanyuan Family's Condition. There are 2 paths. You should know one of them, the other condition is that you become a member of the Xuanyuan family and bear this responsibility for the Xuanyuan family. The Xuanyuan family doesn't need you to change your name. You just have to agree to join the Xuanyuan family and abide by the rules of the Xuanyuan family. You're a smart person, and I don't want to put pressure on you. You've obtained the 5-colored spiritual pearl and achieved the 5 elements peak. We can destroy you and transfer your 5 elements, but there's a risk. The Xuanyuan family doesn't want to take that risk. At this time, there's no need to hide. The elderly leader looked at Li Lingtian and was satisfied with the young man before him. However, for the sake of the Xuanyuan family, he had to place all his interests on the Xuanyuan family's side. He spoke at a moderate pace, his gaze seemingly trying to read Li Lingtian's mind. "What benefits do I get?" There was a faint smile on Li Lingtian's face. Naturally, he knew that the other party was telling the truth and there was no need for him to lie. The other party didn't want to eliminate him because if he did, the Xuanyuan family would have to take the risk of transferring the 5 elements. In other words, the Xuanyuan family was passive, but they could still destroy him. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat after hearing that. He respected the old man before him since he had spoken frankly and was not hiding anything. At least he didn't dislike such a person. After all, he wouldn't be hypocritical. "Benefits, ha ha." The 4 old men laughed. They did not expect this young man to be so calm and composed at this moment. Xuanyuan Yingying and Xuanyuan Tianming watched from the side. Xuanyuan Yingying glared at Li Lingtian with disdain. Of course, there are benefits. Although the Xuanyuan family has never moved around the divine martial continent, there are not many people who dare to provoke the Xuanyuan family. The people of the Xuanyuan family don't provoke trouble, and they don't fear people. You only have 4 of the 5 elements of will, right? We can help you reach perfection. For the sake of the Xuanyuan family, we will not treat you unfairly. Besides, you are a member of the Xuanyuan family, so you have to be responsible for the Xuanyuan family. Also, we'll betroth this little girl to you. The elderly leader looked at Li Lingtian. Naturally, he knew that Li Lingtian had agreed to become a member of the Xuanyuan family. Naturally, they did not think that Li Lingtian was doing it for the Xuanyuan family's influence. This was because they had dug up everything about Li Lingtian. A person like him would not rely on a powerful faction, nor would he depend on others, nor would he be restrained by others. However, they knew that Li Lingtian would be moved by the wood element Tao intent and the little girl as well. After all, the little girl was a stunning beauty. Her status was even more noble. These two qualities were enough to tempt Li Lingtian. When Li Lingtian left the forbidden area, they knew that 4 of the 5 elemental Tao wills had been obtained by one person. Although they were shocked and did not believe it, the result was real. When they encountered such a thing, they knew that this was heaven's will. Otherwise, the will of the 5 elements would not have been obtained by one person. Moreover, the 5-colored spiritual pearl had also been gathered. All of this had happened to one person. If this person was really destroyed, the hope of the Xuanyuan family would be completely destroyed. If he destroyed this person, he would also destroy heaven's will. Heaven's will was irreversible. Therefore, they had made a decision early on. At the very least, they would not let this person become the enemy of the Xuanyuan family. As long as he was not an enemy, they could trade with each other. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. Moreover, he was extremely satisfied with this young man. Wood Elemental Will, do you have the Wood Elemental Tao intent? Seniors, this junior is very interested in the Wood Elemental Will of the Great Path, but as for this little girl, please don't torture me. Li Lingtian was extremely surprised. He had searched the Forbidden Land for half a year but could not find the Wood Element Tao intent. He did not expect that the Wood Element Tao intent was in the hands of several powerhouses and not in the Forbidden Land. He was very interested in the Wood Elemental Will of the Great Path, but he could not afford to offend this little girl. Becoming a member of the Xuanyuan clan was nothing. In his heart, the Xuanyuan clan was an ancient mighty figure, a hero of mankind, and an existence similar to the ancestors of mankind in his previous life. All the surnames below Xuanyuan were related to Xuanyuan. So what if they were called Xuanyuan Lingtian? However, he would not agree to change his surname to something else. In his heart, the surname Xuanyuan was the first surname of humans. Moreover, the Xuanyuan family did not want him to change his name, which was even better. He wanted to become a member of the Xuanyuan clan, but he did not want to provoke this little girl. He could become a member of the Xuanyuan clan in the Divine Martial Continent, but once the Xuanyuan clan reached the upper realm, it would no longer have anything to do with him. Naturally, there was no need for him to have anything to do with this little girl. What is it? You bastard, I haven't settled the score with you for bullying me. You bastard, you're still like this now. You don't agree? I still don't agree. Xuanyuan Tianming and the 4 white-haired elders were all extremely surprised. They didn't expect this young man to reject such a good offer. Xuanyuan Yingying was stunned and instantly became furious. She had not even settled the score with him, but this guy actually refused. Even if the ancestor was joking, she could not refuse. Even if it was true, she would have rejected it. She did not expect this guy to reject it first. What face would she have left? Immediately, a rebellious feeling appeared in her heart as she glared at Li Lingtian. Kid, this little girl is very pretty. She's only wearing a mask now. If she takes off the mask, I'll see if you're not tempted. Little girl, take off your mask. The elderly leader pondered for a moment. He thought that Li Lingtian had rejected Xuanyuan Yingying because he saw that she was not a beauty that could topple a nation. If he removed his mask and revealed his true peerless appearance, he would definitely be able to amaze this young man. Ancestor, what else do you want? That this guy has seen my true appearance and is bullying me. Xuanyuan Yingying looked at the 4 ancestors' compatible expressions. She must have known that the four ancestors wanted Li Lingtian to show an amazed expression. Xuanyuan Yingying was even more annoyed by this. Not only did the few elders not notice Li Lingtian's stunned expression, but they also allowed Li Lingtian to gain an advantage in this matter. In her heart, she had already thought of Li Lingtian laughing to himself. She could not help but stare at him again. What is it? Has he seen your true face? Kid, you don't like our little girl? Could it be you? The old man in the lead was shocked. His little girl's appearance was definitely enough to drive everyone in the divine martial continent crazy. No one could compare to her. He didn't expect this kid to reject Xuanyuan Yingying after seeing her real appearance. Suddenly, he thought of something. Could it be that this young man had another orientation? Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. I'm very normal. I have a few wives. I can't afford to offend this little girl. Li Lingtian's face darkened. He was speechless that a few powerhouses had such an opinion. Did you bully her? The old man in the lead was stunned. He could not understand either. Such a beautiful little girl was actually rejected. However, Li Lingtian did not want to get entangled with Xuanyuan Yingying in case he got into a conflict with the Xuanyuan family. Such a person was honest and straightforward. He did not want to lie, was not hypocritical, and was straightforward. This made him even more satisfied with this young man's character, and the smile on his face became even wider. No, I have a younger sister who is as beautiful as her and has a similar personality. I treated her as my younger sister for a moment. I just touched her face and she made me hide. Li Lingtian was feeling depressed. He was really thought to be the one who bullied Xuanyuan Yingying. The bullying had to depend on the other party. It was not good to be misunderstood. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I don't want to get involved in the matters of the two of you. You promised to become a member of the Xuanyuan family, so you have to take responsibility for the Xuanyuan family and work hard for the glory of the Xuanyuan family. We don't know the secrets of the 9 heaven stars either. Tell me, what did you encounter in Xuanyuan's sacred city? The old man in the lead paused for a moment and changed the topic. He did not want to talk about this matter anymore. He then looked at Li Lingtian. Even though he was asking, he did not look overbearing. I obtained 4 Dao wills in the Forbidden Land and entered Xuanyuan's sacred city. I formed the 9 heaven stars and my cultivation level increased. Li Lingtian did not hide anything as there was no need to hide anything at this point. Therefore, he told her some of the things he had encountered in the forbidden area. There were no secrets in there, so he told her everything. In front of such a person, hiding was a stupid thing. The 4 elders, Xuanyuan Yingying and Xuanyuan Tianming, were astonished when they heard what had happened to Li Lingtian in the Forbidden Land. A Supreme Realm expert actually swept through everything inside. It was really unimaginable. In the end, when they heard that Li Lingtian had obtained the 9 heavenly stars and the Shinnon Cauldron, they were shocked. It seemed that the secret of Xuanyuan's sacred city was already with Li Lingtian. It was in Li Lingtian's Shinnon Cauldron and Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. 9 heaven stars, Shinnon Cauldron, Emperor Xuanyuan statue, Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron, Immortal Qi. The 4 old men muttered to themselves. These were the most magical things inside. In an instant, the entire stone room fell silent. It was unknown what the 4 elders were thinking, or perhaps they were digesting everything that Li Lingtian had encountered. You guys go back first. Tianming, pass the spell to him. Let him familiarize himself with the matters of the Xuanyuan family and pay respects to his ancestors. After settling down, come here alone and comprehend the wood elemental will of the Great Path. You must be clear about some things in the Xuanyuan family. After a long moment of silence, the elderly leader gave Xuanyuan Tianming an order before he turned to Li Lingtian and spoke in a serious tone. They had to digest this matter while Li Lingtian considered it seriously. After saying that, he waved his hand and signaled the 3 of them to leave. Chapter 488, Divine Moon Palace. Soon, Li Lingtian and the other two returned to the main hall. Lingtian, you're already a member of the Xuanyuan family, so you have to take on the responsibilities of the Xuanyuan family. You should go and rest first. Oh right, don't stay outside anymore. Yingying, bring Lingtian to the Mystic Moon Palace. That place will be yours in the future. I'll tell you about the Xuanyuan family in 2 days. In the hall, the other powerhouses had already left. Xuanyuan Tianming looked at Li Lingtian and spoke seriously. The way he looked at Li Lingtian now was very calm. There was not a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Instead, it was as if they were a family. Although he was still somewhat unwilling to believe it, he had nothing to say since the 4 ancestors had already made arrangements. After all, it was for the sake of the Xuanyuan family. Lingtian understands. Li Lingtian nodded. He did not expect things to turn out this way. He had originally planned to use his own strength to erode the Tianhe region, but now, that was not the case at all. He did not expect that his accelerated pace would also take another path. Becoming a member of the Xuanyuan family meant that he was at the peak of the Tianhe district. He no longer needed to climb up slowly. Seeing the strength of the Xuanyuan family, he felt lucky. If he had really fought against the Tianhe zone, the 4 elders would have easily eliminated him. After Xuanyuan Tianming finished speaking, he turned around and left. As if he knew what was going to happen next, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Scoundrel, you bullied me and pretended to be wronged. Are you still a man? Let me ask you, are we friends? Xuanyuan Tianming asked as soon as he left. He pulled his earring with one hand and the mask disappeared, revealing a stunning face. Her small face was exquisite and smooth. It was definitely a masterpiece of the heavens. It would be strange if Li Lingtian was not tempted, but he was not in the mood to provoke this little girl. We can be considered friends, but as friends, you have to act like one. As Li Lingtian spoke, it was naturally impossible for him to run away now. What do you mean by friends? If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. You've seen my real appearance and even bullied me. Are you going to let it go just like that? Xuanyuan Yingying was furious. She clearly knew that the other party was playing dumb, but she had no choice. We are friends, but don't say that I bullied you. I was misunderstood by others. Li Lingtian was speechless as well. He could only nod. Am I not beautiful? Xuanyuan Yingying smiled inwardly when she saw Li Lingtian nodding his head in acknowledgement. She was suddenly reminded of how he had rejected her in front of a few elders in the secret chamber. Moreover, she was upset when she heard Li Lingtian mention how many wives he had. She did not believe that there was anyone prettier than her. Beautiful. Of course, it's beautiful. Even if I'm pretty, you have to bring me to a place to stay. You won't make me stand here, right? I'm a little tired. Li Lingtian nodded. Xuanyuan Yingying was definitely one of the most beautiful people he had ever seen. She was on par with Tang Zimeng, Tang Qingyue, and Ji Shan Mei, Huang Fuyuyan, Little White, and Qingling were all peerless beauties. However, they lacked the unique temperament of Ji and Xuanyuan Yingying. That temperament was mysterious and ethereal. It was inborn, just like the temperament of the divine maidens of the 9 heavens. By the way, I want to see what your wife looks like. A playboy with a few wives, humph. Xuanyuan Yingying did not pester him. Instead, she led Li Lingtian to the back of the Xuanyuan ceremony. After passing through a few passages, they arrived at a rather large mountain peak. The spiritual energy on the mountain peak was dense. It was a completely different small world. A palace that wasn't small stood tall. It wasn't imposing, but it was ancient and otherworldly. This is the Divine Moon Palace. This is the token. Xuanyuan Yingying and her companion came to the front of the Mystic Moon Palace and took out a jade pendant. The two halves of the jade pendant were joined together before they handed the other half to Li Lingtian. The remaining half had a thin red line on it. He put it into his neck and dropped it in front of his chest. Li Lingtian was instantly depressed. This was too erotic. This jade pendant was actually the accessory that Xuanyuan Yingying wore on her chest. There was still a trace of warmth on it. It was obviously Xuanyuan Yingying's body temperature. However, he didn't understand why this token was with Xuanyuan Yingying. It seemed that there were only 2 jade pendants, and they were also kept on Xuanyuan Yingying. It was definitely not simple to make it look so precious. What are you looking at? Xuanyuan Yingying blushed when she saw Li Lingtian staring at her. However, she was not angry. She was always wearing a mask because she did not want others to see her true appearance. Now that Li Lingtian had seen her face, he was even staring at her breasts. If it was anyone else, they would have long been filled with killing intent. This was also due to her preconceived notions. When Li Lingtian first met her, he had given her a shock. Following that, Li Lingtian had seen her face and was molested by him. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had even escaped. This was human nature. Even though she kept saying that she wanted to cause trouble for Li Lingtian, it was just a girl's excuse. She did not hate Li Lingtian at all. Otherwise, Li Lingtian would have died 100 times over. Today, in the secret chamber, the Grand Madam wanted to marry her to Li Lingtian. Although she was rejected, she did not resist Li Lingtian at all. What's so good about a little girl? Li Lingtian came to his senses. He was not looking at anything at all. He was just thinking about something and did not notice that he was looking at Xuanyuan Yingying's sanctuary. I'm not a little girl. Remember this. When Xuanyuan Yingying heard Li Lingtian's words, it was obvious that he was implying that she was young. She was indignant. Li Lingtian was also 21 years old while she was 19 years old. She was not young at all. Furthermore, she could sense the meaning behind Li Lingtian's words. She was not convinced and puffed out her chest as if to prove herself to Li Lingtian. It's not small. You have the capital. Li Lingtian did not mind looking at it again. He was surprised to see that this little girl was not any weaker than Huangfu Yuyan and the others. With that said, he reached out for the jade pendant in his hand and a ray of light appeared. The light then resonated with the restriction in front of the Divine Moon Palace. The restriction was activated and Li Lingtian hurried in. Damn it, pervert. Xuanyuan Yingying was taken aback by Li Lingtian's actions and words. Her face immediately turned red. Seeing that Li Lingtian had gone in, he quickly went in as well. He wanted to cause Li Lingtian trouble but he did not know how to start. Besides, he had been asking for it all along. After entering the Mystic Moon Palace, Li Lingtian began to take a look around. The place was quiet and secluded, making it a paradise. Moreover, the place was exquisitely decorated. Being able to cultivate in such a place was a complete pleasure. He didn't expect that other than a small world, there was such a perfect place to live. Oh right, why is this token on you? Li Lingtian turned around and looked at Xuanyuan Yingying as he asked in confusion. He would not ask in front of others but he had no qualms in front of the little girl Xuanyuan Yingying. After he finished asking, he also felt puzzled. He actually acted so casually in front of this girl. It was really a little inexplicable. The Divine Moon Palace and the Immortal Moon Palace are together. I live on the other side. Moreover, the Divine Moon Palace and the Immortal Moon Palace were originally mine, so the token is with me. After Xuanyuan Yingying finished speaking, she subconsciously looked at herself. She could not help but blush when she recalled the way Li Lingtian looked at her. Fortunately, Li Lingtian was not looking at her. Instead, he was looking at the surrounding scenery. This Divine Moon Palace was very spacious. It was like a palace with a dozen or so pavilions inside. The entire area was 10 miles in circumference, and even if there were more than 100 people living inside, it would still seem deserted. However, they were all experts. Naturally, they did not care if it was lively or not. On the contrary, they preferred peace and quiet. This was suitable for cultivation. After sizing up the mystic moon palace, Li Lingtian was satisfied with the place. However, it was a little awkward. Since this place belonged to Xuanyuan Yingying, it was obvious that Xuanyuan Tianming had arranged for Li Lingtian to stay here on purpose. "Alright, I'm going to rest. Can you leave now?" Li Lingtian looked at Xuanyuan Yingying. Since he was living in this place, he did not want to be disturbed by outsiders. Although Xuanyuan Yingying was no longer an outsider, she felt unfamiliar. It would be inconvenient for him to stay here. "Are you chasing me away? But I want to see how your wives are doing. As a friend, I have to keep an eye on them." When Xuanyuan Yingying spoke, she spoke in a righteous manner as if she was very familiar with Li Lingtian and was even helping him to check on him. "Alright, watch your words." Li Lingtian had no choice but to let Xuanyuan Yingying stay behind temporarily. She would probably leave after meeting Tang Qingyue and the rest. When he spoke, he did not hold back at all. "Of course, I understand." Xuanyuan Yingying did not find Li Lingtian's tone odd. She was just used to it. They had only met twice, but she was already used to Li Lingtian's attitude towards her and did not find it inappropriate. Li Lingtian did not say anything. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness and the space trembled slightly. Huangfu Yuyan and the others appeared before Li Lingtian. Immediately, a fragrant wind blew over. All of them were beautiful women who could topple a country. Their peerless charm made all the men in the world go crazy. "Big brother, husband, Lingtian, where is this place? Are we still in the forbidden area? This place is so beautiful." After the girls came out, they looked at the surroundings and were instantly shocked. Their faces revealed curious expressions. He didn't notice that there was a young girl standing not far away, and she was a peerless goddess-like existence. All their attention was focused on Li Lingtian. Xuanyuan Yingying had been paying attention to Li Lingtian's movements. She was jealous when she saw the few peerless beauties who were not inferior to her. She did not expect him to be surrounded by beauties. No wonder he did not care about her. Young master, who is she?" Qing Ling was the first to notice Xuanyuan Yingying. When she saw Xuanyuan Yingying's graceful bearing and beauty, she was shocked. Such a beautiful girl was on par with Ge. She asked Li Lingtian curiously. Chapter 489, Xuanyuan Yingying. Li Lingtian had only mentioned Xuanyuan Yingying's name. It was funny that he did not know Xuanyuan Yingying's true identity. He did not expect to be pestered by this little girl. "Hello, my name is Xuanyuan Yingying. I'm this guy's friend. By the way, your name should be Li Lingtian, right?" Xuanyuan Yingying walked up to Li Lingtian gracefully and greeted the other girls. However, her words nearly made Li Lingtian stagger. Even after a long time, Xuanyuan Yingying was still not sure if his name was Li Lingtian. What was going on? So she was the same as him. She didn't know Xuanyuan Yingying's identity. Tang Qingyue and the others looked at Xuanyuan Yingying and were shocked. They didn't expect that there was someone else in this world who was so beautiful besides Ge. What was even funnier was that Xuanyuan Yingying did not even know Li Lingtian's name, yet she treated him as a friend. Such a beautiful girl was really careless. "My name is Tang Qingyue. My name is Huangfu Yuyan. My name is Shun Mei. Chapter 490, Joining Xuanyuan. Li Lingtian rested in the Divine Moon Palace for a few days to familiarize himself with the place. For the past few days, the little girl, Xuanyuan Yingying, had been hanging out with Huangfu Yuyan all day. Apart from returning to the Celestial Moon Palace at night, she was almost always with Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian felt helpless and could only cultivate speechlessly. Apart from cultivating, he would also study the spell Xuanyuan Tianming had given him, which was also the spell to enter the secret chamber. According to Xuanyuan Tianming, there were only 3 people in the Xuanyuan family who were qualified to possess this magic art. One was Xuanyuan Tianming, the other was Xuanyuan Yingying, and the last was Li Lingtian. This technique was not powerful at all. It was just a supplementary technique, but it was extremely profound. Li Lingtian possessed a high level of intelligence and his mind was nimble thanks to the eye of the divine soul. It took him a day to comprehend and cultivate it. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when Xuanyuan Yingying approached him. Li Lingtian was stunned. Usually, Xuanyuan Yingying would hang out with Tang Qingyue and the others and rarely with him. But now, Xuanyuan Yingying was standing in front of him with her hands behind her back. She looked extremely cute. "Little girl, can't you see that I'm cultivating?" Li Lingtian sized up Xuanyuan Yingying to see what she was planning. "Hey, you're going to attend the ancestral worship ceremony today, so you'll be a member of the Xuanyuan family in the future. Can't you treat me better? Besides, we're friends. Grandpa asked me to call you over." Xuanyuan Yingying looked at Li Lingtian's tone and pouted. She looked aggrieved and her eyes were misty. Li Lingtian was taken aback by her expression. His heart softened. He could kill his enemies mercilessly, but this little girl in front of him was not an enemy. Moreover, she could be considered a family member. More importantly, she was a peerless beauty. He could not be cruel at all. "Forget it, let's go." The expression on Li Lingtian's face softened a little. If he were to continue being so fierce, this girl might really cry. By then, even if he had 10 mouths, he would not be able to explain himself. With that, he stood up and walked out. Xuanyuan Yingying noticed Li Lingtian's change and a sly smile appeared on her face as she quickly followed after him. "Yuyan, Qingyue, you guys cultivate. I'm going out for a bit." Today's ancestral worship ceremony. When Li Lingtian came out, he greeted Huangfu Yuyan and the rest when he saw them. "Okay, you can go." Huangfu Yuyan smiled. The smile on her face widened when she saw Xuanyuan Yingying behind Li Lingtian. "Sister Qingyue, Sister Yuyan, I'll come back and play with you guys later." Xuanyuan Yingying's mouth was always sweet. When she was done speaking, she saw Li Lingtian walking out of the room. Hence, she quickly ran out. Xuanyuan Yingying did not say anything as Li Lingtian walked over. She simply led the way. Soon, the two of them arrived at the ancestral hall of the Xuanyuan family. Instead of calling it an ancestral hall, it was more like a palace. It was like a forbidden palace, and the entire ancestral hall had a dignified aura. It could be seen how powerful the Xuanyuan clan was. There were countless magical arrays around the ancestral hall. Although they were not activated, as long as someone barged in, they would instantly release a destructive attack. By the time Li Lingtian arrived, there were already more than 10 martial emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian had seen a few of them before. There were also 2 9th-level martial emperors. One was Xuanyuan Tianming while the other was someone Li Lingtian had never seen before. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's arrival, everyone had a different expression on their faces. Junior Li Lingtian greets clan head. "Greetings, elder." Li Lingtian bowed to Xuanyuan Tianming in a neither humble or respectful manner before he bowed to the other martial emperors. On the way, Xuanyuan Yingying had already told Li Lingtian about the important figures present. Although they were all martial emperor powerhouses, they were in charge of various matters in the Xuanyuan clan. The Xuanyuan family's matters were also handled by them. The ones hosting the ancestral worship ceremony this time were a few elders. "Okay, let's begin the worship ceremony." Xuanyuan Tianming and the other martial emperor elders nodded. Following that, all the elders kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to a statue in the ancestral hall. Li Lingtian also knew that this person was Emperor Xuanyuan. He was a figure from ancient times and was the most powerful figure in the Xuanyuan clan. He was also the most glorious period of the Xuanyuan clan. After the elders had finished their kowtows, Li Lingtian took out a little of his blood essence and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Li Lingtian was extremely respectful to an ancient mighty figure like Emperor Xuanyuan who had made the greatest contribution to the human race. After joining Xuanyuan clan, Zhang Tai didn't feel awkward at all as he admired Emperor Xuanyuan in his previous life. Since Ling Tian has joined the Xuanyuan clan, he must abide by the rules of the Xuanyuan clan. In the Divine Martial Continent, you are ranked in the middle of the Xuanyuan clan, following Yingying. However, in the Xuanyuan clan outside, you don't care about seniority. You only care about strength. Even though your name is Li Lingtian, you're still a member of the Xuanyuan clan. Even though you're not required to change your name, you still need to have your own identity and status in the Xuanyuan clan. What do you think of the name Xuanyuan Lingtian? After Li Lingtian had finished his bow, Xuanyuan Tianming spoke up and told him Li Lingtian's name and seniority. He then looked at Li Lingtian. Lingtian has no objections. Li Lingtian did not hesitate. The name was just a symbol and an identity. He was still Li Lingtian in the outside world, but he could use Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Lingtian in the Xuanyuan family. Another reason was that Xuanyuan Lingtian was an identity, a pass, and a true symbol of the Xuanyuan family. It was just like how some true core disciples would be given a surname by the sect. Alright, you are now a member of the Xuanyuan clan, so you have to accept the family rules of the Xuanyuan clan. These are the family rules of the Xuanyuan clan. Similarly, the name list of the members of the Xuanyuan family is also here. There are also some stories and distribution of power of the Xuanyuan family. As the hope of the Xuanyuan family, you have to bear the responsibility of the Xuanyuan family. Xuanyuan Tianming was pleased to see that Li Lingtian had no objections. The other elders were equally pleased since they had heard of Li Lingtian's abilities. Such a person was not someone who was fawning over the Xuanyuan family. Furthermore, Li Lingtian was someone the patriarch had taken a liking to and was the Xuanyuan family's hope of returning to the upper realm. Following that, the 8th Heaven Martial Emperor powerhouses, for elders, and Xuanyuan Tianming cast a series of mysterious spells to refine Li Lingtian's blood essence and fuse it into the Xuanyuan clan's genealogy. After that, they cast a spell and took out a jade slip from the ancestral hall's memorial tablet. Xuanyuan Tianming's expression turned serious as he handed the jade slip to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian kept it in the divine dragon ring. The group left the ancestral hall and returned to the main hall to take their seats. Li Lingtian's seat was actually with Xuanyuan Yingying and was in front of her. You're already a member of the Xuanyuan clan now. Don't bully me in the future, big brother Lingtian. Xuanyuan Yingying was overjoyed as she held Li Lingtian's hand affectionately. Li Lingtian subconsciously let go of her hand and his face turned unnatural. He was still not used to such intimacy. After all, there was still some estrangement between her and this little girl. If she said that he bullied her, she would be depressed. Xuanyuan Tianming smiled when he saw Li Lingtian's reaction. However, the smile was fleeting. Oh right, Ling Tian, have you finished cultivating the technique I gave you? Xuanyuan Tianming asked casually. After all, this technique was extremely profound. Even he had spent 2 months to master it. No matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, it was impossible for him to cultivate it in just a few days. Patriarch, I've finished cultivating the spell. Li Lingtian spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor respectful. To him, this magic art was nothing. To him, it was useless to comprehend it after cultivating for a day. After all, he did not go to the secret room every day. You cultivated it? Xuanyuan Tianming and the elders were shocked beyond words. They stared at Li Lingtian as if he was a monster. Although they didn't have the qualifications to cultivate this technique, they knew that the technique to enter and exit the Xuanyuan family's elder hall was extremely difficult. As for the technique to enter and exit the ancestors' place, it was even more difficult. They did not expect Li Lingtian to cultivate it in just a few days. How could they not be shocked? Yes, I was lucky enough to cultivate it. Li Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he could see the shock on the elders and Xuanyuan Tianming's faces. This was the effect he wanted. He had joined the Xuanyuan family and he must have his own status. This place was something he had to work hard to get. Although everything he had done in the past was heaven-defying, it was nothing in front of a true expert. This was because a genius who had not grown up was not a true genius. Since you've cultivated it, you can go to the secret room at any time. This way, you can comprehend the wood type will of the Great Path, that we can only forge your identity token tomorrow. I'll ask Yingyin to send it over tomorrow. Xuanyuan Tianming said after calming himself down. He was getting more and more satisfied with Li Lingtian. Moreover, he mentioned Xuanyuan Yingyin at any time. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Xuanyuan family wanted to make Xuanyuan Yingyin and Li Lingtian work together. Junior understands. Li Lingtian nodded and replied respectfully. With a token, it would at least be more convenient for him to do things in the Tianhe zone. Don't be unfamiliar with me. Just call me Yingyin so that you won't feel unfamiliar with me. This girl has been spoiled by us. You should discipline her in the future. Xuanyuan Tianming smiled and looked at Xuanyuan Yingyin. Xuanyuan Yingyin's face turned red, and she looked as cute as a red apple. Grandpa. Li Lingtian did not try to be pretentious. Since they were both juniors, it did not matter if he addressed them as his grandfather. Now that he had become a member of the Xuanyuan family, there was no need to be so distant with Xuanyuan Yingyin. Not bad. It's not natural for the two of you to be here. Go back. Xuanyuan Tianming nodded happily. He then asked Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Yingyin to return home. There was nothing much to do in this place, so everything that needed to be explained was recorded in the jade slip. This way, Li Lingtian could go back and learn the Xuanyuan family rules. Chapter 491, God-Sealing Passage, 1. After Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Yingyin left the Heavenly River Temple, they headed straight for the Divine Moon Palace. As for Xuanyuan Yingyin going to the Divine Moon Palace, he didn't object much. The more you objected, the more she wanted to go. Moreover, he had never succeeded once. He couldn't be bothered to say it now. It would be useless even if he said it. Besides, he couldn't beat this little girl up. Now that he had joined the Xuanyuan family, he was also a member of the Xuanyuan family. At least he had a close relationship with this little girl. Who could bear to hit such a little beauty? They didn't even have time to dote on her. Sister Yuyan, Sister Qingyue, I'm back. At the entrance of the Mystic Moon Palace, Xuanyuan Yingyin looked at Li Lingtian without saying anything. A sly smile appeared on her face like a child who had succeeded in her evil deed. There was even a hint of victory in her expression. However, he was worried that Li Lingtian might say something, so he greeted him loudly. As a result, Li Lingtian gave up even if he had the intention. After greeting them, she ran inside and came to Huangfu Yuyan and the others. She then greeted Shen Mei and Tang Zimeng and chatted non-stop. Husband, you're back. Shen Mei walked up to him and hugged Li Lingtian's arm with her little hands. Her face was filled with joy. Yes, it's all done. Li Lingtian met the girls' gazes. He knew that they wanted to know the result. With a faint smile on his face, he sat down in front of Tang Qingyue and the others and told them the results. Actually, it was nothing. The girls were just curious. Big sister Mei, he's my big brother Ling Tian now. If he bullies me, will you help me? Xuanyuan Yingyin held Shen Mei's hand and shook it, acting cute. Of course, besides, my husband won't bully you. Shen Mei was stunned for a moment before she understood. It was normal for Li Lingtian to be at odds with Shen Mei when he joined the Xuanyuan family. There was nothing wrong with addressing her that way. Even if it was inappropriate, it was normal in their eyes. Following that, the few of them started chattering away. Although Li Lingtian did not like to argue with girls, it was fun to chat with a few beautiful ladies. Any one of these girls would be an existence that could topple a country in the outside world. Some geniuses would not even have the slightest chance to get close to them. On the other hand, he had a close relationship with these girls. After that, Li Lingtian resumed his normal cultivation. Only a few core members knew that Li Lingtian had become a member of the Xuanyuan family. This was to prevent Li Lingtian's identity from being exposed, and it would be inconvenient for him to travel outside. Li Lingtian was cultivating by the side without anyone disturbing him. He read through the rules of the Xuanyuan family without any joy or worry. The rules of these large families were similar. Li Lingtian had kept these rules in mind. Besides, these rules were only applicable to some disciples. There was no need for a person like him to violate the family rules. The Xuanyuan family's main base camp was in the Tianhe zone. However, after countless years, the divine martial continent was filled with members of the Xuanyuan family. It was just that these disciples did not reveal their identities. In Tianhe's sacred city, the Xuanyuan family not only had the 4 Xuanyuan saints, but also the 8 great supreme elders and the guardian group. These were all martial saints. Xuanyuan Yunhe and the other 3 were all 9th heavenly layer martial saints. The 8 supreme elders were also at the 6th or 7th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm. There were a total of 137 guardians, and they were all martial saints. As long as one reached the martial saint realm, they could join the guardians. Below them was the martial emperor's group of elders. There were countless martial emperor powerhouses in the Xuanyuan clan and in the divine martial continent. Only the guardians, the grand elder, and the young master knew the true power in Tianhe holy city. Li Lingtian was an exception. The rest of them had no idea how powerful the Xuanyuan family was. Now, Li Lingtian understood why the Xuanyuan family's dominance in the Tianhe zone had not wavered for countless years. Moreover, he knew that he was very lucky. If he had not participated in this forbidden land competition, he would definitely not have known about the Xuanyuan family's matter. When the time came, he would have been worse than an ant if he had really attacked the Xuanyuan family. Any super elder could kill you, let alone the guardians and the grand elder. In his hands was a jade slip containing the Xuanyuan family's name list. It was the name list of the outside forces. This was also for Li Lingtian's sake. Although Li Lingtian was the Xuanyuan family's hope, they did not restrict him. A person like him would definitely not stay in one place. After cultivating for a few days and understanding everything about the Xuanyuan family, Li Lingtian left the Mystic Moon Palace and headed to the secret chamber. This time, he was alone. Since he had the magic art, he didn't need Xuanyuan Tianming. Junior Ling Tian greets ancestor. Li Lingtian cast a series of magic arts before he sent a voice transmission to inform the other party that he had arrived so as not to disturb his cultivation. Come in. A faint voice was heard. Li Lingtian was already familiar with this voice. It was Xuanyuan Yunhe's voice. He recognized all the 4 Xuanyuan sages. Then, another spell was cast. Immediately, a 5-colored light appeared in the hall. His entire body was submerged in the light, but this time, he clearly sensed that he was moving, but there was no movement. Last time, he didn't notice it because he didn't use any magic arts. He was brought in by Xuanyuan Tianming. This time, he used a magic art, so he naturally felt it. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at another hall. If he had not experienced it last time, he would still think that there was no movement and that it was an illusion. After sorting out his emotions, he walked forward and arrived at the end of the passageway. When he arrived in front of the stone room, he saw that the 4 elders were no longer cultivating. They all had a faint smile on their faces. Ling Tian greets the 4 ancestors. Li Lingtian walked in and bowed respectfully. Where can I find a seat? Take a seat. Xuanyuan Yunhe pointed at a stone bench not far away with a satisfied smile on his face. By addressing him as such, Li Lingtian had already joined the Xuanyuan clan. Furthermore, his name was recorded in the family tree. Naturally, Li Lingtian was chosen as a member of the Xuanyuan clan. Last time in the Forbidden Area, after I got the Shinong Cauldron, I still haven't broken the restriction. I can't know what relationship Xuanyuan has with Shinong. After Li Lingtian sat down, he told them about the Shinong Cauldron. He was now a 9th level martial honored realm, but he was still unable to break the restriction in the Shinong Cauldron. He did not know about the relationship between Xuanyuan and Shinong or the Xuanyuan clan's secret. You can take it slow. You're still young, so there's no need to rush. However, we only have 100 years left to live. If we can't become martial gods in 2 years, we'll pass away. You have to reach our level of cultivation within 2 years, or even higher. Because if we pass away, no one will be able to open the God Sealing Passage. Unless you can become a martial god and use a powerful technique to open the God Sealing Passage. Xuanyuan Yunhe did not seem to be affected by the Shinong Cauldron at all. This was Li Lingtian's business and they would not restrict him from doing anything. All they did was remind him of some things he needed to take note of. They were powerhouses, heaven-defying powerhouses. Naturally, they understood Li Lingtian's character. They would not restrain Li Lingtian. Even if Li Lingtian destroyed the divine martial continent, they would not stop him. Instead, they would help him. The prerequisite was that Li Lingtian did not destroy the Xuanyuan family. Naturally, Li Lingtian would not do something like that unless he was a fool. God Sealing Passage? Becoming a 9th heavenly layer martial saint in 100 years? Li Lingtian's expression changed for a moment before he calmed down. Although he was heaven-defying, he was still shocked by these 2 things. After all, these 2 things were too difficult. Also, why did that God Sealing Passage feel a little similar to the demon God Sealing formation of the demon race? This was another reason why he was surprised. After all, these 2 names were too similar, and they were the key to a powerful race. Yes, reaching the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm in 100 years is indeed too difficult. Even the number 1 genius of the divine martial continent a million years ago used 300 years to reach the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm. In 400 years, he broke through the void and reached the upper realm. Xuanyuan Qingtian nodded. Li Lingtian was now 21 years old and had reached the 9th level of the supreme realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming a martial emperor. After reaching the martial supreme realm, it would be even more difficult to reach the martial saint realm. Moreover, he was at the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm, which was equivalent to a martial god. It was simply impossible for a person to achieve such an achievement in 100 years. Furthermore, in this divine martial continent, basically all the powerhouses could only silently pass away because they did not have enough lifespan. Martial saints only had a lifespan of 1,000 years, while martial sovereigns had a lifespan of 500 years. How many people could become a martial monarch realm expert at the age of 500? After becoming a martial monarch realm expert, it would be a dream to become a martial saint within 500 years. Usually, a super heaven-defying genius would be stuck at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm for his entire life. The higher he went, the harder it was for him to make any progress. On the path of cultivation, one would go from the shallow to the deep. Ling Tian is surprised by the God Sealing Passage. I encountered a devil race looking for the God Sealing Demon Array some time ago. Old ancestor, is there any connection between the God Sealing Passage and the God Sealing Demon Array? There was a confident smile on Li Lingtian's face. Even if it was difficult, he could still give it a try. He was only 21 years old when he found the 9th heaven martial saint realm. At 21 years old, he had already attained the 9th heaven martial honored realm. As long as he worked hard, he believed that he would be able to attain it one day. So be it, 100 years. However, he was curious about the God Sealing Passage. Could there be a shortcut in this world? Not bad, you're confident. The disciples of the Xuanyuan family will always be the most arrogant. They will always be confident and will always press forward. Xuanyuan Haotian was stunned when he heard Li Lingtian's tone. He then spoke loudly with a satisfied expression on his face. To be able to achieve this, one needed not only talent but also great self-confidence. Self-confidence, blind self-confidence was the end of the world. But for people with absolute talent, self-confidence was the motivation and will to succeed. Chapter 492, Martial Emperor Realm. The God-Sealing Passage is a passage left behind by the ancestors of the Xuanyuan clan that leads to the previous generation. Actually, the demon race's God-Sealing Array is not much different from the Xuanyuan family's God-Sealing Passage. They want to let down the upper realm's demon race. Seeing Li Lingtian's confusion, Xuanyuan Yunhe explained the difference between the God-forbidding formation and the God-forbidding passage. The God-forbidding formation blueprint was a key to suppressing the Asmodeans, which was why the Asmodeans wanted to obtain it. If the powerful demons were to be released, the divine martial continent would be finished. As Li Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He then had an idea. If he didn't hand over the blueprint of the demon sealing God array, they would continue to think of ways to fight for it. At that time, there would be a great turmoil in the divine martial continent. He might as well destroy this demon sealing God array blueprint in front of the demons and let them give up. Thinking of this, he hesitated. If that was the case, he would definitely attract the angry pursuit of the demons. Although he was not afraid of the demons now, the demons were powerful and he could not resist them. Moreover, he had to be responsible for the Xuanyuan clan now. He could not act rashly. He would put this idea aside for the time being and make a decision when the time came. If that's the case, it looks like the demons are planning something against the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he replied indifferently. The demons have never stopped unifying the humans. Xuanyuan Yunhe looked at Li Lingtian's expression and a faint smile appeared on his face. An old fox like him naturally knew what Li Lingtian was thinking. It's getting late. You should comprehend the wood elemental will of the great path. Xuanyuan Yunhe took out a jade slip and handed it to Li Lingtian. Following that, the four Xuanyuan sages closed their eyes and meditated. They no longer paid any attention to Li Lingtian. It was not that easy to comprehend the wood element's will of the way. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness entered the jade slip. It contained a cultivation technique. The art of longevity was a cultivation technique practiced by the Xuanyuan clan. As long as one comprehended this cultivation technique, the wood elemental will of the great path would emerge. Although he did not know where the wood element Tao intent came from, Li Lingtian had obtained 4 types of Tao intent. Naturally, he understood the true meaning of Tao intent. Following that, Li Lingtian was also meditating in the secret chamber. With the eye of the divine soul, his strong intelligence, and his cultivation experience, he was able to comprehend the art of longevity very quickly. Wisps of wood element true essence floated outside his body, and the entire secret room was filled with dense vitality. This kind of vitality was the most primitive mystery of the wood-type martial soul. Only when the wood-type martial soul was truly cultivated could such a scene appear. Sensing the changes in the secret chamber, the 4 Xuanyuan saints exclaimed in surprise. It had only been 2 hours, yet he had already comprehended the wood martial soul's art of longevity. Even they didn't dare to believe such a thought. Li Lingtian did not expect to be able to comprehend the art of longevity so easily. It was as if he had a flash of inspiration. Moreover, he also truly understood how strong the vitality of a wood-type martial soul master was. Although the attack of a wood-type martial soul master was not as strong as other martial souls, the vitality of a wood-type martial soul master was strong. Their lifespans were also much longer than martial artists of the same rank. The most powerful attributes of the wood attribute were their vitality and self-healing techniques. There was another question that he did not know about. As a powerful divine alchemist, he often came into contact with medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were all natural treasures and were naturally of the wood element. It was easier to integrate the wood element with them. Furthermore, the Xuanyuan clan's alchemy cauldron was naturally of the wood element. All of this allowed Li Lingtian to become more familiar with the wood element. Have you comprehended the art of longevity? Xuanyuan Yunhe opened his eyes and looked at Li Lingtian. Xuanyuan Xingtian and the rest were also looking at Li Lingtian with shock on their faces. They were well aware of the power of the wood element and the difficulty of comprehending the art of longevity. It was not something that could be comprehended in a day or two. It could often take a few months or even a lifetime to comprehend the art of longevity. Yes, Ling Tian has already comprehended it. Li Lingtian replied respectfully. Naturally, he was respectful to the four godlike existences. Furthermore, the four martial saints treated him very well, so he was naturally worthy of respect. Not bad, that I didn't expect to be able to comprehend the art of longevity in 2 hours. It's completely beyond my imagination, that with this speed, I believe you will be able to control the wood elemental will of the Great Path very soon, that when the wood elemental will of the Great Path succeeds, the will of the Great Path of the 5 elements will also reach perfection. The shock on the 4 Xuanyuan sages' faces had disappeared. They were extremely satisfied with Li Lingtian. Although such talent was not unheard of in the future, it could also be said to be unprecedented. Thank you, ancestor. Li Lingtian smiled as he watched the 4 martial saint powerhouses praise him. It would be a pretentious act if he could still act in front of the 4 powerhouses' praise. Now, the 4 of us will use the art of longevity. You can sense the wood elemental will of the Great Path from our auras. Xuanyuan Yunhe pondered for a moment, and then the 4 of them began to display their art of longevity. Immediately, an aura of revival appeared in the secret chamber. The entire secret chamber was filled with a strong sense of spring, as if spring had arrived. Moreover, there were traces of wood-type aura. This aura seemed to have entered an endless sea of trees. Li Lingtian did not hesitate. He slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of clarity. The 4 sages had only displayed the art of longevity and not the will of the way. Now, it was up to him to comprehend the will of the way. As time passed, the 4 Xuanyuan saints sat cross-legged in the secret chamber with Li Lingtian in the middle. The quiet secret chamber appeared calm, but the entire chamber was turbulent. Li Lingtian could sense the aura emanating from the 4 Xuanyuan sages with his divine consciousness. He was constantly comprehending the true meaning of the wood element in his mind. Only by truly understanding the wood element could he obtain the will of the wood element. 1 day passed, and then 2. On the 7th day, Li Lingtian was still sitting cross-legged. However, the aura of the 4 Xuanyuan saints was getting stronger and Li Lingtian smiled faintly. This was because he had already sensed the existence of the wood-type will of the Great Path, and he could now comprehend the wood-type will of the Great Path. As long as he could receive the condensation of the wood-type will of the Great Path, he would be able to achieve the wood-type will of the Great Path. Would Tao intent, all things revive. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes were glowing as he muttered to himself. His entire body was filled with a dense wood elemental aura, and traces of Tao intent formed in his mind. With a wave of his hand, the entire quiet secret chamber turned into a sea of trees. Although the sea of trees was small, it carried the supreme will of the wood element, giving people a feeling that they could not be underestimated. At this moment, the 4 saints of Xuanyuan opened their eyes and looked tired. However, there was excitement on his tired face. Li Lingtian's speed in comprehending the wood element Tao intent had far exceeded their expectations. In their opinion, it would take at least a month or 2 to comprehend the wood element Tao intent even with the addition of their art of longevity. They did not expect Li Lingtian to comprehend the wood element Tao intent in just 7 days. The condensation of the wood elements will formed a wood elements will in Li Lingtian's body. Instantly, the species attributes will was completed. The 5-colored golden core kept spinning. Metal, wood, water, fire, and heaven. The 5 elements of Tao intent had finally reached perfection. With the 5 elements Tao intent perfected, Li Lingtian finally regained his balance. The golden core in Li Lingtian's body was still spinning non-stop. Li Lingtian could feel that his entire being had been elevated after the 5 elements Tao intent was perfected. The quintessential essence in his body was also rapidly subliming. Li Lingtian almost shouted out in excitement at the sight of this. Due to the loosening of his realm and the completion of the 5 elements Tao will, his quintessential essence surged. Now, he was about to break through. If he did not break through, he would be destroyed by the powerful true essence of the 5 elements. Martial arts are respected. Above the martial honor, I am the emperor. Martial emperor realm, break. Li Lingtian's face revealed a sense of pressure, a kind of dignity that could not be easily offended. Suddenly, a destructive aura appeared. The 5 elements of the will of the Great Path had reached perfection. The will of the Great Path formed together, causing the secret chamber to tremble. True essence surged and circulated, and his dantian was like an endless ocean. The 5-colored golden core spun like a dazzling sun. The golden core carried a supreme pressure. Li Lingtian's temperament was elevated and his aura changed rapidly. The aura and temperament of a martial emperor was something that a martial honored realm expert could not compare to, even though he had just broken through to the martial emperor realm and was only a level 1 martial emperor. However, this first-level martial emperor was definitely very impressive. 2 realms, one in the sky and one on the earth, there was no comparison at all. The true essence in his body flowed slowly and gently rippled in his dantian. However, Li Lingtian knew that the seemingly small amount of true essence could unleash a destructive force with a single move of his divine consciousness and the circulation of his cultivation technique. After breaking through to the martial monarch realm, his strength and cultivation had increased. His entire person had improved in all aspects. Moreover, even his lifespan had increased. A supreme realm expert was 500 years old, but now that he had reached the martial emperor realm, although he was only 600 years old, according to his cultivation and cultivation techniques, he was completely beyond 600 years old. For everyone, not to mention an extra 100 years of lifespan, even an extra day of lifespan was difficult to reach the heavens. Now that he had reached 600 years of lifespan, as long as he didn't encounter any accidents, it was very easy for him to live for 600 years. If he kept cultivating the art of longevity, he would be even more powerful. He naturally knew that the 4 saints of Xuanyuan were 5 times longer than others of the same rank because they cultivated the art of longevity, the true art of longevity. After breaking through to the martial supreme realm, Li Lingtian did not stop. Instead, he quickly stabilized his realm. At this moment, he had to stabilize his realm to achieve a breakthrough. This was because he had relied on the aura of the 4 saints and the power of the wood element's will of the way. If his realm was unstable at this time, his realm might fall, and his cultivation would basically come to an end. Chapter 493, Arrange. After circulating the heaven and earth reincarnation for 3 cycles, his realm gradually stabilized. Li Lingtian opened his eyes again and saw the 4 Xuanyuan saints looking at him with a satisfied look in their eyes. Thank you, ancestor. Li Lingtian stood up and bowed to the 4 Xuanyuan saints with sincerity on his face. Naturally, he could tell that the 4 martial saints had consumed a lot of energy. This was how he achieved his wood elemental will of the Great Path, the perfection of the 5 elements will of the Great Path, and also allowed him to advance from a martial honor to a martial emperor. He wasn't a heartless person. He could kill his enemies mercilessly, but he was absolutely respectful to his family and elders. This is your fortune. In the future, you will have to shoulder the burden of the Xuanyuan clan. Xuanyuan Yunhe smiled. His smile was kind, as if he was looking at his junior. Although Li Lingtian was not a true member of the Xuanyuan clan, he had joined them now. Naturally, they were not as shallow as ordinary people. In this world, the Xuanyuan clan was the ancestor of all surnames. Naturally, Li Lingtian was also a member of the Xuanyuan clan. In the first 500 years, they were one family. After billions of years, weren't they one family a billion years ago? Ling Tian definitely won't embarrass the Xuanyuan family. Li Lingtian said earnestly. There was no trace of hypocrisy in his words, but they were spoken with sincerity. All right, go back and cultivate. Just remember that you will always be a disciple of the Xuanyuan family. Xuanyuan Yunhe was satisfied with Li Lingtian's simple words because he could tell Li Lingtian's character. A person like him would not easily make a promise. As long as he said it, he would keep it. A true expert, a true genius, his boldness and talent were directly proportional. Ling Tian will take his leave. Li Lingtian bowed respectfully to the four saints Xuanyuan and excused himself. He then left the secret chamber and returned to the Divine Moon Palace. Huangfu Yuyan and the others were extremely worried after not returning to the Divine Moon Hall for a few days. Although they didn't show it on their faces, they were worried in their hearts. When the girls were together, they weren't as chatty as before. After all, Li Lingtian wanted to comprehend the wood element Tao intent. It was not easy to comprehend the wood element Tao intent. Naturally, he was worried about the negative effects of failure. A few days later, when Li Lingtian appeared at the Divine Moon Palace, a few girls were overjoyed and ran toward him. Usually, the girls would chat with each other and rarely pester Li Lingtian. However, it did not mean that they could completely ignore Li Lingtian. After not seeing her for a few days, her mood had been very low. Now that she had seen her again, she was naturally extremely happy. Big brother, you're finally back. Ge, you don't want me anymore. Big brother Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Young master. A few girls surrounded Li Lingtian and chattered non-stop as they sized him up. They were truly relieved to see that Li Lingtian was unharmed. However, the girls furrowed their brows as they sensed some changes in Li Lingtian. They could not pinpoint what exactly had changed. Why would I not want Ge? Didn't I cultivate back? Don't worry, I've already comprehended the wood-type will of the Great Path. Li Lingtian gave a comforting smile as his heart warmed. Being able to have someone to worry about was a kind of responsibility, but it was also a kind of happiness. With so many beautiful women to worry about, what else could he not be satisfied with? Husband, what is your cultivation level? Shun Mei asked curiously after confirming that Li Lingtian was fine. After all, Li Lingtian's aura was slightly different from before. She and Li Lingtian were dual cultivators, so she was naturally more aware of Li Lingtian's condition than Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan. I've already reached the martial emperor realm. Li Lingtian's few words could not conceal the excitement in his heart. What was the concept of the martial emperor realm? It meant that his status had already reached a point where people could only look up to him. He was no longer like a martial arts grandmaster, a martial emperor, or a martial honor. Although a martial honor was powerful, in his current situation, a martial honor was already very trashy. Only by reaching the martial emperor realm could one stand on the same level as those super powerhouses. Although he was only at the first level of the martial emperor realm, it was a completely different world compared to a martial honor. They were not on the same level. Wow, he really reached the martial supreme realm. That's great. My big brother is a martial monarch realm expert now. Ji Yi's face was filled with excitement. In Ji Yi's heart, Li Lingtian's position was irreplaceable because she did not have any family. Even the most basic of life was taught by Li Lingtian. He was as important as her parents. In her heart, Li Lingtian's identity was even more important than her parents. Husband, you are too powerful. That's right. I didn't expect Ling Tian to have reached the martial monarch realm. Congratulations on reaching the martial emperor stage, brother Ling Tian. Instantly, the girls chattered non-stop. Their faces were filled with joy and excitement. There was nothing more joyous than Li Lingtian's breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. This is all thanks to our ancestor. Li Lingtian led the girls into the Divine Moon Palace. This place was a paradise and no one would disturb them. Naturally, he felt more at ease. If even the Divine Moon Hall was in danger in the Tianhe district, then there was no safe place in the Tianhe district. Following that, Li Lingtian cultivated in peace in the Divine Moon Palace. He had plenty of pills and abundant spirit qi, so he did not lack any cultivation resources. However, during this period of time, he had to focus on cultivating the 5 elements Tao intent and completely control it. With the 5 elements Tao intent, he could unleash all kinds of skills to the extreme. Although he was only in the martial emperor realm, he possessed the will of the 5 elements. He would lose a certain advantage against any 5-element martial soul expert he encountered. Because the 5 elements countered each other, he would be restrained no matter what kind of 5-element martial soul the opponent had. He also arranged his cultivation time. He focused on cultivating the 5 elements Tao intent and spent a portion of his time cultivating the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon body barrier. The rest of the time was spent on comprehending skills and pill techniques. The one he comprehended the most was the Shenong Cauldron. After reaching the martial emperor realm, he had to adapt to all kinds of treasures and skills. This required time to size them up. However, in Tianhe's sacred city, he could cultivate without worry and not worry about anyone threatening him. 3 months had passed and Li Lingtian's cultivation base had stabilized. However, it was extremely difficult for him to improve even a little. He also understood that a martial supreme was completely different from a martial supreme. Even if he had heaven-defying alchemy techniques and heaven-defying cultivation techniques, it was impossible for him to increase his cultivation as quickly as before. However, after reaching the rank of martial supreme, all kinds of skills were very important. The martial emperor realm powerhouses had spent a lot of time on their skills and treasures because they knew that it was very difficult to advance. It was better to spend most of their time on skills and treasures. It was the same for Li Lingtian. He had to control his few holy weapons and holy weapons. At the same time, several heaven-defying skills were also his trump cards. After 3 months, Li Lingtian had gained a thorough understanding of the Xuanyuan clan. He was growing fond of the place as it was a safe place. He also had many things to do, many things that he needed to take on. On this day, Li Lingtian called Huangfu Yuyan over with a serious expression. Yuyan, Qingyue, Mei, Mengmeng, Ge, Qingling, I have something to discuss with you. Li Lingtian looked at Huangfu Yuyan and the rest as he spoke in a serious tone. As he spoke, he felt a little uncomfortable, but he had to do these things. Now, he could only be ruthless. Big brother Lingtian, if you have anything to say, just say it. Mengmeng will definitely listen to you. Tang Zimeng heard Li Lingtian's words and it was the first time she saw him so serious. She had a feeling that something bad was about to happen as she looked at him quietly. Huangfu Yuyan, Shun Mei, and the rest were looking at Li Lingtian in the same way. They were together every day. Even though they were not telepathically connected, they could still sense certain things. In the future, I'll be going out alone to handle some matters. You guys can stay in the Divine Moon Palace and cultivate. I've already reached the rank of a martial emperor. Some of the things I do are no longer as simple as before. I feel more at ease if you guys stay in the Divine Moon Hall. Moreover, both of you need to cultivate in peace. This way, we can be together forever. Li Lingtian looked at Huangfu Yuyan and the others with a smile on his face. However, it was obvious that the smile was not genuine. After all, it was definitely not good to put the person he liked aside. However, this world was like this. Before you reached a certain level of strength, you could only be controlled by this world. Only when you could control this world could you truly control your own fate and protect your loved ones. When he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. No one spoke, and the expressions on their faces kept changing. Yes, I know. I'll be waiting for you here forever. Huangfu Yuyan said seriously. She was Li Lingtian's woman and she wished she could stick to him every second of every day. However, she knew that it was impossible. Besides her, there were Tang Genji, Shun Mei, Tang Zimeng, Qingling, Ge, and Little White. They wanted Li Lingtian to accompany them as they were the closest people to Li Lingtian. Besides, she would have to cultivate even if it was not for these things. The higher her cultivation, the longer her lifespan would be. That way, she would be able to be together with Li Lingtian. Furthermore, he understood Li Lingtian's intention. Li Lingtian was a martial emperor and he had all sorts of tricks up his sleeves. Naturally, he could travel alone, but bringing them along would be dangerous. Now that Li Lingtian had spoken, he would agree even if he was reluctant to do so. He could not do anything for Li Lingtian, but he would still support Li Lingtian silently so that he would not be a burden to him. P.S. I recommend a novel from the city, The Young Mrs. Close-Fitting Crazy Young Master. Chapter 504, The Tyranny of the Empyrean Demon Flame. 1. Good, very good. Today, I'll let you witness the power of the purgatory demon. Maha's face was filled with anger. The demonic chi in his body soared into the sky, and the sea area instantly turned into a sea of blood. The warriors on the spaceship were shocked by the sight. However, they were no longer so afraid when they thought of the hundreds of guards around Li Lingtian. If Li Lingtian was truly defeated, the guards would have stepped forward to attack him. Updated on B0xN0VL. Naturally, they were unaware of Li Lingtian's predicament. Li Lingtian was worried that Maha would attack them, so he did not let the guards do it. A shocking demonic aura pressure immediately revealed the might of a ninth heaven martial emperor. Maha's face revealed a violent expression. Demon fury. With a loud roar, a blood-red ball of light with a powerful life force blasted toward Li Lingtian. The space began to tremble as if it could not withstand the force and was about to tear apart. Fire will, Nine Suns sacred flame. Li Lingtian's body flashed as his clothes fluttered. With a wave of his hand, a destructive flame appeared in front of him. The flame formed a shield of light that was completely made of fire. The shield spun continuously. The temperature of the entire space rose sharply, and the entire sea area seemed to be boiling. All the guards deployed their defenses to block the aura of this flame. Otherwise, the temperature of this flame alone could turn all the warriors into air. Li Lingtian hovered in the air like a flaming war god. He faced Maha fearlessly. The Nine Suns sacred flame was the Nine Suns Saint Lord's trump card. Li Lingtian was the reincarnation of the Nine Suns Saint Lord, and with the fire will, the Nine Suns sacred flame had unleashed a lot of its power. The flaming shield charged forward. Cece. Rustle. Chi. Two destructive attacks collided in the air. The blood-red demonic rage formed by demonic chi carried a strange power of life as it collided with the flame shield. However, there was no clear winner for a moment. The will of the Tao of water, ice for 10,000 miles. Li Lingtian had no intention of stopping. He did not take the lower quintessential essence seriously as he used it. The quintessential essence in his entire body underwent a strange transformation and formed an endless amount of water-type quintessential essence. Instantly, the sea area began to churn. Endless water spirit chi surged toward Li Lingtian as he unleashed his water will of the way to the extreme. With a flip of his hand, the sea seemed to flip over and surged toward the Nine Suns sacred flame. Everyone was stunned, including Maha. Although he did not cultivate a human martial soul, he understood that water and fire were mutually exclusive. Could it be that Li Lingtian was so foolish as to extinguish the Nine Suns sacred flame he had unleashed? However, what happened next made many people understand. The destructive Nine Suns sacred flame suddenly changed the moment it met the will of the great path of water. Rumble. When the two extreme attributes came together, the will of the great path of water and the will of the great path of fire, the extreme of the two extremes met, and a shocking change immediately occurred. The Nine Suns sacred flame became even more violent in the two extreme attacks. The demon's anger was immediately suppressed. That was not all. The water will had already sealed the entire space. The sea was a world of glaciers. In the glacier, Mo Nu lost contact with Maha. Without the support of Maha's demonic chi, the 9 Yang's sacred fire erupted and swallowed Mo Nu completely. Voila! At this time, when the demon's anger disappeared, the glacier was finally broken by Maha. By the time he came out, the demonic rage had already disappeared, but the 9 Sun's sacred flame surged towards him with the power to burn everything. True devil flames. The 9th Heaven Martial Emperor's cultivation reaction was indeed powerful. Although he was shocked to see his attack being nullified by his opponent, he did not panic in the face of Li Lingtian's 9 Sun's sacred flame. Instead, he unleashed a demonic flame. The true demon fire drew a strange trail in the air. The space trembled as it shot toward Li Lingtian's 9 Sun's sacred flame like a shooting star. You're courting death. Empyrean demon flame. Li Lingtian looked at the other party using blazing flame in front of him with a look of disdain. He didn't underestimate his opponent, but using flames and ice in front of him was really courting death. This was also provoking him. With a thought of his divine sense, his entire body flashed and he quickly flew towards the other side, getting closer to the other party. Floating in the air, Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the air changed strangely. A strange demonic flame appeared in his hand. The evil aura in the demonic flames kept jumping, as if it was excited. Demonic sacred flame. Why do you have the Empyrean demon flame? Maha was shocked when he saw the supreme demonic sacred flame in Li Lingtian's hand. His expression was extremely ugly, as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't believe that the most powerful and mysterious demonic flame would appear on a human warrior. However, it was already too late. Li Lingtian's Empyrean demon flame pressed down on the sky and the 9 Sun's sacred flame circled around to avoid the erosion of the true demon flame, leaving the space to the Empyrean demon flame. Boom! There was an explosion as the true demon flame and the Empyrean demon flame collided. There was no resistance or suspense. The true demon flame was ignored and devoured. The Empyrean demon flame enveloped Maha within. The Empyrean demon flame was the most mysterious and powerful flame of the demons, and it was also the existence they feared the most. If a powerful demon made a mistake, the Asmodean Lord would use the Empyrean demon flame to punish the other demons. The Empyrean demon flame was a form of destructive punishment. Ah, ah. Maha let out a series of miserable cries as he tumbled in the air. Nothing is impossible in this world. You're just too arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Remember, realm isn't everything. The one who laughs in the end is the winner. Li Lingtian said calmly. With a single grab, the 9 Sun's sacred flame returned to his hand and disappeared in an instant. Looking coldly at Maha in the distance, he used his divine sense and unleashed the heavenly extreme tyrant Emperor Saber. As long as Maha could break the Empyrean demon's sacred flame, he would suffer the destructive attack of the tyrant saber art. Maha screamed in the air. He never expected to be defeated by a first heaven martial emperor in such a short time. He did not expect Li Lingtian to use his fire and water Dao wills to dispel his demon fury. He had lost the initiative in an instant. What was even more unexpected was that Li Lingtian, a human, had mastered the infernal tribe's demonic sacred flame. The demons were nothing in front of the strongest flames of the demons. If Li Lingtian were to use other flames, even the 9 Sun's sacred flame and the ice flame, which were more powerful than the heavenly demonic sacred flame, would not pose a threat to Maha. Brine water point tofu, one thing to one thing. Silk. Maha was turned into a flame by the Empyrean demon flame and disappeared after being refined by the Empyrean demon flame. Maha, a 9th level martial emperor, had fallen. Yes. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the Empyrean demon flame returned to his hand. It then disappeared into his palm and returned to his body. Although he had cultivated the ice, fire, 9 heavens infused ice and fire, he could still use them separately. Young Lord is mighty. Everyone was shocked and they saw Li Lingtian kill a 9th heaven martial emperor from the Asmodeans in a few moves. The martial monarch realm guards were filled with admiration. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be so domineering as to kill a ninth heaven martial monarch realm demon with just a few simple moves. Naturally, they knew that although it seemed simple, Li Lingtian was the only one who knew about the dangers involved. Every step he took required precise calculations. He had to calculate what kind of attack his opponent would use and whether the power of his attack could match his opponent's attack. The slightest mistake would result in a great recovery. In a great battle, at the martial supreme realm, not only did one's cultivation base and strength depend on, but one also had to rely on one's wisdom. Let's go. Li Lingtian returned to the spaceship, followed by all the guards. Now that they had encountered demons, they might encounter more. All the guards on the spaceship could also protect them. Husband, are you all right? Xuanyuan and the other two came to Li Lingtian's side and asked with concern. Even if Li Lingtian was not injured, they would still show their concern out of habit. I'm fine. Li Lingtian said with a smile as he pinched Xuanyuan's beautiful and tender cheeks. At his level of cultivation, it was all about scheming. It was extremely dangerous between them. It was either you die or I die. Xuanyuan, Yingying and Tang Zimeng were only relieved after checking Li Lingtian up and down to make sure that he was fine. They then started chattering away with Li Lingtian again. Qin Susu and the others who were standing in the distance were about to step forward to show their concern. However, they were relieved when they saw that Li Lingtian had 3 girls showing concern for him. Their faces lit up with joy. She no longer needed to worry about her son. Someone had already replaced her. Nangong Mingyue frowned when she saw Li Lingtian's group of 4. She then returned to her residence. Although a 9th heaven martial emperor from the infernal tribe was powerful, he was not worried when he saw Li Lingtian's strength. He merely treated it as a small interlude. Everyone returned to their own rooms. All the guards were on the spaceship and did not return to the Divine Dragon Ring. The flying ship sped up and shuttled through the sea. What a terrifying Empyrean demon flame. Not far from Maha's death, an old man appeared in the space. The old man's body emitted dense demonic qi. They were shocked and they saw Li Lingtian and the rest spaceship leaving. He looked at the air. An expert of the same level had fallen in front of him so easily. When he thought of the death of the Empyrean demon flame and Maha, he looked lucky. We have to report this matter to Lord Demon Venerable. The old man pondered for a moment before his body disappeared into the air like a phantom. The sky and sea quieted down. The hurricane in the sea area quickly dispersed the aura here. No one would have thought that a powerful 9th-level martial emperor from the devil tribe had fallen here. They also did not know that this 9th-level martial emperor was killed by a 1st-level martial emperor. He was killed so easily. P.S. I've added the 7th update. Please review it. The more reviews there are, the more I'll add. This is something I've finally begged boss to let me add. Everyone, do your best. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.